Summary: the fight at the Valley of the End is over and Naruto has won the battle, but the war is far from over as Kakashi arrives on the scene and kills Naruto. Or so he thinks. Kuwabai has other plans and won't let his vessel die. Instead, Kuwabai sees the potential in Naruto and decides to take the boy under his wing to make him a warrior of legend. The fight was over and the two warriors lay on the ground covered in blood and dirt in the depth of the Valley of the End. Uzumaki Naruto was face down on one side while his opponent Uchiha Sasuke was down on the other. Both combatants were out of chakra and had almost no strength to blink, much less move. Almost no strength. Naruto got up slowly from the ground and looked up at Sasuke with blurry vision, finding the pain from the chidori to his chest so great he nearly blacked out after the third blink. As the blonde-haired boy walked towards his friend, who had some blood on his lip, cuts, bruises, and a scar on his diagonal cheek as long as the boy's right index finger. A little banged up, but nothing life-threatening, thought Naruto, holding his whole covered chest as he got closer to his former teammate. It even hurt to produce a small smile. Not far watching the two boys, Hatake Kakashi scowled at his supposed dead last of a student and demon container of the monster that killed his sensei. Look at him, all smug, thinking he can just do that to an Uchiha prodigy. Not only that, but Konoha's Uchiha prodigy no less. The stupid demon thinks he is so great for beating Sasuke. I don't know why Jiraiya taught him that A-class technique and not Sasuke. If anything, Sasuke would be the one to perfect its using his given affinities if given the chance. I'll ask the council to petition the Sunin to teach it to Sasuke, thought Kakashi, observing his two students only to see Naruto pick Sasuke up and onto the good side of his back with his one good arm. Kakashi's eyes widened as he saw the hole in Naruto's chest had slowly stopped bleeding and the hole was now generating skin cells. Come on team, let's head back to Konoha so we can get patched up and I can fulfill my promise to Sakura-chan, said Naruto, trying his best to keep himself steady along with the Uchiha on his back. Well, what do you know, the kid actually beat Sasuke. Just like he did with Subaku no Gaara during the invasion, said Pakun, clearly impressed next to his signed contractor. Kakashi, however, narrowed his eye at Naruto for taking what he felt belonged to Sasuke, since he had believed it was Sasuke who defeated Gaara, not the Kuwabai vessel. He has to be killed. He's become too powerful as it is. If he were to unleash his true power, the demon fox would undoubtedly come back to Konoha to kill us all. We wouldn't be able to hold off another demon incursion from Kuwabai like we did with Irashi, sealing it away into that human form, thought Kakashi before making his decision, and went through the necessary hand signs, gaining his canine companion's interest. Whoa! Kakashi, what are you doing? Why are you doing hand signs for a, said a now surprised Pakun, only for Kakashi to mentally end the summons and make the dog soon go poof. Man Sasuke, when we get home and healed, we're going to get that seal off you from that snake team, and then I'm taking you to get some ramen to celebrate, said Naruto, looking over at a head slumped down and unconscious Uchiha Sasuke. He barely saw Kakashi come at him with a chidori when he turned to face forward when the sound of 1,000 birds chirping entered his eardrums. Chidori, yelled Kakashi, plunging his lightning-covered fist into Naruto's good side with the impact freeing Sasuke from his grasp, sending the Uchiha flying several feet back onto rock-hard ground. K Kakashi's sensei. "Why?" said Naruto after Kakashi pulled his bloodied hand out, wondering why his Jounin teacher had attacked just after all that had happened with him and Sasuke. "Why? Why not? Listen to me, Naru. No, I'm not going to continue the charade with you anymore, Kuwabai. I'm tired of you keeping Sasuke down. You are the reason Sasuke does not get the recognition he deserves. You are the reason Sasuke sees himself so inferior to his older brother and can't reach the next level of Sharingan. When I kill you and Sasuke wakes up, I'll simply tell him I saw him kill you, thus giving Sasuke the ultimate form of his Sharingan," said Kakashi, looking at Sasuke's unconscious form before scowling back down at Naruto. "Why you would kill me just F for S, Sasuke? What about what you said at the M Memorial S stone," said Naruto, the life slowly fading from his eyes as he tried to hang on. "What I said doesn't apply to you since you are a demon." Demons do not get the honor of being on that memorial stone, and the only thing you are going to get is a party in honor of your death when I report back to Tsunade-sama of your untimely death at the hands of a curse seal-influenced Uchiha Sasuke. Naturally I will be the necessary witness to the end of your concluded fight and how before Sasuke passed out he came to his senses and in front of me in your name pledged his allegiance to Konoha once more, said Kakashi with a small sadistic grin on his face, though it couldn't be seen by the mask on his face. You team loving B bastard. I hope when you die you go straight to hell. When you do I'll be BW waiting for you along with KQAbai to tier YU, S Sasuke, and every other piece of shit that F follows you new asshole the S size of this V valley, said Naruto, spitting some blood on Kakashi's sandals, making the white-haired Jounin scowl even more at the boy. In response to Naruto's spitting blood, Kakashi hit Naruto hard with a power kick to the ribs, breaking several of them as the boy crashed into a rocky wall, breaking his back in the process. Earth style, rock slide jutsu, said Kakashi, moving to the wall and put his hand on the final sign and put his hand on the rocky side of the valley no less than 15 feet away from Naruto fallen form. The rock along the wall of the valley shook and collapsed, falling towards Naruto in the form of soft earth and hard rock. If later looked upon, it would seem like it had simply been made from the two boys fighting each other with their own respectable skills and abilities. What Tsunade didn't know wouldn't hurt her in Kakashi's mind. This can't be happening. What about my promise to Sakura-chan? I can't die. I need to fulfill my dream in being Hokage and surpass all others. And in order to do that I need to live. I need to get stronger. I must get stronger, thought Naruto, trying to move only for the last of the rock slide to cover him in rock and dirt. What Naruto didn't know was that someone had heard his mental cries. With his task done, Kakashi walked away from the falling earth, not caring to look back as he picked up Sasuke and headed for Konoha to bring back the news that everyone was no doubt waiting to hear. It was around that time that it started to rain. Almost everyone, but I think they will get over it and quickly move on. After all, when the council revokes the third's law, when they hear the Kyuubi is dead they'll forget about the demon easily, thought Kakashi, nodding mentally to himself at the logic of his thoughts as he headed home. Naruto's mindscape. As Naruto's vision, stained with his own blood, fell to the darkness created by the rock and earth that was upon him, the Kyuubi in him stirred within his cage. During the battle the demon fox had been watching the two boys fight, and though the fox didn't like to admit it, the boy had a great deal of promise in him that he had thought was not there at all. Not many kids with an unruly demon inside of them could, with any training and any help from practically everyone, could have fought and won against another person like the Uchiha. A person who was the same age as Naruto, with a powerful bloodline and the exact opposite form of life than the other in terms of being raised, taught, the whole 9 yards. As the fox now stared at the form of Naruto within the boy's mind as he lay in the water, bloody, unconscious, and slowly dying, the demon fox made a decision that would in his mind change the very course of things in the future. Time to wake up, kid. We have to talk before it's too late and you decide to punch out of the job known as staying alive, said Kyuubi, sending what chakra he could to the boy without quickening his death. Slowly as Naruto had awakened from his fight with Sasuke, so had he with Kyuubi, only this time the fox found that unlike before there was no life in these eyes. They were without life, and had the boy not stopped to blink, Kyuubi would have thought the boy was dead. What do you want? Come to awaken me only to eat me before we die? Go ahead, I'm already dead, said Naruto, barely hearable to the Kyuubi despite the superior hearing. I'm not here to eat you, kid. I've come to help you in your greatest time of need, when all others wouldn't even lift their flesh-ratted hands to point and call for help, said Kyuubi, gaining the boy's attention if only slightly. Why? I'm weak. I may have beaten Sasuke, but I used your power to do it. Even with the curse seal that Sasuke had, it was cheating. If I were really strong I could have taken Sasuke without your help and would have been able to dodge Kakashi's Chidori, said Naruto, frowning as he stared at the ground and the water before turning into a snarl and letting out a scream of frustration that had been kept in him for years. You have every right to hate that bastard of a teacher for betraying you for that runt of an Uchiha. Personally, the older of the two Uchiha brothers, Itachi I think it was, did me a favor in killing off most of the clan. After all that was my purpose in heading to Konoha in the first place, said Kuwabai, getting Naruto's attention even more, and had the boy not blinked after a moment the fox would have thought, yet again, that Naruto had died. You came to Konoha to kill the Uchiha clan? Why, said Naruto looking at the demon fox, which at the moment seemed to be concentrating on something. Now is not the time to discuss these things when you are so close to death, kid, said Kuwabai, hoping the boy would leave it at that. He didn't. Hell no. You tell me right here right now or I'm not going to try and stay alive, thus killing you in the process when I die, said Naruto, as he had the direct source of his suffering now telling why he attacked Konoha when he did. Kuwabai, seeing no way to counter the boy, sighed and begun to tell his vessel everything. Very well. As you know, with every clan a bloodline that when created, comes from a single source. A single person having multiple mates branching out the bloodline like a tree that will eventually have more branches. However, the Uchiha clan did not simply have a member simply born with the Sharingan like everyone thinks they did. The first user and founder of the clan, that was Uchiha Madara, was not always an Uchiha. He was once a member of the Hyuga clan from the branch family as the degrading role as a servant for the main branch of the Hyuga family tree, even though his skills in the arts of gentle fist were better than some of the main house members. However, it was also because of his fighting abilities being so good that they used that cage bird seal on him constantly as a constant reminder of his place in the clan. Even when he was doing his task, the clan elders would use it on him just for kicks to see such a skilled servant bow to their whim. One day the man snapped and ran away from the clan only to run into the cave housing my sleeping form. The fool even tried to attack me in the hopes he could prove himself later on to others who would want his skills as a fighter to others, said Kuwabai, smirking at remembering the results of that little one-sided fight that left the man near death. I take it that you being in me meant that the guy got his ass handed to him, said Naruto, walking towards the fox and to the border in which the fox could reach him beyond the massive cage. Of course. I would have killed the man had I not felt a sliver of pity when I saw his eyes and knew the man wanted to prove himself to others and to rub it into the holier-than-thou Hyuga clan. I knew from his cage bird seal what part of the clan he belonged to, and with an act of mercy for reasons I still don't understand, I broke the cage bird seal with a stream of my chakra that I sent into him, and to see that the Hyugas couldn't kill him I mutated his eyes into what are now the Sharingan, said Kuwabai, remembering how the man was in awe at his newfound power. Man, those elders must have been super pissed, said Naruto, smiling slightly, wishing he could have seen the looks on those old fools. Correct, and they had every intention of killing him, but your Hokage simply told them that since his bloodline was now entirely different, Madara could build his own. That is the single main reason why the Uchihas and Hyugas always seem to try and outdo the other. It's a contest of the old Hyuga blood vs the new mutated Uchiha version, said Kuwabai, seeing Naruto nod his head in understanding. Okay, I understand now about the whole rivalry between bloodlines, but what about me and you going on a rampage? Ah yes. As time went by, I kept my eyes on the Uchiha clan just in case this went bad on me, and Kami starts pointing the finger at me. Damn all-knowing piece of, that's beside the point. The point is, after a while I saw that the man I gave the Sharingan eyes to was a more evil individual than even me. He had passed on the evil onto all of his descendants, though over the years had watered it down, though they all inherited the arrogance that one gets from having a powerful bloodline. I felt I had to go to Konoha and remove the bloodline from their eyes whether they liked it or not. When I headed to them, the head of the clan at the time appeared and hit me with a powerful genjutsu enhanced several times by his Sharingan eyes. It threw me into the rampage to Konoha that I am famous, or rather, infamous for, said Kuwabai, knowing Naruto could piece the rest of this together, since the rest, as was always said, was history. Naruto nodded his head, also understanding that the Uchihas didn't want to lose their precious bloodline, so the head of the Uchiha clan interfered with Kuwabai's original intentions. You said you wanted to help me, but how can you help me now when I'm so close to death? Why should I even try to live when practically everyone in Konoha wants me dead because of you, said Naruto, his anger coming back to him full force at those idiots who mistreated him. I want to help you live again, kid. For too long have I been a curse to you rather than a blessing that I should have been had the village council not been arrogant, said the Kyuubi, having been awake just long enough to overhear their arguing over his vessel that fateful night before sleep took him. Flashback 12 years ago. We should kill the creature, said a council member with pink hair while getting cheers from the side that supported it, while the other side yelled at them, with poor Sarutobi in the middle of it all, holding the infant in his arms, not trusting the sleeping baby yet with anyone until he knew who to trust. Unfortunately, there were too few supporters who wanted to honor Arashi's dying wish. Now Harano-san, let's not be hasty. The demon could be tamed in this form to be our perfect weapon. I have heard some rumors from Suna that their cage is experimenting with the idea, or soon will be, with his soon-to-be child. Why not turn the creature into a lethal weapon that we can control with a snap of our fingers, said Danzo, getting some of the group in front of him interested, only for Sarutobi to put his foot down on the idea. Absolutely not. Need I remind all of you that Arashi wished this boy to be seen as a hero, who I remind you used as a sacrifice to seal the demon fox within his stomach? To kill the child, much less use him as a weapon for your own ambitions, goes against what my late successor died for, said the Sandaime, getting nodded support from the other council members that were Hyuga Hayashi, Abarame Shivi, and the old Inoshikacho group. What are you, a bunch of demon lovers, said Inyazukatsum, growling at the opposition before looking at the baby, sending killer intent at it, hoping to kill the infant with it? However, Sarutobi had sensed it the moment she looked in his direction at Naruto and forcefully silenced her with his own before Tsum's own could do anything against the child. There will be none of that, Inyazuka. Try that again and you will be in for a session with Ibiki, and we all know how he can treat those who have animal traits in them, said the Sandaime, making Tsum shiver in fear, as she knew that when tortured by Ibiki your enhanced senses were not safe to have. What about the demon boy, said Yasha Harano, glaring at the child, though it would not be the last time that happened around the infant. You mean Arashi's son, said Hayashi, getting looks of surprise and to a degree betrayal from the third, as though it was meant to be a secret. That demon is not the fourth's child, said Homura Mitokado, getting a very angry look from his former partner at saying such a thing. Oh? Who else would Arashi use to save us and the rest of the village from the Kyuubi's wrath? Who better to trust this task with than his own son, said Shivi, seeing the logic behind Arashi's decision to use the boy that was his son. I don't care if he's the son of Kami, he's still a taint on our village, even if what you say is true about him being from the Kazuma clan itself. I say that the demon child goes to the orphanage like all the others that lost their parents. Let them deal with the child. With any luck the demon will starve to death, said Yasha Harano, smirking at the thought, but was silenced by the Akimichi of the Inoshikacho opposition, as that was one of their worst nightmares to face for their clan. We will compromise. The boy will have his last name changed to Uzumaki and will be put in the village orphanage until he is old enough to live on his own. Then when he is 16 years old he will then be told the truth and will receive all of his inheritance and the necessary teachers to train him in his father's ways. How does that sound, said Hayashi, as he looked at his fellow council members, who seemed to be in deep thought about it. Very well. 16 years old it is, but if that demon gets out of line even once Hokage-sama, he gets executed regardless of the reason, said Harano, while mentally smirking, as all she had to do was tell a few hate-filled umbu what she knew and the kid would be dead within the hour. Even if he's defending himself, said Shivi, sensing the ill will the pink-haired woman had for the infant. Why not? If we let it defend itself it sends a poor message we can't control the demon, said Tsum, though Shikaku shook his head in disagreement. No, it sends a message that we do not honor a hero's dying wish and that ninjas can just bully the villagers no matter what. It would be a poor message sent by us that could make it hard to get potential clients in the future or favor from our own daimyo, said Shikaku, getting a nod from Shivi, knowing that they were on thin ice as it was with the man after Toad Sunin was spotted near the man's wife's personal indoor hot spring 4 months ago. Flashback end. After that the Kyuubi could hear no more, as he barely could onto hold consciousness and soon fell asleep in his cage. The sleep never lasted long though, as he only seemed to be awakening for a moment after several attacks on the boy's life that resulted in villagers and ninja being killed by a demonically enhanced child running on his subconsciousness and primal state while under his influence. Still, in the end it proved to everyone that attacking the boy just proved useless and fatal to those who tried it, much to the annoyance of the council that wanted Naruto dead. Thanks Kuwabai-sama. Aside from the old man Hokage, the old bat Tsunade, and Hinata-chan, you are the only one to earn my respect, said Naruto, bowing his head in gratitude towards the great fox demon. Hinata-chan? Why do you call her that and not like the other two? Said Kuwabai, only to see Naruto look at him with a small increase of color to his cheeks with life in his eyes yet again, as if her name was all that could. Well I guess it's because she's always nice. Like when she wanted to help me in the Chuunin exams, then during the prelims she gave me that healing cream, and then before my fight with Niji she told me she believed in me and cheered me on. Also she doesn't hate me for holding you, even though she will one day when she learns the truth, just like everyone else will when they think I'm dead, said Naruto, with his face losing the color and his eyes becoming dead again, much to the disheartened look on Kuwabai's face. Don't be so sure. I've seen many things in my life and I know this. That girl has a love for you that not even Kami himself could break with all his power. Trust me, when you return to Konoha she will not betray you, said Kuwabai, only to see Naruto shaking his head at the last part. I'm not going back to Konoha. That place is filled with sinners, idiots, and corrupt fools that deserve to be devoured by the death god himself, said Naruto, wishing nothing more than to see the looks on their faces the day that happened, if ever. I didn't mean go back right away, kid. I meant return to Konoha in a few years after you've gotten strong enough to take back the honor that they stole from you, me, and the fourth Hokage, said the Kuwabai before his chakra manifested itself around his fox body before shrinking down into a somewhat human form. When the red chakra had cleared Naruto's vision, he saw a man with dark brown reddish hair. His hard-looking eyes were covered with a clear glass visor on his face, and the face itself he noticed had some small facial hair on the lower part of his face. Is that your human form, Kuwabai? Said Naruto, half expecting ears and a tail to go with the black pants and dark brown reddish trench coat-like thing that seemed to be blowing in an unforeseen winds. Yes. In my many years I have made travel through the shinobi world even before some villages were first founded. When walking around in villages I knew that my larger form would frighten them and force them to either run or fight me. This form allows me to act more according to the ways of stealth that all the shinobis of the world pride themselves on having, said Kuwabai, walking out of the cage, scaring Naruto almost out of his mind. Literally. How did you do that? Said Naruto, hoping that his demon guest didn't want to back out and simply possess his vessel's body. I have always been able to do that, but only for a short time. It was how I was able to help you when you were younger, when you were attacked by villagers and ninja alike, said Kuwabai, getting an understanding nod, and now understood why the third had asked him if he remembered anything after the first attack on his life. Oh. Thank you again, Kuwabai-sama, said Naruto, bowing his head again to show his appreciation to the demon lord. Don't call me that, said Kuwabai, his eyes hardening at the name everyone kept referring him by, as it was not his true name. Why? Said Naruto, not understanding. Because that name is not my own. It is not a title I want, nor did I want in the first place, so I cannot be called that anymore. From this day forward you will call me by my true name, said the demon lord, his cape somehow getting slightly larger than before. What is your true name? Said Naruto, wanting to know the fox's name so that maybe the two could be friends, or even, Kami forbid, a family. Since you asked I will tell you. My name is, Zanjutsu, said Zanjutsu, extending his hand towards Naruto, who in response and return took it. Uzumaki Naruto, said Naruto, smiling at the taller figure, who gave his own. For now I can't tell him his true heritage until later. If I were to tell him now he wouldn't be able to cope with all that has happened and with the people he hates back in Konoha. So for now I'll be quiet about his family legacy, if only for a little while longer, thought Zanjutsu before wrapping his trench coat like chakra around Naruto, healing the wounds the battle had left behind. So what now, Zanjutsu-sama, said Naruto as the two broke off the handshake and were now talking strategy. We must kill all those who have wronged us, Naruto. From Sound Village to Akatsuki to those within Konoha itself. I must warn you though, Naruto, that should you do this there is no turning back from it, and those we swore to kill we must kill no matter how much they beg for their lives, said Zanjutsu, as he did not want his vessel to get cold feet early on. I understand, Zanjutsu-sama, said Naruto, knowing that showing mercy to his enemies was beyond approach now and that only thing to do now was to unleash his hate upon the world. The old Naruto is dead. In his place that rose from his grave at the Valley of the End is a new and improved Uzumaki Naruto. An Uzumaki Naruto, who is a blood-spilling killer, a foul mouth, and the toughest sob around. You are going to be an Uzumaki Naruto who doesn't take shit from anybody. If someone so much as even looks at you the wrong way, you knock them on their ass and into the ground 6 feet under, said Zanjutsu, his eyes glowing and his trench coat-like form now covered Naruto up to his neck. From this day forward I pledge my loyalty to you, Zanjutsu-sama, and all the knowledge you empower me with, said Naruto, bowing his head, knowing that his old life and dream were dead and that a new was born in its place. To destroy everyone who had wronged him all his life. Let the bloodbath begin, said Zanjutsu, smiling at his protege, knowing they were in for one wild ride and their enemies were about to face their worst nightmare. Kami help all their enemies, because no one else will. Konoha. During that time, the people of Konoha waited for the team to return, only to find that when they did they were worse for wear and some needed to get medical attention right away. As the now battered up retrieval team came in, people were wondering what became of their prized Uchiha Sasuke and the demon Uzumaki Naruto. If the demon was dead then a party was in order, but if the Uchiha was dead then a grand funeral in his honor would have to be prepared for the Shari non-user. Do you think Sasuke-kun will be okay? Said Ino to Sakura, who waited for the return of their beloved Uchiha. Of course he is. I made Naruto Baka promised me he would return Sasuke-kun to me, and if he doesn't then I'll just kick the crap out of him for failing, said Sakura, with her inner self fully agreeing with her outer version. Why you shouldn't be belittle and Naruto-kun like that. He always keeps his promises because it's his Nindo, said Hinata, also waiting for her champion to return, but for her it wasn't the Uchiha everyone referred to. Her champion went by the name of Uzumaki Naruto. Soon one last figure came out of the shadows of the trees and into the village gates of Konoha that turned out to be none other than Kakashi, holding a living, unconscious, and breathing Uchiha Sasuke in his arms. The crowd cheered as he rushed past, and even more when they noticed that Uzumaki Naruto was not with the group, meaning he was dead or dying from fatal injuries. For the people living in the village hidden in the leaf, whether you were a ninja or just simply a villager, it was a double victory by their standards. While Sakura and Ino cheered about how Sasuke had returned, Hinata was devastated by the ordeal, knowing she would never be able to tell the boy she had looked up to how she felt. Naruto-kun is gone. But he can't be gone. Naruto-kun has to become Hokage like he always wanted. He has to achieve his dream, thought Hinata, her eyes flowing with tears as she fell to her knees, crying her heart out at the loss that had been delivered to it. Come on Hinata, lighten up. So what if Naruto Baka is gone? Sasuke is back, and if you are nice we will let you join us in rebuilding the Uchiha clan with him, said Sakura, as she looked over at Hinata, wondering how the girl could love the ramen addict so much. Yeah. Good riddance. Sure, he made people laugh, but compared to Sasuke-kun, Naruto is just leftovers you feed to a sick dog in the alleyway, said Ino, not realizing what she said had created a major impact in the Hyuga girl's heart. And it was not good for Pinky or Blonde if the Hyuga girl had any say in the matter. Before any more words could be said more about either Sasuke or Naruto, a very worried-looking Tsunade came through the crowd, hoping her adopted little brother was alright. Kakashi, where is Naruto? Said Tsunade, not seeing him with the group or with the copycat ninja. Tsunade-sama, I'm sorry to tell you this, but Naruto is dead. Sasuke killed him with a Chidori to the chest while in psychotic episode brought on by the curse seal, said Kakashi, knowing that was the most believable scenario that could have happened during the fighting. What? Said Tsunade, her shock hitting her heart, and yet for some reason she felt that something was off, and her women's intuition that had never failed her, especially around Jiraiya, was telling her to probe deeper. As I said, Tsunade-sama, Naruto was killed by a Chidori, which I had taught to Sasuke for the Chunin exams in order to fight and win against Subaku no Gaara, said Kakashi, giving Sasuke to a medic ninja who went right to work on the boy's injuries. As if that weakling could ever defeat me, said Gaara, eyes Kakashi with suspicion while his demon was whispering how the man spelled of hate for his brethren and that he had Naruto's blood mixed with the Uchihas in his hands. I suggest you watch your mouth, Subaku no Gaara, as you will not find welcome to those who disrespect the Uchiha clan, said Kakashi, not liking the tone in the young red-haired brat's voice. Because what I say is true, Hatake-san. Is it because you don't want me to tell the others just who beat me during the invasion of Konoha? The only one to earn my respect was the person who defeated me in combat, and his name is not Uchiha Sasuke, said Gaara, glaring at the Jounin, who in turn glared back. That's not what the report I was handed says, said Kakashi, wishing this thing like the Kyuubi would just die. Then your council falsified documents, as I was there and I know who beat me. It was Uzumaki Naruto who beat me. Not that runt of an Uchiha you praise right now, despite him being a traitor, said Gaara, getting shocked looks from everyone, though some were more of a look of disbelief than surprise. Liar. Naruto Baka couldn't fight his way out of a wet academy test, said Sakura, getting several laughs from the crowd as the test scores had been made public every time the boy failed. They would have laughed more had Gaara's sand popped out of his gourd and grabbed Sakura before slamming her into a nearby tree. When it comes to fighting strong, worthy opponents, I do not lie, you pink-haired whore, said Gaara, letting out a great deal of killer intent at everyone, shutting up their cries for the leaf ninja around them to kill him. As for Ino herself, she was going to retaliate to avenge her friend Sakura, but she was soon knocked out from behind by Hinata, who couldn't stand by and watch Naruto's name be driven through the mud while the Uchiha was polished like it was a rare jewel. If what you say is true, Hatake, about Naruto being dead, then I will need the one thing I gave him back, said Tsunade, who after watching that little argument between Gaara and Kakashi wasn't so sure of the man's story about how Naruto died. What is that, Hokage-sama? Said Kakashi, slightly surprised the Hokage gave the demon anything at all to hold onto. Wrong answer. Liar, yelled Tsunade, punching the man through a wall, shocking everyone who saw her do it. Tsunade-sama, why did you do that? Said Tenten, shocked that the woman punched the book-reading pervert. If Naruto died as Kakashi claimed he did, then Naruto was face up or face down, but to confirm he was dead, Kakashi would have turned him over for the latter and seen he was wearing my necklace. If what Kakashi says is true, then Naruto would have wanted him to take the necklace I gave him back to me. The very fact that Kakashi does not have it means he's not telling the whole truth, said Tsunade, fuming at the man she had sent into near unconsciousness as he stumbled out from the wall he was sent through. Must enhanced senses from Shikaku tell me he has Naruto's blood stained on his right arm, just like the Uchiha in the same fashion. He also had some dried blood from Naruto on his foot, meaning he was in front of Naruto when he supposedly died. This leads to me to conclude Kakashi could have taken Naruto back with him along with the weakling of an Uchiha too, said Gaara, his face turning into a hateful glare at the now wobbling one-eyed Jounin. You mean Naruto-kun's own sensei killed him, said Temari, thinking back to how the boy she as well as Hinata had come to admire for taking on her brother and winning. Just when she thought she found a potential boyfriend who would respect her and yet not be afraid of Gaara, the boy's own sensei snuffs his life out like blowing out a candle. Sadly, it would appear that way to Mary, as it is just like in Suna when I was child, and Naruto has received no love from where he was born, only unlike me he never had any type of shield to protect him from harm. Tsunade. The new alliance between Suna and Konoha is officially over, as I cannot ally with a village that shuns their heroes for traitors like the Uchiha. It is a madness I do not want my family or my village involved in, said Gaara, turning to walk away with Kankuro and Temari right behind him. To think, out of all the people in this village Naruto was the only good soul around, said Kankuro, shaking his head, who had helped his brother change complete in personality. To the three Suna siblings, Naruto was an angel in a place filled with sinners. "Gaara-sama. Please wait," said Tsunade, but the three were gone before she could stop them any further. "Good riddance. Another demon in this village is the last thing we need," said a villager, getting several nods from the other people around him, only to be silenced with his head exploding from a punch to his head by an enraged Tsunade. Hokage's office moments later. After what she heard the villager say, Tsunade couldn't stand to see or hear the people of this place talk about Naruto like they did. Even now they were celebrating in the streets, shooting off fireworks into the sky. Tsunade figured that they had been saving them for just this sort of occasion, for when Naruto would one day die on a deadly mission like this. However, she imagined they would use the excuse of the Uchiha being rescued as for their reason for celebrating such a successful mission. Had it not been for the rain that was starting to come down, Tsunade imagined that there would be more fireworks shooting into the sky right about now. Drinking sake to stabilize her own grief, Tsunade had left Shizune in charge of Konoha's hospital from top to bottom. She had even told Shizune that if any of the doctors or the nurses were caught celebrating Naruto's death, she could kill them without question. Since they were the most experienced in medicine, they could always train more people outside the village to work here to keep the level of arrogance down. By that point Jiraiya appeared looking grim, having heard the news from the crowd and what his stupid apprentice had been through with his old Team 7 sensei. "Tsunade, I know you don't want to hear this, but despite the loss you have to stay as Hokage. If you don't, the leaf will fall into some worse times if you are not, and there are still people in Konoha that were still precious to Naruto before he died. If you decide to leave now, you will abandon all those that still care for him and leave them in the care of those who do not have their best interest at heart," said Jiraiya, wondering if it was a curse that had been on him when it came to taking on apprentices. "It won't matter when the council revokes the third's law on Naruto, telling them that he was really a demon in human skin. They won't care about him anymore and may even join in on the celebrating. Arashi was so stupid when he decided to save these ingrates he call his precious people," said Tsunade, slamming a fist down on the wooden and now slightly cracked table before letting out her cries and tears as only she could with Jiraiya to hold her. "Let it out, Tsunade, I'm here. I know you think of me as nothing, but a sleazy pervert all the time, but I did care about Naruto. I saw a lot of potential in him that I only saw in the fourth when I trained him to be what he was when he took the title of Hokage. Maybe when we finally die of old age and we see him again, we will have our chance to say what we should have said earlier," said Jiraiya, holding the woman tighter in his arms to try and calm her shivering form. "I'm sorry, Naruto." "I'm so sorry," said Tsunade, clinging to Jiraiya, who nodded his head, knowing those were the simple words they both would have to say in the afterlife when the time came. "Tsunade, I," said Jiraiya, but was stopped when he sensed it, as did Tsunade, and both opened their eyes wide with fear at what they were sensing. Quickly they rushed to the window to see what they felt was also visible from their room, and found to their horror that it most certainly was. From the windows of the Hokage's office, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and basically every other place in the elemental countries saw a spinning tower of demonic chakras shooting up towards the sky. "What in the name of Kami," said Tsunade as her heart gripped with fear at what was happening outside where Naruto apparently died. The doors in her office immediately swung open and the council members came in, each looking as pale as the others of their group. "Hokage-sama, what is going on? We thought that the demon died just like Kakashi said he did," said Yasha Harano, finding that the second greatest day of her life was now turning into a horrible dream. "Get me Kakashi in here now. He said Naruto died and he's going to tell us how he did," said Tsunade, wanting an explanation from the traitorous man, who was no better than Itachi. Fortunately, Kakashi appeared seconds later, scared out of his mind, and Tsunade couldn't help but smirk at his reaction to the sight and sense of the demon fox's chakra towering into the heavens in the distance. "Hokage-sama," said Kakashi, only to be cut off by Tsunade when she ran at him, grabbed him by the throat, and slammed him into a nearby wall. "Tsunade-sama, put that ninja down now, he is a hero of this village and responsible for the death of Kuwabai," said Danzo in protest, only to be silenced by a venomous glare. "Shut up. Now Kakashi, you are going to tell me how you killed Naruto before you left, or I'll cut you up piece by piece with such precision that not even Orochimaru could put you back together for a future experiment, said Tsunade, squeezing the man's throat tighter to make sure he got his point. He did. Hokage-sama, I killed, Naruto, with AAS second, C Chidori T to his, C chest, knowing that after Sasuke H had already given him 01 in, T their fight, and I knew he couldn't withstand another one, said Kakashi, trying to free himself from the woman's incredible grip. Anything else you neglected to mention? Like how you left him before he died, said Tsunade, giving the man a hard punch to the gut, making the man let out a scream in pain. Naruto was still alive after the attack. I hit him, W with I kicked, I might have kicked him into the cavern W wall, at the V valley of the end B before using my rock slide jutsu to bury him beneath the earth, said Kakashi, hoping she wouldn't punch him again, and for a moment when she didn't he felt some relief. Before she made him scream in even more pain and she kneed him in the groin, hard. There is still a chance that he is alive, said Tsunade, clinging to the hope that the boy was still very much alive. If he is alive, we should kill him before he seeks to take on us at full strength to get his revenge for abusing his human form. Danzo, get all the umbu that you can and send a strike team after the demon and kill him without question, said Yasha Harano, only to be silenced by the killer intent Tsunade generate around them, with Jiraiya diving behind her desk and waiting for the worst of the soon-to-be slaughter to be over. She was never this mad when I was caught peeping at her through her window that one full moon 15 years ago. Sure, she beat the crap out of me and I was in the hospital for a good 3 months, but this is nuts, thought Jiraiya as he almost wished the Kyuubi would come and kill them all. Tsunade would have in fact killed them all had it been for the ominous roar they heard many miles away that brought them back to the present. The great primal sound echoed into Konoha, creating shockwaves that destroyed several homes and business. Demonic red lightning struck several places around Konoha, destroying them instantly from the sheer intensity of them, causing some panic in the streets. Okami! Are you doing this, Naruto? Or are you letting the Kyuubi out as punishment for failing Arashi? Thought Tsunade, look at his window only to see the same towering demonic chakra, only now she saw red lighting shooting around it from the cloudy sky and around Konoha as the rain dropped a heavier pace. One even struck the facial form on the Hokage monument that was first Hokage, causing the chunks of rock to fall onto the homes of the populace below. Tsunade, what are, said Jiraiya, only to be interrupted by the Busta woman. Send the umbu. Tell them to find Naruto and if possible bring him back alive and unharmed. If not, said Tsunade, but didn't have the heart to speak it. I'll go with them, said Jiraiya before glaring at the council members and a still on the ground Kakashi before leaving in poof of smoke. Hyuga compound. While this happened, Hinata had run home with tears in her eyes and her heart shattered to pieces at learning that Naruto was dead and she had not confessed her feelings for him. It's not fair. Why can't I be strong like Naruto-kun? If I had, then I would have told him how I feel, then maybe he would have returned my feelings, and then, thought Hinata, who couldn't help but blush at the fantasy of being along with her love and kissing him regardless of what others thought. There was a slight knock at her door and Hyuga Hayashi stepped in to see his daughter with tears in her eyes and trying to remove the ruffles on her ninja jacket to look nice in front of her father. Hello Hinata. I see you have heard the horrible news about Naruto-san's untimely death at the hands of his own sensei, said Hayashi, who would have taken care of the boy himself if it didn't create problems for him with his own family and those that opposed the idea altogether. Why, father? Why did Kakashi-san kill Naruto-kun? His own student? Naruto-kun was never cruel to anyone and didn't deserve such betrayal. Why, said Hinata after she ran to her father and cried as he held her in his arms, not even realizing that she didn't even stutter when she spoke. Hinata, what I'm about to tell you must stay between us for now. It's an S-class secret of the village made by the third Hokage. However, if the council has its way they will most likely revoke the law now that Naruto is deceased, said Hayashi, doing his best to comfort his crying daughter. Damn those clan elders and their traditions, thought Hayashi, as they wanted Hinata to be a part of the branch family with Niji so his little girl couldn't become clan head and remove the cage bird seal. What S-class S secret? What D does it have T to do with N Naruto-kun, said Hinata, as she looked up at her father with puffy bloodshot eyes. Hinata, do you know the birthday of Uzumaki Naruto, said Hayashi, walking his daughter over to her bed where they both sat down on. Why yes father. N Naruto-kun's birthday is October 10th, which is T the same D-day as the Kikuabai was killed by T the 4th Hokage, said Hinata as she thought that if her birthday was on something that great she would be happy about it, but when she saw Naruto on his birthday last year he was always depressed. Hinata, the truth is that the Kikuabai never died. It was sealed away by the 4th Hokage into an infant that had just recently been born. That child Hinata, was, said Hayashi, but was interrupted by Hinata, whose eyes were wide with shock. Naruto. It was Naruto-kun the 4th Hokage sealed Kikuabai into. That's the reason why people hate him and try to throw him out of places when he's not around others he trusts. Why I can feel their killer intent aimed at him on his birthday and why he never went to the festival at night, said Hinata looking at her father, who sadly nodded to her before she threw herself around him yet again. Hinata, I want you to know that Naruto is not the fox demon that everyone thinks he is despite their own fear and arrogance that plagues them. Naruto is still the boy that you love and if he were still alive I would have given my blessing to pursue a relationship with him in the future, said Hayashi, getting a surprised look from his daughter who blushed at the thought only for it to vanish and more tears came to mind. Damn. I helped and screwed up at the same time, thought Hayashi, who continued to try and calm his daughter by stroking her hair. Father, see can we go see Niji and I-san at the H hospital, said Hinata, hoping that seeing someone she cares about being alive could help ease the pain, though in her mind she knew the pain would always be an open wound that would never close. After a while they exited the Hyuga compound only for both of them to see as well as feel the immense demonic chakra in the distance, and soon a great primal roar was heard echoing in the distance from them from the tower of chakra that followed. What power, thought Hayashi, amazed at the power that was held in the Kikuabai, and at this point began to fully realize why the boy was to be considered a hero. The power leading into the heavens, though far away, was clearly a power that could rival the gods, and it had been contained by a 12-year-old boy. A boy that almost everyone in the village had shunned or hated during that time, and because of such hate Naruto may just become a self-fulfilled prophecy that would destroy everything and everyone in his path. Almost everyone. Naruto-kun, thought Hinata, wondering about her father's words and what he said to her about Naruto not being a demon, and thought back to what she knew of Naruto. The boy was never cruel to others. He always encouraged those close to him to do better whether they failed or not. If Naruto truly had been a demon he would have killed the Leaf Village long ago when the Sandaime was still alive. He's not a demon, said Hinata in a whisper, but the words had strength in them that Hayashi, despite being afraid at the sight before, couldn't help but find some relief in his daughter's words. It's good to know that your feelings haven't changed for him, Hinata. However, to ensure that both you and your sister are safe I need you to head back into the Hyuga compound and wait for me to return, said Hayashi, who got a nod from his shy little Hinata as she bowed her head and left him to take care of dangerous matters. Matters that may involve her Naruto-kun. No matter what, I will always love you and you alone, Naruto-kun, and should you know when you decide to come back I'll be waiting for you, thought Hinata, walking back into the Hyuga compound to inform her sister of the news, who she imagined was now scared out of her mind from sensing what Hinata already did. With the Suna siblings, Gaara had never knew the true meaning of fearing death, but when he sensed the massive wave of the Kikuabai's chakra and the roar that came later on, he felt that this demon was the perfect definition of it. As he looked back, Gaara realized that Naruto may not be as dead as his traitorous sensei claimed he was, or that the fox was free and looking to get a little payback for the abuse his vessel received over the years. Let us hurry to Suna. We have preparations to prepare for should the Leaf survive, and we need to make sure that all those that were Naruto's friends outside of the Leaf know the truth of what happened to him, said Gaara, seeing the clearly pale look on Temeri's face and Kankuro's sweaty palms that looked like they had been soaking in a lake. Yes brother, said Temeri and Kankuro, knowing that when the shit hit, or rather if it hit the fan, they wanted to be far away from it as possible. Even if the demon inside Naruto didn't go after Konoha, or that Naruto was alive, once the word got out what happened with him and the leaf, the things were going to become hectic. In the eyes of the Suna sibling, the sins of the people in Konoha could not go on without them being punished for it. At the Valley of the End several hours later, the spinning tower of demonic chakra had practically consumed the Valley of the End, covering it in Zanjutsu's massive demonic essence. Combined with his vessel's emotions of pain, suffering, and betrayal, well, let's just say life had no chance of hell growing in this place, even if the first Hokage tried to make it happen. The intense bout of demonic chakra that Zanjutsu released felt invigorating to Naruto rather than a burden. Unlike the other times Naruto called on the fox's power, the two were never acting in perfect unison, thus causing problems for the boy. Now handling the demonic fox's chakra in a perfect blend with his own, though extremely difficult, was in fact running quite smoothly. Naruto could feel himself physically changing as he embraced this demonic influence given by Zanjutsu, who channeled the chakra with Naruto to make the changes perfect. The first thing he had to do was to make Naruto taller, since the kid was basically at the moment a midget in all, but name, and needed to grow the height he should have been had he eaten healthy. Naruto, when we are done here you must travel to Wave Country to pick up some things that will assist you in our travels, said Zanjutsu with his body behind Naruto to help the massive amount of chakra to flow without trouble. I understand Zanjutsu-sama, though at the rate I am growing I need new clothes, said Naruto, as he felt his body reach a new height of 5 feet 4 inches rather than the 4 feet 8 inches that he originally was. You will have such items when this is over, but stay alert as I sense a squad of Umbu and the one you call Ero Sennin heading our way, said Zanjutsu, slightly tired from giving the boy so much power just to be alive and change the boy for the better. Great. Just when things are looking up, I have the super pervert on my ass along with Umbu, who I bet want to kill my ass whether Ero Sennin is with them or not. I guess when they saw the power you unleashed to help me, Tsunade had to go on the side of caution and send a team to investigate and if need be, destroy, said Naruto, finding that the same woman he brought back to Konoha to be the Hokage had most likely signed his death warrant with those Umbu. The irony of it all. Soon after a good 10 minutes the storm died down and the tower of chakra was no more as it sank back into the seal and onto Naruto, changing its energy composition to become a set of clothing for him. It was all black with a reddish tint to it, with that same type of billowing cloak-like appearance Zanjutsu now has with his. Just as his new clothing finished its manifestation on him, Zanjutsu also retreated back to the seal to rest minutes before the Umbu and Jiraiya appeared dressed for battle, though Jiraiya himself looked the same as ever. Naruto, said Jiraiya, motioning the Umbu squad to keep their distance as to not piss the boy off. How are you, Ero Sennin? Still getting the crap kicked out of you by the old hag, said Naruto, his eyes closed as he didn't need to open them just yet. Mind who you talk about, demon, said an Umbu of the group, only to get a glare from Jiraiya that told him to shut up, along with "You're going to get it later. I take it the council that opposes my very existence ordered them to come kill me? Are you here for that too, Ero Sennin? Was all that you trained me even for a little while just some form of humor for you to get your kicks off? Train the little Kyuubi brat for a little while, then ditch him when it was no longer funny. Use him as a running joke, then just backstab him to get back at the Kyuubi in me that helped kill the fourth Hokage, said Naruto venomously while frowning heavily with his eyes closed, feeling the depths of his anger awakening again as he spoke. Naruto, it isn't like that. I'm not your enemy and neither is Tsunade. She cares about you like the third did. Surely you see that? Right, said Jiraiya, hoping the boy would see the truth in his words. What are you wasting your time for, Jiraiya-sama? It's clear by the boy's appearance that the Kyuubi has taken over his mind and body. We need to kill him before he decides to attack us and the village, said another Umbu, reaching behind his back for his sword, only to be stopped by the sudden pressure they all felt from Naruto's killer intent. Listen here, all of you dipshits, and that includes you too, Jiraiya-sama. I am not going to be your little punching bag anymore. Those days are over. From now on this punching bag is going to do his own bit of punching, only this time I aim to kill, said Naruto, as he opened his eyes, revealing cold red eyes that screamed pain for all that messed with the boy. Jiraiya took a step back, not wanting to feel the boy's wrath, or to at least prove to the boy that he didn't want to fight in any way. The Umbu, however, well, they took the look from Naruto's eyes and his words as a means of aggression that was against the leaf. Kill the demon, said the leader of the Umbu before the group of 6 surrounded Naruto, who just stared at Jiraiya, not caring about the other. Tell that old hag and that damned council that every person she sends after me will die, and every time she does this moment will be the end result if that happens, said a hate-filled Naruto, removing one slightly clawed-looking hand from his cloak and held it firmly above his head, open palmed. Naruto, wait, said Jiraiya before leaping away as the Umbu just charged forward like the stupid idiots that they were. Demonic art, dome of devastation, said Naruto, as his eyes flashed red for an instant before he was covered in a dome of red chakra that was 20 feet in diameter, killing all in its path. The Umbu were easily disintegrated while Jiraiya got away with a few scorch marks on his white mane of hair. The dome lasted for about 5 minutes before Naruto retracted it into his palm and looked at the super pervert with hatred that had been bottled up for the 12 years of his life that he hid behind fake smiles and cheers. Naruto, don't do this. I was not sent here to kill you. I was here to convince you to come back to Konoha by Tsunade, said Jiraiya, looking at what had become of his student. Even if I did come back with you, I would be put on trial for hurting their all-precious Uchiha and no doubt be executed or exiled because of it. Do you honestly think that I want to go back to being beaten up on my birthday? To be thrown out of shops, or to be charged 3 times the amount for something that has long been rusted or something edible that's expired? 60-year-old homeless people dying from cancer get more mercy than I do in Konoha, so don't go on about how there are people there that care for me, because they don't, said Naruto, sending a wave of chakra at Jiraiya, who was flown back several more feet. Naruto, you idiot, of course there are people who care about you. What about Rock Lee? He wants to fight you once he's healed. What about Hyuga Hinata? She basically in all sense of the word loves you, said Jiraiya, who would have said more, but stopped when he realized that Hinata was a taboo name as the ground beneath him started to shake and more hatred poured out of Naruto's eyes. Don't you think I know that? I know she cares about me, but I can't tell her how I feel about her since she'll be a target for being a demon lover. You think her own clan will protect her from the mobs that will form to cleanse her of my demon taint? Half the attacks on me were coordinated by that bastard clan, and when the old man promised me they would be punished, I believed him, but you know what? About 2 to 3 days after all the attacks, they were back on the streets looking all smug at getting away and beating the crap out of me. You want to tell me Ero Sennin, who has that pull in politics of Konoha, that have the strength enough to overturn the Hokage's decision? It doesn't take an idiot or a super pervert to know the truth behind what had happened in the days the Sandaime took office again, said Naruto as his chakra and zanjutsu started to swirl around him as he got ready to leave this place. You know the council will send wave after wave of hunter ninja after you. Right? They will think the Kyuubi has influenced you to the point where you need to be killed, right? Said Jiraiya, wondering how the hell the third Hokage had let it go this far. Just tell her for every team she sends have a good supply of body bags ready, if I even decide to leave her with a body. Oh, and the name of my demon sensei is not Kyuubi, it's Zanjutsu, said Naruto before the spinning chakra consumed him and left no trace of the boy or where he may have gone. Tsunade is going to kill me, said Jiraiya, shedding a tear before heading back to the Leaf Village, knowing that the next time that Naruto and him meet again they would no longer be master and apprentice. They were going to be enemies that would have to fight to the death. Chapter 2 Preparations. The walk to Wave Country was a little longer than Naruto remembered it was, even with the teleportation jutsu he used to leave the Valley of the End. It had been an entire week before he entered Wave territory, and once he saw the bridge not far off in the distance he knew he was nearly home. If anything, Wave Country had become the place that Konoha had long since forgotten it was, or it only pretended to be. Wave Country was the home of heroes. Wave Country was the true home of Uzumaki Naruto. Still, given everything that happened, it would be best if this hero stayed in the shadows a little while longer, thought Naruto, walking towards the bridge. His trench coat morphed slightly to cover most of his head, leaving only the jawline of his mouth. As he walked to very beginning of the bridge that would allow him access to his home, he saw a plaque with an inscription on the bridge floor. "Welcome to the Great Uzumaki Naruto Bridge. Named after the hero who brought light into our dark world and showed a demon that it was okay to care for someone other than yourself. There is more truth in this plaque than Konoha will ever know," said Naruto, taking a step over the plaque before walking straight on to see some old friends who could put him up for the night. If just only for the one night. When Naruto arrived at Tajuna's house, he was surprised that nothing changed except a nice garden and small, but noticeable renovation on the side that was clearly meant to house more people. He walked up to the house and saw a small note on the door and began to read it. "Dear whoever reads this. We're in the market area right now, so if you need us, you know where we are. Hope to be back in 30 minutes as of 11:30 a.m. Tsunami, Inari, and Tajuna." So they aren't home yet. This note said as of 11:30 a.m. and it's 11:45 a.m. right now. I have 15 minutes to kill before they come back, so why not take care of what I have to do now, said Naruto, as he looked up at the sun to figure out the time and began retracing his steps back to a certain grave he needed to pay his utmost respect for before he did what he had to do. Konoha at the moment. "This outrageous," yelled Tsunade, slamming her fists into the council meeting room, making a spider web crack from her impact zone to the entire table itself. Things had not been good for the people of Konoha during the week Naruto left, not by a long shot, as they were dealt multiple blows to the village. As soon as Gaara returned to Suna, the boy got word of what happened in Konoha to the other places that cared about Naruto. It had quite the impact-like effect that Gaara had hoped for. The first was Suna killing the alliance they had with Konoha, informing its people exactly how the boy that had changed Gaara for the better had been betrayed by his sensei. The people in Suna were outraged at this. Since the time after the Chuunin exams happened, the people had publicly apologized for their behavior to Gaara after things calmed down and they saw the change in the boy. The people of Suna were in full agreement with the new Kazekage that was Gaara, that they unanimously agreed to ban all leaf shinobi from their walls, regardless if they were dead, dying, or so much offering to sell goods. The second one came an even bigger blow as the daimyo of Wind and Fire heard the news that had been written personally by Gaara himself, explaining how Naruto had the fox demon inside of him, had been abused all his life despite the late fourth Hokage's wishes, how the boy never hurt anyone unless it was self-defense, and how the boy had nearly been killed by his own sensei Hatake Kakashi, who was a student under the fourth Hokage. The two daimyos had been outraged by this since they had been at the Chuunin exams and had seen the boy fight with a passion worthy of being called the will of fire that the third Hokage always preached about. The daimyo from Wind was now giving his missions he once gave to Konoha back to Suna and increased their military budget to that of several times what it once was. The blow to the Leaf Village came as the daimyo from Fire Country decided until Konoha was able to regain its lost fire that it would have to make do with a devastating budget cut. The third blow came from Spring Country after the princess/actress Yuki changed its name after the seasons became into normal regulation. She had been outraged by how Konoha had treated Naruto, and any further missions she wanted to have done on her behalf were give to Suna or Waterfall. She even tore up her contract involving herself in the Ika Ika Paradise movie, saying Konoha could find some cheap whore to take her place. Jiraiya had fainted, not believing it was true, only to find out it was after rereading the letter she sent them. The poor super pervert was sent to the hospital for 3 days, suffering a brief heart attack at missing out in having a lovely actress and princess of all things star in his movie. Speaking of the hidden waterfall village, that blow was number 4, as they had put Konoha from ally to neutral and bordering on enemy. They claimed that anyone who tries to kill a hero was not worthy of being allied with, and thus Konoha was put on notice. The fifth blow came in the form of Wave Country, who had sent a letter to Tsunade that had just arrived for her to show the council members. All of Wave Country had fallen in line with the other places that were close to Naruto and had cut off all trading ties with the Hidden Leaf Village. They now only did business with Suna, Waterfall, and of course Spring Country. There was even a ban on all things from the Leaf Village, and if found were to be destroyed, burned, or if it was a person from Leaf they would be tied up and sent home in a box with holes in it. Whether the person was alive when he or she got arrive in Konoha was quote, not their problem, so deal with it, end quote. It didn't help that the sixth blow was more for Tsunade than Konoha, as the majority of the council decided the only way to get rid of this problem was to kill Naruto. Call it what you want, Hokage-sama, but it's clear that all of our troubles started with that demon spawn, so it's clear that the only way to end it is with killing the creature, said the ever-evil pink-haired woman Yasha Harano. You can call any way you want to, but like the rest of us we see it for what it truly is, for us to see you pink-haired bitch. The only reason you wanted that boy dead was because Arashi married someone else and not you, said Inoichi, getting a very cold glare from the other woman. Well, he should have married me. I was prettier than that whore of a woman he fell in love with. Had she not died of childbirth I would have killed her myself, said the pink-haired Harano, who still hated Arashi for being in love with that cheap woman he called a wife. Still as shallow as ever, Hayasha? You never did understand the concept between love and simply marrying for status, said Shivi, looking at the group before them, as he had met Arashi's wife, and by no means was she cheap as the Harano woman made her sound. That woman was a goddess among women that men would have sold their souls just to feel her hand touch their faces. At least that was Shivi's opinion anyway. What would you know, Abarame? At least we Haranos can flaunt our beauty in public while you hide yourselves behind those horrible little bug colonies you have growing in your homes, Yasha smirking at the point she mentally received for that insult. Beauty? What beauty? All I see is a shallow woman wearing makeup to hide her ever-growing wrinkles. Plus it would seem that your daughter acts the same as you did when you were younger, as it's clear from the way she's hunting for the Uchiha, said Hayashi, seeing how the Harano children always acted like their parents when they were younger. I am not old. As for my daughter, she's in love like the rest of the female populace the Uchiha's age, who are after him. What's your point? Said Yasha, clearly upset by the Hyuga's attitude towards her with those damn piercing eyes. My point is, had you been Arashi's wife we wouldn't be talking about this right now, about Naruto being executed now, would we? Said Nara, as he had found that Naruto's involvement with his son had done wonders for the both of them. Like I would keep the demon child even if he was mine. I would have thrown him into the river to drown so he could sent back to hell, said Yasha, smirking at the joy she felt at finally able to speak clearly on the matter about it without the fear of the third S-class law, since the council majority had revoked and the whole village now knew. As I said, a shallow woman, said Shivi, his bugs buzzing around him, clearly irritated by the hate being generated by this member of the council. Had you all listened to me 12 years ago, the boy would have made an effective weapon for us to wield, but now because of the third's mercy towards the demon its power will be used against us, said Danzo, getting an agreement from Tsum and to a degree Yasha as well. That demon child beat my son up at the Chuyunin exams. I demand justice, said Tsum, wanting to tear the boy apart for beating her son and possibly be promoted to Chuyunin. You can't punish the boy for what happened at the preliminaries just because your son lost to him, said Tsunade finally, though after reading exactly what happened that was involved in Kiba's defeat she nearly wet herself from too much laughter and too much sake in the process. She had to admit Naruto had a clever imagination when it came to strategy in beating an opponent. I can punish him for being the demon that he is. He shouldn't have taken the Chuyunin exams, and the only reason he did was because Hatake-san wanted to help Uchiha Sasuke to qualify and reach the rank of Chuyunin, said Tsum in anger as her clawed hands dug into the table. This is why Konoha needs to have the demon killed before his influence from what has happened gets too out of control, said Homura, with his former teammate Koharu in full agreement with this. I do not approve of such action, and as Hokage I forbid it, said Tsunade, glaring at the fools that would dare to even try and kill Naruto. Even if you don't approve of it, Tsunade, the majority of the council here outnumbers you in this decision, and the hunter ninjas have already been deployed, said Danzo, since Kakashi was as of now sitting in for the Uchiha clan, since even though the eye he possessed was not originally his own, still made him qualified to some degree. I still can't believe that even after learning the truth of Naruto's parentage you would still favor the Uchiha bastard Kakashi, said Tsunade, who was outright furious at the fact that the council gave the man a pardon for removing the demon from Konoha. Just because he was the fourth son doesn't mean he still is. Frankly I owe Obito more than I ever did Arashi, said Kakashi calmly, thinking back to how his sensei told him that the Chidori was a poor substitute for the Raise-Non since the white-hair boy that he was back then couldn't master the attempt at it. You narrow-minded fool, said Tsunade, spitting in Kakashi's section of the council table. Enough. Hokage-sama, we have more pressing matters to attend to right now. Like the loyalty of the Uchiha and making him strong enough kill his brother Itachi, said Danzo, knowing that such a thing was in need of handling. The Uchiha should be executed for his treason and his bloodline should die with him, said Tsunade, never liking the Uchihas for all their arrogance. You heard Kakashi, he was under a curse-sealed psychotic episode that was induced by Orochimaru. If we can show Sasuke our power is still stronger than what Orochimaru possesses, we can keep him on our side and away from the Snake Sunin, said Homura, knowing that the only way the boy would get stronger was by giving it to him. You mean stuff him with so many jutsus that Kakashi knows he won't even think of leaving the village? You mean to pamper the Uchiha traitor while the real hero has been exiled in all but name, said Jiraiya, who was beside her, sickened by what he was hearing. Pamper is such a strong word, Jiraiya-sama. We were thinking along the lines of giving the Uchiha prodigy what he wants, said Sam, smirking at her choice of words. And when you have no more to give him? When Orochimaru can give him jutsus and power outside this village, what then? What happens when all you offer him runs dry and you can't control the weapon you want to make him into, said Jiraiya, seeing what the fools were doing. A weapon? Oh my, that's not what we're training him to do at all, Jiraiya-sama. We plan on helping the boy achieve the power and recognition a prodigy of his caliber rightfully belongs to a member of the Uchiha clan. We intend for him to be ready to become our sixth Hokage by the time he's 18, said Homura, shocking the other members of the council along with Tsunade and Jiraiya. And to make this possible, you, Jiraiya-sama, are going to help teach the boy everything that you taught the fourth, including the Raise-Non, said Koharu, who saw the furious look on the man's face. Absolutely not. Naruto is my only apprentice and I'll be damned and dead before I teach that spoiled little brat anything, said Jiraiya, who would rather be gay right now than go anywhere near the Uchiha, much less train the kid. You will do as this council orders you to, and that's final, said Homura, knowing the man regardless of rank could not disobey the council that gave it to him. To hell with you and your Uchiha, said Jiraiya before going poof in front of a very shocked council, who thought the man would follow their orders. Well, if Jiraiya won't teach Sasuke, perhaps Tsunade can teach his teammate Sakura and become her apprentice, said Koharu, looking at the female Hokage, who scowled at her for even suggesting it. Why would I waste my time with that pink-haired whore? Unless it's Uchiha related or it somehow gets her into his pants, she won't do anything that involves the necessary hard work that is required, said Tsunade, knowing just how Sakura was since her mother was the same. You will teach my daughter or else, said Yasha, only to have the table in front of her shatter and break, causing her to let out a small shriek after Tsunade punched it again. You'll do what exactly? You see this? That is strength I gained from my training and from the war that cost me everything back then. I would rather have my limbs cut off than teach that sniveling little Uchiha-loving slut so you can take your orders and shove them up your ass. I am the Hokage and I determine who I train if I decide to train them, said Tsunade, walking out of the room much to the angry protests of Kakashi, Danzo, Sam, Yasha, Homura, and Koharu. Hyuga compound at the moment. You deserved better, Naruto-kun, said Hinata, who was sitting in her room staring at the autographed picture of her Naruto-kun in bandages from his mission in Snow Country, with the Princess Yuki in the picture giving him a kiss. Had the princess been more serious in her affections towards Naruto, the Hyuga heiress may have felt a twinge of jealousy. After her father came home that day after the demonic chakra from the nine-tailed fox left, he told her she could move freely, but only if she was with someone she knew and trusted. She had gone to find the weapon mistress Tenten, who upon speaking to agreed to help her in saving Naruto's belongings and personal objects that were his from any future harm from the villagers. When they got there they found the door already kicked in and the place a mess, though most of the place was empty even before the intruders tore it up. Floorboards torn up, the walls had holes in them, and parts that didn't have holes had "Die Demon," and "Go Kill Yourself Freak," written on the walls in red paint with a picture of a fox with a sword through its mouth. It made Hinata weep and Tenten look around in shock at how people can hate for things beyond your control. After looking around through parts that weren't destroyed by the villagers or from what appeared to be Father Time, they found a wall that seemed to be for the most part unscathed. The two soon discovered upon inspection that there was a very potent genjutsu on this wall that seemed to be long-lasting due to the amount of chakra behind it that Hinata sensed with her Byakugan. After Hinata removed the genjutsu, she found it was hiding a secret room that seemed to hold all that Naruto held dear. The door itself was nearly impregnable as there were so many set of traps, counter-traps to the ones that failed, and several lock mechanisms that made Tenten break out her toolkit. It cost the weapon mistress half her lock-picking arsenal to get through all the locks while having Hinata use her Byakugan to get through the trickier parts of the wall's design. After the last lock was picked and the 50 pounds worth of steel chain had been removed, they opened the door and found all that belonged to Naruto that had value was in this room. In it was the picture of him and Team 7 after passing the bell test, his green-colored goggles he wore before getting his ninja headband, the autographed picture given to him by Princess Yuki, and surprisingly a letter from Ibiki himself saying how proud he was of the boy for passing his section of the exam without answering a single question on the written portion of the exam. There was also a more disturbing bit of Naruto's life in here as well on the right side of the room, showing pictures of kids with their parents having fun. On the wall above the picture were several questions that shook Hinata to her soul. Why can't I be loved? Why can't I have a family? Where is my family? Am I a monster? To see the boy she loved and tried to impress, keep all he held dear hidden away nearly destroyed her inside. She knew that even with his defensive wall they had torn down, his belongings were no longer safe in this hellhole of an apartment. After she and Tenten took everything, they showed it to her father, Jiraiya, Shizuan, and Tsunade, who were just as shocked as the two girls first were. Hinata waited for the woman in her office once Naruto's stuff had been safely tucked and stored away from harm. Tsunade then summoned her old teacher Irika from the Ninja Academy, who was being asked questions by his current group of students about Naruto. Questions that made him sick to his stomach with the thought that the kids would hate Naruto, and he knew that even if he answered in a way that would stem the hate if only for a short while, it would just be torn aside by the other teachers and kids' parents that hated Naruto more than ever. Apparently the scarred teacher's only sense of relief was that the Konohamaru Corps had stayed loyal to Naruto like he had even after all that happened. Tsunade ordered Irika to launch a full yet secret investigation into Naruto's education at the academy to find out how the boy knew so much yet showed so little during that time. While neither Hinata nor Tenten found out what Irika had found in his investigation, as it was never discussed with the girls later on. When asked about it by either person, the two who knew the truth let out a great deal of killer intent that was directed at an unseen foe that neither girl could imagine. I have to visit Nijian-i-san with Tenten-chan soon, so I should probably go now. I do not know where you are, but don't worry Naruto-kun, I'm here waiting for you, thought a slightly blushing Hinata before she kissed the picture of her love before stowing it away from any and all seeing eyes that may be watching. Wave Country, the grave of Mamakai Zabuza and Haku. Naruto stood there looking at the markers that represented the grave of the two people that inspired him the most in his short life. He couldn't help but find it ironic that it had been someone who had the title of demon that had done this, much less helped them in the end to complete the mission. Before Naruto was the sword of Mamakai Zabuza with the blade half buried and slowly rusting in the earth, along with the shattered mask of the boy who followed him. A boy who simply went by the name of Haku, though Naruto imagined that he would have taken on Zabuza's last name if he wanted to. It was then that Zanjutsu appeared behind Naruto and put his hand on the boy's shoulder in a comforting gesture and to let him know he was there. It's not easy seeing such warriors dying the way they did, said Zanjutsu, who got a nod from Naruto looking at the two markers. The blade looks rusted from being in the earth for what seems like only short time, said Naruto, seeing the rust was slowly eating away the craftsmanship of the sword. Many things do seem like a short time if you constantly remember them to keep a part of you alive, Naruto. What part of this place did you try to keep alive when you tried order to honor them, said Zanjutsu, curious at the boy's response. Everything, really. Zabuza was fighting for a dream similar to mine, only he wanted to take over Mist so he could become the new Kage. Haku's was to protect the one precious to him, who turned out to be Zabuza. How can you not want to keep their spirits alive given who they were and what they believed in, said Naruto, looking back at Zanjutsu, who nodded, fully agreeing with Naruto on the matter. Naruto, look at the hilt of Zabuza's sword. Can you hear it? Can you hear it calling to you like it did a second ago, said Zanjutsu, seeing Naruto turn around as if he heard it. Pick me up, boy. Pick me up now, said a powerful voice echoing in the wind. Yeah. I think I did. But I can't take Zabuza's sword. It's not mine to take, said Naruto, wondering why the sword of its late master would call to him of all people. Only the blade belonged to Zabuza, not the hilt, Naruto. Trust me when I tell you to break the blade off at the hilt, said Zanjutsu, watching with slight anticipation. Are you really sure? I don't want to disrespect the dead, said Naruto hesitantly, despite the calling the hilt of the sword was making. Do it, yelled Zanjutsu, starting to lose his patience with his vessel. I will do as you wish, Zanjutsu-sama, said Naruto, walking over to the sword carefully before saying a small prayer, and I'm sorry, and after looking at where the blade and hilt met, removed the two from each other with a small clink. Very good. Now go to your mindscape and don't come out until you have learned its true name, said Zanjutsu, folding his arms, waiting for Naruto to try. No, its name, said Naruto, confused at what Zanjutsu was talking about. All swords have names, Naruto, but the names do not come from the blade, but from the hilt of the sword itself. You must enter your mindscape and speak to the spirit of the one, who lives within the hilt. By speaking his name, the blade of your sword will appear and your appearance will change as well. I think after you have been through, both you and that hilt have much to talk about, said Zanjutsu, who got another nod from Naruto, who was about to when he stopped to realize something. Before I do this, can I go back to Tajuna's house and see if he, Tsunami, and Inari are there? I don't mean to disrespect my sword or anything, I just need to see them so they know I'm here and need a place to stay. For all I know, what you want me to do might leave me exhausted, and what better way to have shelter than in the family that took me in, said Naruto, hoping Zanjutsu would understand. Perhaps. With Konoha sending hunter ninja everywhere, you will be a sitting duck if you stay in your mindscape for too long. Go back to Tajuna's house and see if you can stay the night, then head into the village and ask for a mask to be made to help disguise you for later travel, said Zanjutsu, knowing that the 15 minutes were more than up as the sun was now high into the air. Time sure did fly when having fun on an educational level. Konoha Hospital. Hyuga Niji sat in his hospital room, resting as the morphine drip in his arm numbed the constant pain he should be feeling at the moment after his near-fatal encounter with that Sound 4 member. When his strength gave out at the end of the fight, all Niji could do was thank Naruto for helping him choose his own destiny. His choice was to let the much stronger ninja win or fight to the end and have a chance at living to see another day. The fact that he was in the hospital right now and alive meant that he had in fact made the right choice. Thank you, Naruto. I now know what my cousin sees in you. You see things far beyond anything the Byakugan could ever see, thought Niji, looking at the ceiling in above him, since it was all he could do. He wondered if he could count all those tiles in a single day if he put his mind to it. Yosh. My youthful Hyuga student. You are finally awake, yelled Guy, appearing in one of his crazy stances. Crap. Maybe if I move my left arm over to the 4 in my right, I can somehow kill myself before he goes more into his rant, thought Niji, barely able to move his neck, much less able to move his left or right arm. Damn. The rules on defying fate can be a harsh mistress. In all seriousness Niji, I have uncovered some horrible news that you need to hear, said Guy, losing the smile and frowning towards his student. What did he say? Guy is being serious. No funny stances, hugs, and that strange Sunny at the beach looking background when he hugs, thought Niji, slightly worried he was now in an alternate universe where Guy was not as youthful as he normally is. While you were out unconscious Niji, Uzumaki Naruto successfully defeated Niji after fight him one-on-one. However, it's apparent that my former no longer hip rival Hatake Kakashi tried to kill Naruto, who was already severely injured as he was having suffered a chidori to the chest only to be hit by a second one by Kakashi himself, said Guy, as he frowned even more at the silver-haired man's behavior while his hands had now become clenched fists. What? Naruto's own sensei attempted to kill him? It makes no sense. The boy had won against the Uchiha prodigy and completed the mission. Why attack your own student when he clearly completed the mission, thought Niji, trying to work out these thoughts running around the workable part of his brain. I can tell by your puzzlement that you don't get it either. Tell me, have your dreams while you were unconscious been different for you in the very beginning than what you are normally used to, said Guy, as he already asked Lee about it since he had been in the hospital unconscious from exhaustion up until yesterday. Different dream? When I was unconscious I saw many things from my past and all of them were about father at first, but later on the scenery changed. I saw death everywhere and Naruto at the heart of it wielding a deadly sword that screamed with power. Next to him was man, yet he was not a man at all, and his red coat moved with an unnatural grace and smoothness from a wind that was not even there. What the weirdest part of the dream was that in the end, before everything returned to normal, the strange figure spoke briefly, but his words kept echoing within my mind, thought Niji, as he closed his eyes trying to remember what it was that man said. In an instant the memory of the whole event happened and more, as he remembered that of a child's voice whispering in the distance. Did you hear about the warrior who couldn't be destroyed, said the child's voice as flashes of what seemed to be Naruto fight with Sasuke and strangely enough an attempt by Hatake Kakashi to kill the blonde youth. The warrior who couldn't be destroyed, thought Niji as more images appeared before him with Naruto being struck down and betrayed by his own sensei. The warrior was set on fire by his former teammate and was betrayed by his teacher, who buried him alive, said the child's voice, showing Sasuke setting all the clones on fire when Naruto made a whip out of them and threw the Uchiha into the rock wall before showing Kakashi hitting Naruto with a chidori and then burying him in a rock slide. Betrayed by his own sensei, thought Niji, as the image of Kakashi scowling at his student's bleeding form repeated over and over again. Those who betrayed him made one single mistake. Every time they think he's is beaten, the warrior keeps coming back, said the whispered voice before showing the demonic force behind Naruto's return. Naruto, I had no idea. You truly are one bound by the chains of fate. You know what it means to defy destiny. To defy death itself even, thought Niji before seeing the image of an emotionless Naruto turning to stare at him with dead eyes that seemed to be without a soul. The Chuunin exams, said Naruto in a cold voice before disappearing into the darkness with only the other figure remaining. You must choose. You must choose which side to fight, Hyuga Niji, said the echo inside his head, snapping the boy's eyes wide open. I take it from your reaction you saw him too, said Guy with his all-serious face was still something that Niji was not used to. I'm not the only one, said Niji while looking at Guy for answers, finally finding his voice to speak if just barely. Lee felt it too when he was brought to the hospital after his devastating fight with an albino, who was part of the Sound Four that are the bodyguards of Orochimaru, said Guy looking at Niji with an intense look the man never seemed to have before. What does it mean, Guy-sensei, said Niji before giving up in moving and rest his head on the pillow more. I don't know. As of now you and Lee are the only ones conscious, so I can't ask the others, and Shikamaru never fell unconscious. Until we talk to the others about what their dreams were like, we have to keep this dream away from the council. The last thing we need is them pulling what resources the village has left to kill Naruto, said Guy before explaining all that had happened during the week to a shocked Niji and more on the key blows the village as a whole had suffered as a result of Kakashi's actions. Wave Country Tajuna's house. Tajuna was a man who was old, was constantly drinking and a drunk when doing so, and he always used the word super a lot. However, the man no matter how drunk would never turn down the boy that saved their home from destruction at the hands of Gato. Demon vessel or not, a hero was always a hero, and Naruto to them was a hero. That was the warm welcome Naruto received when he arrived at Tajuna's house when he walked up the steps and knocked 3 times on their door. "I can't believe that our superhero has come back just like he promised he would," said Tajuna, who broke out a bottle for him and Naruto, but mostly him to drink. "I'm still underage, mind you, Tajuna-san," said Naruto rather than calling him a name like smelly drunk or super old drunk just for kicks. "Whoa. Did you just call me Tajuna-san? Man, this must be really important for you to speak formally when coming all the way here first, Naruto. With Konoha hating you and your own sensei trying to kill you and all, well, we think it's just plain cruel," said Tajuna, shocking Naruto slightly at the fact that they knew just about everything he was going to tell them. Word traveled fast. "Thank you, Tajuna-san. I have a favor to ask though, if you don't mind," said Naruto, bowing his head out of respect to Tajuna, Inari, and Tsunami. "Aren't you a bit young to marry my daughter?" said Tajuna, grinning, getting all 3 of them into a face plant. Tsunami blushed as she hit her father over the head with her frying pan several times for asking such a stupid question. "Still, maybe if he were 10 years older I might consider it," thought Tsunami after she had finished bashing her frying pan into the old drunk that was her father. "Tempting, Tajuna-san, but sadly I must respectfully decline. I have things to do, and for them to work I need a different kind of favor. I need to use your house for a day, if not a simple few days." "If that's all right with you, of course," said Naruto, not wanting to intrude on their happy home. "All right with it all?" "Of course it's all right," said Tajuna and Inari, with both yelling the last part at the same time while the boy gave the other a hug. "Thank you all. However, to ensure that no hunter ninja come here to use you against me or the people of Wave, I need you to keep my presence here from getting out. You must tell no one I am here, or else the entire place will be buzzing with noise that will no doubt reach Konoha. The last thing I need is for Black Ops to come here and lay waste to everything and everyone here just to get to me," said Naruto, who got a nod of understanding. "No sweat, kid. In fact, I'm sure you saw the new addition to the house, right? Well, after your last visit with those other losers on your team, we realized there may come a time when we would call in the service of other ninjas, so we had the new part added just for this sort of emergency. It's all yours if you want it. You could always take the couch, but," said Tajuna, only to be hit in the head with a frying pan, again. "But I would hit you in the head just for making such a suggestion," said Tsunami, who moments later could help but laugh, followed by Inari, Tajuna, and then finally Naruto, who let out gentle laugh that they found different from his loud one. "Thank you again, all of you. Should I get the chance I'll pay you back. I promise," said Naruto, bowing to them before going upstairs to rest for a little while and draw up plans for the new hunter ninja-like mask he wanted to make. Konoha really messed with him when living there. "Bunch of ingrates trying to do that to a kid who has done nothing wrong to them in the first place," said Tajuna when he was sure the boy was out of hearing range. "I still can't believe Kakashi would try to kill his own student. If such a grudge existed, then why not simply put Naruto on a team that he could work well at? Like that Yoi Kurane woman I've heard about, who helps out all of her students' problems," said a thoughtful-looking Tsunami. "To keep the kid down is my guess. Think about it. With the Uchiha kid getting all the attention, the pink-haired one was doing jack squat, and Naruto put as the middle guy or buffer zone of the group, if you will. They did this to make up for the pink one's lack of strength and the Uchiha brat's arrogance to get into conflict. Whoever created that team must have been damn convincing to the third Hokage, seeing as how he or she wanted Naruto dead, plain and simple," said Tajuna, taking a drink of the alcoholic liquid in the bottle. The family trio didn't know that Naruto was still lurking in the shadows, hearing the little conversation he had with his daughter and grandson. I see you are glad that the conversation you had with them was not a show just to please you out of fear of me, said Zanjitsu in Naruto's head, who nodded as he felt that this couldn't be his home away from home unless he was absolutely sure of it. I trust them, it's just that I need to make sure that they trust me, said Naruto, reaching the room, which he saw was really big compared to the room he stayed in the last time he was in the house. The size of the addition on the outside did not do the place justice when compared to the inside of it all. Understood. Have you decided to enter your mindscape and talk to the hilt of your soon-to-be sword, said Zanjitsu, now appearing in front of Naruto before spinning around to face his vessel. Not today. After all that has happened this week, it doesn't feel right, and I think the hilt knows this as well since it's gone quiet at the moment, said Naruto, holding the hilt of the once fearsome blade of Momokai Zabuza in his right hand, staring at it, wondering if he even deserved to wield it at all. It senses things as you do. Tomorrow you will speak to your sword right after you get the plans for a fake hunter ninja mask put into production, said Zanjitsu, walking over to the nearby window and staring out into the water. I understand, Zanjitsu-sama, but where will I find a person to make the mask for me, said Naruto, putting the hilt away before walking over to the demon fox. Ask Tsunami or Inari tomorrow about it. Since the place's economy boomed, I'm sure you will find a smith or two that will make them for you. So long as you are discreet and have the necessary finances to do so, said Zanjitsu, revealing a bag of money he had secretly stolen from the super pervert at the Valley of the End. The fact the pervert doesn't even know his money is gone is a miracle in itself, thought Zanjitsu, who couldn't help but smirk at the ironic twist he played on the man. Jiraiya spent all of Naruto's money when finding Tsunade, so they were going to spend all of his to find a smith with a forge attached to it. Back in Konoha, Jiraiya let out a powerful sneeze at the local bar to drink himself away from the hell he was in, with the council constantly breathing down his neck. However, as it stood, he just so happened to aim his sneeze at the fearsome Mitarashi Anko, who for one didn't like being sneezed on or her drink, and two, when the man opened his eyes he got a rare free glimpse into her Twin Peaks upper valley cleavage. So Mitarashi Anko did what she always does when someone tries to get something out of her for free: take it out on their hides. The toad hermit Jiraiya would be kept in the hospital for 2 weeks for snake bites, along with several more poison-filled bites to his lower regions. It was then, when he had to pay the medical bill and several lawsuits from several of the nurses for sexual harassment, that he realized his wallet had long been emptied out. Back in Wave. I'll make good use of it, said Naruto, taking the bag of money that once belonged to the super pervert and tucked it away at the moment, since he wasn't going out at the moment. You better. You don't have that Gamma wallet of yours to give you any further financial backing, and I can't simply make money out of thin air. Besides, after we are done here with the preparations for what we need, you will begin your training and travel where we can, while getting stronger at the same time as you go. You may have to hire yourself off as an S-class missing ninja to get money for future expenditures, said Zanjitsu, seeing as how they would have to be constantly on the move, since the great power that would be running through Naruto combined with his newly named sword would not and could not be fully contained. Thanks again, Zanjitsu-sama. I think I'll sleep now, said Naruto, falling onto the large bed, and after putting his sword hilt on the nearby nightstand shortly fell asleep, with the almighty presence of Zanjitsu sitting in a chair next to the bed, patting the boy's hair like a father would a child. Naruto, you truly are an amazing kid. Do you even know why there was small lake of water on the ground in your mindscape? It's because when you are sad it rains in your head, signifying your unhappiness. When you're angry it thunders with lightning. When you have a rare happy day it's a clear blue sky above where the ceiling should be. Know this, Naruto, I will give you all the power you could ever want, just don't make it rain in that place anymore. I hate the rain and always have when I was lonely in that cage. I tried to reach out to you once during the Chuunin exams, but Orochimaru hit you with that 5-elemental seal to prevent such a thing from happening. The process knocked me unconscious for a time and disrupted our chances of communicating until the seal was released. When I first met you I thought you were worthless like all the human flesh rats out there in the world. But now after I see all that you've been through, when I see you Naruto, I see the son that I always wanted, said Zanjutsu before turning his head to the now quiet sword, but if he tuned his senses a little bit more he would have heard laughter and the talk of the demon getting emotional or something like that. When the time comes, and it will, Naruto will get every one of his dreams fulfilled, on this day I swear it will come true, thought Zanjutsu before retreating back into his cell for his own amount of rest. Sound Village. What do you mean the mission failed, said Orochimaru looking at Kabuto, who had to use all of his willpower to not shake like a frightened rabbit. In front of a snake frightened rabbits get eaten. Our men at the meeting spot reported in saying that all of the Sound Four were killed and the Uchiha was defeated by his former teammate, Uzumaki Naruto, said Kabuto, as he kept his head down as he kneeled before his master not trusting himself to look up. Kabuto may be able to heal near fatal wounds, but he couldn't regenerate a severed head. Uzumaki? The Kyuubi brat? How? My curse seal on Sasuke should have more than enough strength to take down the Kyuubi's chakra no matter how much power the kid uses, said Orochimaru clearly upset that his chance at achieving his prize had been taken away. The Kyuubi's chakra I have no doubt Orochimaru-sama, but what about the demon fox and the boy's chakra combined? The boy already had an immense reserve of chakra even without the fox being inside of him that had dwarfed Sasuke's by far, said Kabuto trying to give his master a part of an equation in the fight that they had overlooked. True. It is possible that during the fight the vessel and the fox acted as one giving them more than enough power to defeat Sasuke-kun. Where is the fox vessel now, said the snake Sunin calming himself ever so slightly trying to gauge what his next move would be. According to our spies within and out of Konoha the boy's own sensei Hatake Kakashi tried to kill him mere moments after the fight was over. He left the boy for dead after he buried him in a rock slide to die. That tower of chakra we saw and sensed coming from the Valley of the End was the after effect of Naruto using more of the demon fox's power and for the moment has gotten all of Konoha all caught up in fear of being attacked, said Kabuto further informing his master what else had happened during the week with his spies from the other villages besides Konoha. Really? I imagine Konoha will be not as illustrious when they host the Chuunin exams again in few years because of all the blows Naruto involuntarily delivered to them, said Orochimaru smirking his smirk that would have made Kabuto shiver even more had he looked up to see it. As of now Naruto is in hiding, but I imagine Akatsuki is looking for him as we speak to extract the Kyuubi from him. Now that he has no one to protect him they will see him as an open target and will not miss this chance to bring him to that place, said Kabuto, who thought he heard the Sunin shiver at the thought of that structure being around him, but it could have been his imagination. I hate that thing. Still, we cannot get involved in the Akatsuki's affairs in regards to the boy no matter what. If anything the boy may prove useful in weakening the organization to launch our own attack on them down the road. For now we have other pressing matters to attend to in our own village in rebuilding our forces from the failed invasion and in finding potential replacements of the Sound Four, said Orochimaru since the village was still new and needed to refill his ranks with strong shinobi. I'll start looking at potential candidates right away Orochimaru-sama, but what about the possible retrieval of Uchiha Sasuke, said Kabuto, as he proceeded to rise to his feet. Leave him alone for now since I don't need his body for a while. If anything the leaf will spoil the child silly with jutsus and techniques to keep him happy. When the time is right we will flaunt our power to make him come to our side and then after I teach him everything I know I'll take his body giving me exactly what I need to be the ultimate shinobi that not even Uchiha Itachi will be able to defeat. So I take it we will have to wait until the next Chuunin exams then, said Kabuto since it was the only time that was perfect when they could actually strike. Yes. Still in case such an event that the mission to retrieve the Uchiha fails I want you to find me another body to enter as a backup plan. The last thing I need is for my minions to fail me again and I don't have a body to enter when this one fails me, said Orochimaru since that would have been the case had he not found one suitable for him at the moment. As I said I will begin right away at looking at possible candidates Orochimaru-sama, said Kabuto walking away from his master to do his job set out by his master to do. Wave Country next day. Naruto awoke fully focused on what he wanted to do for this day as he got up from his bed, stretching his limbs out until he heard a popping sound in all the necessary places. Time to shower, get something to eat, and then get to work, thought Naruto before setting out to do his necessary things for the day. As the boy took his shower, Zanjutsu waited just behind the closed door, deep in thought about the enemies that the boy would need to kill and who to kill first. Naruto could go after the Sound Village first, but they are not on good terms with this Akatsuki organization that is after me and my kind. If I have Naruto go after the Akatsuki, it will cause problems with Sound and Leaf, who will fear Naruto's power and possibly form some kind of alliance to get rid of Naruto. Assuming of course that the council in its infinite wisdom decides to take away all of the Hokage's power for their own personal gains and needs. Maybe rather than go right for his enemies, Naruto should make some new allies he can count on in the future should he need them, thought Zanjutsu, as he already had allies, but some more couldn't hurt. Especially if they were allies who could be helpful in a fight. Naruto exited the room wearing towel around his waist with soaking wet hair that at an angle made Zanjutsu think of the fourth Hokage. Thanks for waiting outside, it would seem kind of weird if you were in there with me, said Naruto, seeing Zanjutsu give him a brief nod to his vessel. I was thinking after we are done in Wave Country we head to Water and to the Hidden Mist Village to help fix the instability that is still there, said Zanjutsu, knowing that a swordsman could find refuge in such a place that loved to use them. Naruto nodded as he summoned his clothing to his body that resembled the demon fox that was now his sensei. I should probably face as many of them as possible and make a name for myself so people will hire me later on. Once I get a reputation as a badass hero in Mist, other elemental countries and hidden villages will want to hire or have me join them. I need this to happen within a span of 3 years, Zanjutsu-sama, said Naruto before taking a second towel he had with him and dried his hair with it. Why 3 years, said Zanjutsu, slightly curious as to why Naruto would set such a short deadline to do such a thing. Because in those 3 years the Chuunin exams will start again in Konoha and I want to be there when everyone else that matter is present for the event. I want them to see just what I have become in their absence and what a powerful force I have become in the world, said Naruto, looking at Zanjutsu with a face of pure seriousness, meaning it was 3 years or no time at all, while picking up his sword hilt. 3 years it is then. Now go downstairs and get something to eat while I wait outside on the roof. We have a very busy schedule ahead of us and you need to know your sword's name, said Zanjutsu, who got a brief nod from Naruto before the boy headed down the flight of stairs. After Naruto came down, he was greeted by the family he had come to call his own, and he told them that he would be gone for most of the day along with several more for sword training. At first, they were a little depressed, but when they were informed of Akatsuki and how they wanted to capture him for Zanjutsu's power, they understood that when you are a 12-year-old boy being hunted by notorious S-class missing ninja, you had to get strong, fast. After eating a good breakfast, Naruto thanked Tsunami before heading out to find the necessary shop he was looking for, with Zanjutsu right behind him. Fortunately, for Naruto, it was starting to rain, so that meant he could alter his trench coat to have hood like when he entered Wave via the bridge. Zanjutsu strangely enough didn't follow suit, though Naruto suspected it was a fox thing since they were more attuned to nature than man was. After about walking around the market for 30 minutes, the two had finally found what they were looking for from the intense smell of metal and ash from inside the shop that generated it. Greetings potential customer, how may I help you this day, said the smith, hearing the bell on top of the bell ring as Naruto and Zanjutsu entered. I'm looking for an expert smith. I assume from the smoke and the smell of ash on your body you are one, said Naruto, wanting to get to the heart of the matter. Yes sir. I run this place and also a master of the forge. Anything you want me to make, from weapons to masks, and I can make it. Just ask anyone in Wave Country, said the man, who moved some of the ash from his face and hair, revealing he was indeed older than Naruto and Zanjutsu presumed due to the noticeable lines of gray hair. I need a mask made. Not just any simple mask, but one made from the material hunter ninjas wear when they have to hunt for missing ninja, said Naruto, getting the man's undivided yet curious attention. You want me to make you a hunter ninja type mask? That's a first for me, but given the proper time it can be done in a few days if not a week tops. Any specific marking on it to strike fear in the hearts of your enemies while we're on the subject, said the smith, who despite knowing the shorter of the two was a child couldn't help feel the seriousness that came flowing out of the two. Actually yes. It needs to look like a skull of sorts, said Zanjutsu, deciding to put in his 2 cents into the matter since he wanted Naruto to be recognized by this mask when he became famous, or rather, infamous if you will. A skull, said the man, raising an eyebrow at the request. Yes. Though not a skull-like shape you find of a human's skull. This mask needs to be of a demon fox-like skull, and it has to be realistic from teeth to ears and with red-shaped whisker marks on the sides along the cheek line. The 2 eye holes will be more circular as if there were once eyes in the mask, and it must have the illusion, said Naruto, sensing where Zanjutsu was going with the idea for the type of mask he wanted. I see. Well, before I can get started I need to measure your face so I can make it, so if you could kindly remove your hood I can get started as soon as possible, said the man, taking out some measuring tape while Naruto removed his hood. Naruto did so, revealing himself to the man, only surprisingly the man didn't react though, considering all the business that was flowing to Wave Country since he had been here last. It occurred to Naruto that it was a distinct possibility that the man was not native to Wave Country like he originally suspected. Okay, I have your measurements written down, and what name should I hold this under for you when it's finished, said the shop owner, looking at the two expectantly. Zanjutsu. Put it under Zanjutsu please, said Naruto, looking up at the fox, who nodded since no one knew the fox's true name, so no one would suspect it was Naruto that had made the order for such a thing. Okay, I got that written down. Just come back in 3 days to see if it's done, and if it isn't I'll give you an estimation on how much longer you need to wait, said the man, shaking the both Naruto and Zanjutsu's hands for doing business with him. We'll be in touch, said Zanjutsu, walking with Naruto out the door in what looked very mysterious, making the owner slightly giddy inside. He almost wanted to tell his buddies at the bar later that night. At an undisclosed location. So the Kyuubi brat's on his own now, huh? Said Kisame, who stood next to Itachi and the other 9 members of Akatsuki. It would appear so, Kisame. He was apparently betrayed by his sensei Hatake Kakashi and is no longer under the protection anyone connected to the Leaf. According to our spies within the Leaf, he was not as dead as his former sensei thought, commanded the Kyuubi's power with near mastery of it. He apparently killed an entire squad of Umbu and was able to knock away the toad hermit Jiraiya with a wave of its power, said the leader of the group, getting shocked attention from everyone. It seems Naruto has finally decided to embrace his hatred, thought Itachi, knowing that the boy, no matter how hard he tried to be nice, couldn't hold back the hatred he felt in his heart forever. What are you thinking in that head of yours, Itachi? I smell your brain burning, said a slightly being humorous Kisame, only to be silenced by a hard elbow to the ribs by his partner. Itachi. Kisame. You two will find Naruto as you were supposed to and bring him before the rest of us so we can hold him until it's time to extract the Kyuubi's power from him, said the leader, getting a nod the said people, who then disappeared into the shadows. What if the boy has more power than was originally thought? What if he kills Itachi and Kisame? There aren't many ninja that are at their level of power, said Sasori, knowing that trying to replace any member of Akatsuki was difficult depending on the previous member's strength in the organization. Don't worry Sasori, they will succeed. If they don't, then they will die, said the leader, making the others shiver as losing was not tolerated in Akatsuki. Wave Country, a wooded area. Are you ready? Said Zanjutsu, looking at his vessel as the boy stood standing about 10 feet away holding the hilt of the sword in his hand. Yes Zanjutsu-sama, said Naruto, knowing this couldn't be put off any longer. They had left the market district with ease and headed to an area not far from Tajuna's house, so should the Naruto ever become exhausted or unconscious due to this happening, Zanjutsu could get him to the residential area to recover in moments. Then go, said Zanjutsu, watching his vessel close his eyes to head to his mindscape to find the spirit of the sword to speak its true name. Naruto's mindscape. Naruto had changed the decorum within his mind within the week he traveled to Wave Country after Zanjutsu said it was too depressing. Naruto didn't disagree with the demon fox and changed it so it would a large plain covered in grass with round like hill where a table and 2 chairs seated on opposite sides of the other. Now should Naruto decide to enter his mind to have a conversation whether simple or complex with his demon sensei, they could do it in a dignified fashion with a cup of herbal tea on the side. Right now though it looked like the place was a battlefield with body after bloody body scattered all over the place with some of the dead not even looking human. It was then that Zanjutsu told him about this when they were away from the public eyes and ears. Flashback 1 hour ago. Normally when you enter your mindscape everything is as you left it unless something emotional happens or you voluntarily decide to change it. However, when it comes to knowing your sword's true name things are different as you have to share your mindscape with the sword to connect with the spirit inside, said Zanjutsu explaining how things in the mindscape would be. So basically it's like having 2 minds sharing the same body like it is with you and me, only you will be outside for this, so leaving us alone for me to handle this by myself, said Naruto getting a nod from Zanjutsu, who was more than pleased that the boy caught on. Correct. In this moment the 2 of you share your mindscape as if he were I, but unlike before you will see that it is altered to match the persona of the sword itself since you are technically the guest entering the mind to speak to him, not the host. Depending on the spirit's nature you will find the place as peaceful as the heavens or as cruel as the blackest part of the 9th circle of hell, said Zanjutsu warningly at the end, knowing that each spirit within the hilt of a sword when in the hands of its wielder were all different. Knowing my luck it will be the latter of the 2. Still if I get the latter of the 2 what most people would call hell, I'm going to call home, said Naruto smiling while having every intention of taming the sword. After all when you have nothing to lose you have no reason to hold back. Flashback ends. Naruto looked at the grisly carnage before him slightly sickened by it, but considering how he was treated, raised, and the people he had fought in the past it was something he could undoubtedly stomach for the moment. If he could stand the eyes and presence of Zanjutsu when he called him a bastard fox he could handle this place all the same. Well look who's dropped into my neck of the mindscape, said a deep voice that though not as booming like Zanjutsu's was when in fox form, it was nonetheless just as deadly sounding, if not more. Naruto turned to the sound of the voice and walked towards the source of it, walking right past bodies, the blades, and the blood that stained this battlefield. I assume you are the spirit that resides in this hilt of a sword, said Naruto, though a very stupid question since he already knew the answer to it. Yeah, I guess you could say that, though for future reference don't call me that or else I'll gut you as if you were fish, said the deep voice that Naruto followed throughout carnage of this hell. After what seemed like forever, Naruto stopped and felt something was clearly off. No matter how far he walked he wasn't getting any closer to reaching the entity that resided in this place. If I can't come to you, will you come to me, said Naruto looking around the place for any signs of movement other than the pools of expanding blood. Why should I do that? Give me one goddamned reason, good reason why I should even come face to meet you, much less tell you what my name is, said the voice with the tone sounding slightly like it was a test of some sort. I guess the one and only reason is because I need to get stronger, said Naruto calmly, as he studied the place more to explain his answer. What did you say? Said the deep voice, and Naruto could tell he had hit some spot that could help or hurt him depending on his response. I said I need to get stronger. You are a lot like me, so I think you and I can relate more than you think. These bodies and this battlefield represent you and your nature in regards to your personality as sword. This place tells me that you like to fight because you want to get stronger and you need someone who also needs to get stronger to help you do it. You called to me because out of everyone in the entire world I am the only person who can possibly wield you to your fullest potential in fighting the strongest of opponents. Whether you decide to accept that answer enough to come out here to meet me and tell me your name is up to you. As of right now, I don't give a damn what you think of my answer. That is my reason and I'm sticking to it, said Naruto. Waited as the silence of the place stayed for several more minutes than he thought it would. Must have struck a chord, thought Naruto, wondering what the spirit in the shadows was thinking at the moment in regards to his response. It was then Naruto heard the voice chuckle before it turned to laughter that made Naruto shiver, finding that Zanjutsu in fox form and the spirit sounded so much alike. So you figured it out, huh? Not bad, kid, you are as observant as I thought you would be when I made this place as bloody as possible, said the dark voice, which now became a tall and big shadow in front of Naruto before revealing himself and how he looked. Naruto's eyes widened at the figure in front of him as he wore a large blood red and black coat, though it looked like it had seen better days, black baggy pants, had a black eye patch on his right eye, a thin scar going down his left eye, and hair pointed back in every direction with bells on the tallest points on his hair. Did he mention the guy was huge, well built, and had a sword in his right hand that was jagged on one side, but flat on another? This guy looks like he could pass for that Ibiki guy's father, or at the very least the big bad-ass uncle of that family, thought Naruto, who saw the giant figure before him give a wicked smile that made Kisame from Akatsuki jealous. It was the type of smile that could make even the crazy purple-haired Anko woman shiver in fear, and to make her shiver in fear was saying a lot. Now that I've seen your face and what you look like, I'm hoping that you would give me the distinct hone in telling me what your name is, said Naruto, looking the man dead in his eye without fear, knowing this warrior could destroy him in his mindscape at any moment in time. The name that I go by is important to me, so never forget when you need my help or my power in your time of need, when you are lost in the total depths of darkness. My name is the fearsome Zaraki Kenpeiga, said Kenpeiga, smirking at the boy that nodded before him, clearly believing this name truly did fit such a warrior. Truly a fearsome name indeed. I will never forget it and will speak it with pride. Thank you for telling me your name, Zaraki Kenpeiga, said Naruto, bowing his head in respect to the warrior before him, who put his left hand on the kid's shoulder before they both started to glow yellow. Kid, I think you and I are going to get along just fine, said Kenpeiga, letting out a small laugh before giving Naruto all the power he could handle before the blonde-haired child blacked out. Chapter 3 Fox Hunt. The power that exploded out from Naruto was intense to say the least, as yellow chakra shot out of his body, twisting like a corkscrew into the air for all to see. Along with this immense tower of yellow chakra came the appearance of a skull's head laughing in a psychotic manner that would put Shikaku to shame. However, this moment in time that this strange new power revealed itself, only lasted for a couple minutes, with the extent of this mysterious phenomenon soon dying as quickly as it appeared. The difference was that instead of leaving with a bang, it left in a whimper of not silence. When Zanjutsu removed his hand from his eyes to see the aftermath with a shocked look on his face after seeing power coming out of Naruto. The boy's new power had changed how he was dressed as well, since he was no longer dressed as Zanjutsu was. Zanjutsu's vessel was now dressed in a large red and black coat with his hair all spiky in the back with bells of all things on the tallest tips of his hair. The sword in his hands had a jagged edge on one side with a flat edge on the other, making anyone who saw it think twice in a fight with such a blade. Zanjutsu also noticed that Naruto, despite being unconscious, even had an iron grip on it, as if it were all that kept him alive, literally. It seems Naruto has taken yet another step towards greatness, but as remarkable as this moment was, he cannot stay here for long. That power was felt as far as away as Konoha, if not deep into the heart of Iwa, and if they knew who this boy was the descendant of, they would jump at the chance to kill him, thought Zanjutsu as he picked up the now noticeably heavier Naruto onto his shoulders, noticing a sheath for his sword laying not far from him. Picking that up as well, Zanjutsu teleported away from the area to Tajuna's house, to the room the family had given his vessel. Soon at the moment Subaku no Garo was doing what every cage, whether here or in Iwa, do, that they hate with a passion, but cannot kill: evil piles of paper. What the boy needed was a distraction of some kind that would allow him, if only for a moment, leave this pile of papers. Kankuro caught peeping again, Tamari having PMS, or even would-be ninja assassins sent to kill him to make a name for themselves. Anything. Never let it be said that Kami never once granted Gaara any of the wishes he ever wished in life. Did you feel that, my vessel? Said the words of Shikaku, who normally, through force of will and the incomplete seal that was powered by it, kept the psycho demon at bay. How are you getting your thoughts out of my skull? Get out, thought Gaara, dropping his writing utensil and sat still like a statue, focusing more of his will into the seal. No. Stop, you stupid mortal. I'm not talking to you into killing everyone, for now. I was wondering if you felt that surge of incredible power just now, said Shikaku, who was fortunate that Gaara stopped forcing him out so they could speak more. I felt it, but it's not related to you in any way, so why should it concern me, thought a slightly curious Gaara before getting up from his desk and walked over to the window to ponder his inner demon's words. That and to get out of doing paperwork. It's not related to me in that you are correct, but someone close to you. The one person in all the elemental named lands that has the strength to give us our first defeat just not too long ago. You know of the mortal I speak of, said Shikaku, making Gaara's eyes widen at the realization. Naruto created that power? But it wasn't the Kyuubi's chakra at all, or his own chakra for that matter. Did Naruto find another form of strength to call his own, thought Gaara, as he raised his head slightly, looking to the rim of his vision that could see the sand that was in his line of sight. It is possible, my forever insomnia-scarred host. Kami seems to favor this boy, and we both know what happens when you go against those with Kami on their side, said Shikaku, knowing the last time he protested against Kami he got his ass handed to him by the all-knowing entity. I do not side with Naruto simply because of that reason, Shikaku. I side with Uzumaki Naruto because of what he believes in and what he will do to those who would try to take such things away from him. What he did to us in that forest area is proof of that, thought Gaara, who winced at remembering that very painful headbutt he received dead center in his forehead by the blonde juggernaut. What better way to have your head put on straight than have someone bash it straight for you? Good. At least I have a vessel of principles. Don't get me wrong, boy, I will always be a psychotic demon at heart, but as one of the demon lords I have to, as much as it pains me, to have ethics. Otherwise I'm no better than your filthy species, said Shikaku with great deal of pride in his voice, making Gaara let out a small sweat drop concerning the sand raccoon's personality. Nice to know, I guess. Now stop talking to me and don't even think of trying to possess my body, thought Gaara, forcing the mental voice of his demon away from the realm of mental speaking. You're no fun. When I get out I'm gonna, yelled Shikaku, only to be silenced before he could be finished by Gaara's willpower. Temari came in soon after, looking at her brother as he had his form at the window, as if he had sensed what she did. Did you sense it? Did it come from Naruto-kun? Said a curious and hopeful Temari. It's a distinct possibility, Temari. Shikaku spoke to me in my head only mere moments ago about it, and for once he sounded sane, though it could have been a passing moment. And did I hear you call him Naruto-kun, Temari? Said Gaara, looking at the blushing girl, who looked like she had her hand caught in the cookie jar. Well, he is strong, Gaara, and he is kind-hearted to those he considers his precious people, said Temari, hoping Gaara would approve of her potential boyfriend if she pursued it. Such qualities are good for someone like Naruto. He would not mistreat you or hurt you in any way. Should Naruto come by soon at any point you can ask him out on a date, said Gaara, getting joyous squeal from Temari, who after reanalyzing what she did blushed with embarrassment before skipping her way out of his office. With that said and done, Gaara went back to his desk to continue facing what he had been doing several hours ago in the morning, a mountain's worth of paperwork. Maybe I should have let Shikaku out, or at least continued talking to him, thought Gaara before shaking his head and set out to do the task at hand. Sound Village. What the hell was that? Said Orochimaru, sensing a powerful spike of chakra come out of nowhere. It came from the land of waves, Orochimaru-sama, said Kabuto, looking at a map that showed all the elemental nations and pointed to Wave Country. Wave Country, you say? Didn't the Kyuubi brat have a mission in that poor flea-infested place? Said Orochimaru, having heard something about how Kakashi and his squad met the Demon of the Mist on the way to Wave Country. Yes. Apparently because of Squad 7, or according to the people of Wave, Naruto helped make the people believe again and helped take down that sleazy businessman Gato and his hired thugs, said Kabuto, having read the file himself, which gave him some of the original data for the Chuunin exams. And now shortly after the brat escapes the murderous grips of Kohana, there is a spike of immense chakra in wave. Perhaps the Kyuubi vessel is not as hopeless as I had originally thought he was, said Orochimaru smiling as ideas began popping into his head. Orochimaru-sama, said Kabuto looking at his master curiously. If we can capture the boy, maybe we can understand the demon fox's chakra, and maybe if I can have enough time to experiment, I might learn the secret of immortality from the fox via the boy himself. Kabuto. Gather a squad of our most lethal umbu and send them to Wave Country to find the child. I want him brought back alive. The subject is no good to me if he's somehow damaged in a way that could affect the overall outcome of my experiments, said Orochimaru before glaring at the boy as if to question his judgment. I will, and to make sure the operation is completed with perfect precision, I will lead the umbu team myself, Orochimaru-sama, said Kabuto before bowing to his master before he turned around and left. Don't fail me again, Kabuto. The last time you did, I nearly killed you, said Orochimaru to the darkness, though no one was even in the room. Kohana. During this time, the once busy streets of Kohana that once held great wealth was now starting to show its age without the youth-giving life of trade and a super fat budget the size of an expansive Akimichi. And just within a week. Why? During this time of the month, traders from all places came to buy or sell things that were part of their region. The fact that almost every single place around Kohana had cut them off during one of the busiest trading months had hurt more than the people of Leaf had originally anticipated. With the drastically reduced budget and missions going to other villages, money was going to be tight even for the Hyuga clan, who had decided to be more watchful of their finances as to not go into sudden poverty. The majority of the place was filled with the seemingly depressed, who all wondered why the Uchiha was still unconscious in the hospital. The doctors had been optimistic, saying the boy would come out of it anytime soon, so it just required a little more time. If only it were that easy, but that's beside the point, as there were other problems. Mainly within the ninja ranks. As it stood, most of the Rookie 9 and Guys team now knew why Naruto was hated so much by others, due to the majority of the council revoking the 3rd S-class law on the matter. When Rock Lee learned, he was devastated that one such as Naruto was not only shunned by the people he protected, but betrayed by his own sensei. It made no sense to the many guy look-alike that someone that was supposed to be seen as a hero should be hated by them. It was unyouthfulness at its darkest, as his sensei and idol Mato Guy had told him when the boy had awakened from his exhaustion. Koji was in total shock, and when his family visited him in the hospital, asked why he was never told about Naruto having the demon inside of him. When asked by his father if he would have hated or shunned Naruto because of the Kyuubi, Koji couldn't give a solid answer, thus proving the older man's point on why the 3rd made the law when he did. Still, such knowledge now in his possession, Koji knew that being hated at such a level just for something that was not your fault, but were somehow connected to, was not right. Shikamaru had been on the same page as Koji when it came to his father, though when he was told had responded that he already knew. Shino, who felt, despite the reason for law no matter how logical at the time it was, felt this information was crucial to the overall aspects of their developing life. The bug user that was the heir to his clan felt that Naruto was similar to him, since no one would get near him out of fear of his bugs, thus resulting in isolation most of his life outside of his home. Naruto never had a family to confide in when he was alone, and it ate Shino up inside that the boy he once thought was loser had carried a burden that should never had been placed on Naruto in the first place. As it stood, Shino personally had nothing against Naruto despite the Kyuubi inside of his stomach, and had even spotted the boy once working on a garden in secret. What amazed Shino was not that the boy had apparently kept such a secret from everyone, but that with care simply removed the different types of bugs off his plants and did not squish them afterwards. That in itself to Shino was a sign of a person who was not a demon, but who respected nature and the bugs that made up the world at large, instead of just simply crushing them beneath his feet or spraying the plants with that horrible gas known only as the tabooed word to all Abarame to speak of, insecticide. Tenten had always known deep down that Naruto was different, even though she barely knew the kid since the academy days when she was a year ahead of him. She would see him try so hard in molding chakra that she could actually see the large amount he put into it, which in several cases caused a mini explosion of sorts with a failed jutsu attempt. She had explained what had happened to her father, who just let out a small chuckle saying that the boy has a lot of chakra in body that because of his size is hard to control, and that while he won't be able to do a jutsu that requires a small amount of chakra, the boy could possibly do a jutsu that would drain even some jounin and still have enough energy to run a person ragged after performing a prank. But that wasn't the part of Tenten that knew he was different, as it was something else during the time at one point on Naruto birthdays on October 10th, as their shop would get a lot of customers around then. It was that day and time that she realized such a feeling about the blonde-haired boy. She soon remembered when she was 8 that her father let her mind the store for a brief moment while he checked the back for some konao he had been working on. Some time later a group of shinobi came in and asked her, since they knew her father, if she knew of some weapons. Since everyone in the way of the shinobi in Konoha knew about her father, she thought it wasn't too strange to ask if she knew about such things. However, what struck Tenten as strange was that they wanted weapons that were slightly rusted and would need to be thrown away soon after, if not immediately upon using them for other activities, with the word other being expressed a little too friendly for her taste. When she asked them to be clearer on the other that was mentioned, they said they were going to go demon hunting, which at the time Tenten thought was a new festival game they added on to make people happy that the Kyuubi was dead. With that, Tenten had given them some swords that were going to be taken into the back and melted down to be remade into new swords. The men paid for each weapon and told her it was just for her since she had been so kind to give them the weapons. It was later on when Tenten told her father about it and the serious look on his face before he went to talk to the third Hokage that she knew something was wrong and it was somehow partly her fault. Fortunately, whatever she had unintentionally caused had not been fully set in motion, as her father came back later at night with a calm yet still serious look on his face before he asked her certain questions that puzzled her slightly, but asked as honestly as she could. In the end her father gave her a smile, a kiss on the head, and told her to go to bed, as if all was right with the world, though Tenten still couldn't help but feel something was off about her father's reaction. Now that she knew the truth, she understood why her father had been so serious. Those shinobi she sold the rusty weapons to were going to use them on Naruto that night. I can't even look at a sword of that design clean or rusted without feeling ashamed of myself for giving those guys weapons. At least from the look on my father's face when he came in, that he and the Sandame stopped it, if not the worst of Naruto's torture from happening, thought Tenten, finding herself by Niji's bedside, as he slept to regain his lost strength. She would have visited Lee, but knowing him, he would have been loud enough to wake a coma patient as soon as she entered the room. Unfortunately, just as the news of Naruto's demon being told had positive effects in the more open-minded circles, it had negative effects elsewhere. Ino was glad that Naruto was gone despite her father's disappointment in her being so arrogant, which he blamed on his wife, who supported her daughter in the matter. Inoichi shook his head at the two, saying this was why he wanted a guy as the male Yamanaka were not so arrogant as to not see the difference between a hero, a demon, and a damn traitor of an Uchiha. Sakura was of course no different from her mother in hating Naruto, as she was so caught up with wanting to be married to Sasuke to help revive his clan that she simply continued doing what she had been doing all along. All the while the girl smirked over the fact that she got in all those hits on Naruto, the demon spawn of Konoha, making her mother exceedingly proud. Inyazuka Kiba found himself following in the footsteps of his mother, as well as her hatred for the boy like Kiba passed on to him when some revealed that it was Kyuubi, who was the one that killed Kiba's father, that was her husband. Kiba, of course being as arrogant as his mother, found a new reason to hate Naruto, as the boy had his Hinata's attention all the time and had beaten him, embarrassingly, at the preliminaries, which in his mind shamed his clan. "The next time I see you again, demon, I'm going to rip out your heart and place it in a jar as a trophy for all to see, so they know I, Inyazuka Kiba, am the best. And after I'm done ending your miserable life, I'll make Hinata-chan mine, and she will only bear my pups while you rot in hell," thought Kiba, flexing his claw-like hands while he sat alone in his hospital bed, grinning with anticipation of a rematch. Only this time, it would be to the death. It was the same everywhere in the Hidden Leaf Village, with a slight few disgusted by the majority's actions while the majority continued to hate the boy. Of course the thoughts on those people within Konoha, who hated the boy, soon felt a tremendous power that snapped them out of their thoughts of driving the demon out of the village. It was then that such joyous thoughts of the demon no longer in the village vanished, and fear of what monster that came from off into the horizon. How truly ironic it was. Hokage Tower Danzo's office. It's clear from this spike of incredible power the demon vessel is growing stronger at a considerable rate, said Danzo, sensing the general area the power was coming from, and pinpointed the location before cross-referencing the area with Naruto. Yes, Danzo-sama. If you wish, I will lead a team of Umburu to Wave Country to kill the monster now that we know his position, said Sai, bowing his head to his teacher. No. If we do that, it will incite further conflict with the other shinobi nations and rally our older, more spiteful enemies into a mad war frenzy as well. Konoha is the strongest of all the shinobi nation despite its current conditions, but even our might is no match for so many foes at once. We need to get the abomination killed on our side of the territorial field to avoid a political incident that would cause reason for the demon's many friends to fight for him as if he were a martyr. We will send out our hunter ninjas as our fellow council members had originally ordered. The only difference is we will send more of them to Wave Country, but nothing else unless he is within Konoha's domain. However, as a precaution, let our spy network outside of Konoha keep their eyes out for him so we can monitor his movements. By doing this we can anticipate his next move before the demon can execute him, said Danzo, looking at the latest news from his spies elsewhere. What about the fifth Hokage, Danzo-sama? If she learns of this, she will declare marital law and destroy parts of the council that will oppose her, said Sai, knowing that to mess with that woman was not the smartest thing to do. Should that woman do something like, she will be taken out before she can even give the order for it once started. When that happens, I will make myself the new Hokage, have Sasuke as my protege, and make Konoha the military power I have envisioned it would be, with Sasuke to carry on my work when I am long dead, said Danzo, smiling, though it hurt considering the old battle scars on the upper part of his face that were wrapped in bandages. Yes, Danzo-sama, said Sai before leaving to train until he was yet again called for by his master and leader of Root. At the same time another Root member came in from the shadows and kneeled before the man. Have certain aspects of Uzumaki Naruto been leaked to IWA, said Danzo, looking at his Root member with his one good eye. Yes, Danzo-sama. As you anticipated, the IWA are getting worked up into a frenzy and are sending their very best hunter ninja and after the demon. Now that they know who his parents were, the ninja from IWA are looking for some revenge against the one who helped end the war, said the Root who got a nod from Danzo with a small smirk on his face as a sign he was pleased with his soldier before dismissing him. Wave Country 3 days later. Naruto woke up with a headache the size of Gamabunta, as he slowly got up from his bed with his stomach screaming at him to eat something soon or there would be hell to pay. Man, I feel like Zanjutsu-sama beat the crap out of me, said Naruto, cracking his neck until he heard the pressure releasing pop and crack sounds in the joints. You should be so fortunate that it feels like it and that it didn't actually happen. If it had, you wouldn't simply have mild discomfort and a sizable headache, said Zanjutsu, as he appeared seemingly out of nowhere yet again to face the boy, who now sat up on the side of the bed. How long was I out? Said Naruto, noticing his newly acquired sword in a black sheath with a blood-red fox head on the side. 3 whole days. Your stomach had been growling mad at not being fed anything except water to prevent dehydration. I had to use my chakra on your body to compensate its loss of food and nutrients in the body and to slow down your digestive system to prevent you from pissing yourself as you were unconscious, said Zanjutsu, slightly annoyed at his vessel's stomach for growling so loud for food. And Akimika's stomach had more tolerance than Naruto's did when it came to hunger. Do Inari, Tajuna, and Tsunami know I'm up here, said Naruto, getting off the bed before walking over to the mirror to inspect his new look. Of course. When I carried you back they asked who I was and what I was doing carrying you on my shoulder. It took a bit of explaining on my end, but they understood what had happened and why you were unconscious. They all felt or saw the power you unleashed from awakening the power of your sword when you spoke his name, so you can imagine how worried they were about you. However, such an eruption of power will no doubt turn several eyes of the shinobi world towards Wave Country. They will send ninja their teams here to investigate the disturbance, with some hoping it will lead to finding you, said Zanjutsu, knowing that Naruto would know what groups he was speaking of. No doubt they are on their way, are nearly here, depending on who's looking. We will have to greet them appropriately. Right, Zanjutsu-sama, said Naruto, smiling a new smile with fox-like fangs and sharp teeth that made Kisame's look flat in comparison. Right. Go to the bathroom, take a shower and head downstairs to eat. We have to see if your mask is ready at the blacksmith's or not, said Zanjutsu, seeing Naruto run a hand over his now longer unwashed hair. Oh, it's ready all right. I can feel it, said Naruto, heading into the bathroom to get clean while Zanjutsu walked downstairs to inform the trio below that Naruto was awake. For Zanjutsu, it felt good, if not for once, not to hide from others around him, and was a wholehearted if not wonderful thing to experience. The sound of waves from the ocean can make even the most violent of beasts become calm given the time and right moment, thought Zanjutsu offhand before he wondered if he was getting soft after several thousand years of being alive. The grave of Zabuza and Haku. Must we come here just so you can pay your respects, Kisame, said Itachi in annoyance at the traditions that were part of the village hidden in mist that still lingered in his shark-faced partner. The two members of the Akatsuki had arrived in Wave Country only moments ago, and Kisame had insisted that they go to Zabuza's grave to pay their, or rather Kisame pay his respects to the fallen member of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist. When the two arrived at the grave using Itachi's Sharingan to follow the faint mixture of a chakra trail that was left behind by who they suspected belonged to their prey, Uzumaki Naruto. When the two had reached the graves, Kisame could instantly tell that Zabuza's grave had been tampered with just a few days ago. Upon further inspection, Kisame immediately noticed that only the blade from Zabuza's sword was left, not the hilt of it. At first, the shark-faced member of Akatsuki remembered the story of how sword hilts sometimes had more than one master. Remembering this, Kisame decided to pay his respects to Zabuza first, before setting out to find the Kyuubi vessel and then kill whoever took the hilt off the demon of the mist's blade. Kisame only hoped the two were related. When the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist was founded and we all trained together to be the best in mist, we each made an oath stained in our blood to visit the grave of the one who most resembled us the most. Zabuza was my counterpart before you were Itachi, as he was a lot like me before he died. He loved combat and the smell from the blood that would stain his sword when he sliced someone apart in a silenced manner. Even his teeth were like mine, and he knew how to use kunai in a way that no other could think of should one's own arms be useless in a fight, said Kisame, having heard the story of how Gato had been killed by Zabuza, as had Itachi. Barbaric, but effective nonetheless, I suppose, said Itachi, earning him a growl from his blue-skinned companion. A fight is a fight, not some honorable duel you have in a dojo, so don't tell me that being savage in a fight to the death is barbaric, or the manner in which it was done. You of all people should know that since you wiped out your entire clan. Well, almost all of them, said Kisame, smiling, turning to his partner, who stayed as calm as ever. That foolish brother of mine is not an Uchiha. The fact that the power given to him by Orochimaru was not enough to defeat Uzumaki Naruto when summoning the Kyuubi's chakra proves just how weak Sasuke truly is. My so-called brother may have the eyes of the Uchiha, but not the heart of one, said Itachi, walking away from the graves while Kisame looked at the man puzzlingly before running to catch up. Tajuna's home 20 minutes later. Naruto walked down the stairs of the home of the people he was proud to call family, as he did his precious ones, who were surprised to see his new appearance. "Goddamn kid, when you get a growth spurt you certainly grow," said Tajuna, looking at the kid, who was now nearly up to the old drunk's shoulders. And that was if you didn't count his hair. Naruto hair was now blonde with red streaks around the sum of the base of some of it, only now his hair overall was spikier than usual. Another weird thing was that Naruto's hair has bells of all things sticking out of the tallest of spikes of his hair, making a little noise as turned his head even if T was a small movement. Naruto's recent transformation is because of the powerful spirit that lives within his very sword he now wields. Though the two of them will be independent from the other, Naruto will learn more as time goes on from that spirit and from me during our travels through the various elemental lands, said Zanjutsu, knowing his words at the end would depress the family that took them in, but he knew it couldn't be helped. So did Tajuna, Inari, and Tsunami. Stay for a little while longer. Please Naruto Ni-san, said Inari, hoping the boy he looked up to as a brother would not leave so soon after such a seemingly short visit. I will be around for a little while longer today, Inari, don't worry. I have to go and pick up something from one of the shops, but once I do I'll come back to say goodbye, for now anyway, said Naruto, cracking a small smile at Inari before ruffling the smaller boy's hair. Promise, said Inari, knowing that Naruto would follow through with a promise no matter what. Promise, said Naruto before walking out of the house and waving back to the family. Blacksmith's shop 15 minutes later. So how do you like it? I made sure it was done with the finest care and precision you could ask of any craftsman of my art, said the shop owner, watching the boy gaze at the mask with a piercing gaze as if to look for a fall that was not there. The craftsmanship is indeed impressive, Sano-san. You should be proud of yourself for making a work of pure art for us. How much does that come to? Said Naruto after he had finished looking over every single spot of detail and giving it his approval. No charge. I know who you are, kid. Anyone who's anyone in Wave knows your name and your face just enough to know you are the hero that plaque mentioned, said Sano, who smiled at the boy's slightly shocked face, thinking his new appearance would keep others from recognizing him. Then again, this type of thing was what the mask was for. I see. You will keep my presence here a secret then, said Naruto, though it was more of a statement than question. When I first arrived here at the beginning entrance to this country where the bridge was connected, I read the plaque word for word and kept it repeating over in my head. When I asked around about you, all I got was wonderful news about what you did to help these people and to help the bridge builder's grandson snap out of his depressing funk, said Sano, again surprising Naruto. How did you know about that? Said Naruto curiously, as not too many people knew about that little discussion, if you want to call it, with him and Inari. One day I visited that old drunk and he told me how you had a pretty miserable life that made this look like paradise to you. Since even though people were down and nearly out, they had each other, even though that was all they had. You on the other hand had no one, from what I've been told, and it is high time you get your due, kid. I also have a feeling that this mask will help you on your journey. Just remember when you are famous, kid, to brush some of it my way and tell people how you got this mask from me, said a slightly laughing Sano, who shook the kid's and Zanjutsu's hands before they left. Later that day at home, Sano would walk in to find a small pouch of money from the much larger one Naruto had, with a note on it from the kid himself. I may need your services for masks in the future, so don't think you're off the hook just yet, Sano-san. Pleasure doing business with you. Naruto. Sano merely let out a small hearty laugh, finding it was the only thing he could do. Wave Country, the Great Naruto Bridge. My little Naruto-kun must have found something worth Orochimaru-sama's interest if I can sense that strange chakra's residue from here, thought Kabuto, as he could sense a great deal of it remained around Wave Country, though it was now noticeably thin, so it made following it more difficult than he expected. Still, just because it was difficult didn't mean the boy wasn't impossible to find. Soon he felt Naruto's chakra signature not far from them and signaled the sound Umbu behind him to run across the bridge to find the rogue Konoha ninja to take back to the Snake Sunin. Not too far away from them, Konoha's own hunter ninjas were also heading into Wave Country, only instead of capture they were sent to kill the said foxboy. The gathering of so many ninja to one spot along with the battle that would shortly follow would be the talk of Wave Country for years to come. With Naruto and Zanjutsu, Naruto continued to look at the mask in wonder what his friends back home would think if they saw him now. Knowing Sakura, she didn't care, and at worst she knew about his tenant, meaning she was a demon hater like most of the Leaf Village. Ino would most likely follow since she was infatuated with Sasuke, plus she has a tendency to be shallow in terms of perceptions of others. If Kiba was anything like his mother, then Naruto knew he was screwed out of a friendly rival with the brash Inuzuka, seeing as the apples in that particular family never fell far from the tree. Though the mutt's older sister Hana showed promise in seeing things clearer than the rest of her clan. However, that wasn't his main concern at the moment. What concerned him was how the news of Zanjutsu being inside of him would affect Hinata's perceptions of him. He may appear dumb, but he knew when someone liked another more than a friend, and had done so with Sakura on several occasions even if they were fake. All the same, Naruto knew that Hinata's feelings for him before he left for his mission to retrieve Sasuke were not by any means fake. Would the news of the demon inside of him poison her mind into her thinking he was the actual demon? A monster? Would he forever be alone, never to settle down and have children of his own, who he could tell his story to so they would know how great his struggles in life were? Some things were better left alone. Zanjutsu looked at his student/vessel, sensing the thoughts and emotions whirling around in his complex head of his. There were things about his past connection with Konoha that needed to be solved, and solved soon, or else he could never break the invisible chains that bound him to the weight of a guilty conscience. "Naruto, it's time," said Zanjutsu, snapping the boy out of his thoughts to look at him. "Yes, Zanjutsu-sama, it is time," said Naruto with very little emotion in his voice, as he put the mask on his head, feeling the inner part of it connect with the side of his face. "How does it feel?" said Zanjutsu, liking Naruto's new look more and more, giving the boy a more demonic appearance. "In just one word?" "Perfect," said Naruto, as he added chakra into the mask so he could see through it clearly. "Good. As you grow and use my chakra, the mask will expand to match the dynamics of your face to fit as time goes by. Also, I've decided to give you a summoning contract for demon foxes to help us on our journey, since using the toads would alert that peeping toad hermit." "Show me your sheath, kid," said Zanjutsu, getting a nod from Naruto in understanding, and removed the said item from his waist. It wasn't that he didn't trust Ero Sennin, but he couldn't say he trusted him either. "One backstabbing sensei is enough for now, and even if I could trust the old pervert, if he were interrogated by the council, any information he finds out could be used against me," thought Naruto before holding out in front of him for Demon Fox. Zanjutsu channeled chakra into his hand and placed his fingertips on the sheath where the symbol of the fox head was, making it glow blood red for several seconds. "Now you have officially signed a contract with me and my kin, and it will only work for you since this is your sheath. That only works with your sword. Anyone else will have their limbs blown off in trying to use or tamper with it should they learn where it came from," said Zanjutsu before turning his attention to the right of him, sensing the approach of several groups of people heading their way. "I sense we have company. What better way to help get a reputation than to kill people from the places I hate," said Naruto, though it was more of a statement than question, as he put his sheath away and now held his now normal-looking sword in his hand, while Zanjutsu retreated back to the seal, not wanting their secret of him being active outside of it known to their enemies. In no time Naruto found himself nearly surrounded by Sound Umbu with Konoha's hunter ninjas waiting in the shadows, not realizing that Itachi and Kisame were doing the same. Naruto did though. "It's been a while, Naruto. You never call, you never write, and you never come to visit me in Sound Village," said Kabuto, looking confidently at his prey. "Why should I visit you or the snake queer you call a master? Unlike you, I don't have the unhealthy fetishes for long snake-like tongues wrapping around me a night," said Naruto behind his mask, clearly seeing some surprised movements and what seemed to be silent snickering at Kabuto's expense. "Such inferior insults will not goad me into fighting you on your terms, Naruto, though I must admit your new appearance is much better on the eyes than it was with that jumpsuit you used to wear. What color was it again?" "Orange," said Kabuto, smirking, hoping to get Naruto angry and attack him instead. "Considering how much people hated me, I was lucky to get anything at all. People would constantly overcharge me for stuff and I couldn't afford it. My home of an apartment no doubt would make one of your prison cells or experimentation rooms seem likable. You were never nearly starved or beaten to death, and at the hospitals they even tried to poison my food on at least 3 different occasions. You think by bringing your Sound Umbu here that you have the advantage? No. It's the opposite, and if you think it's bad now, Just wait until I send you and your squad members back to sound in one big bloody bag to your all-great child molesting pervert of a snake that is Uzumaki team, said Naruto, his mask's eyes glowing a dim red as he spoke. Big talk from just a small kid who failed the genin exam 3 times and only passed on the whim of a Chunin, who took pity on you, said Kabuto, though in his mind his warning senses told him that this kid was much more trouble than he thought. And his senses were never wrong. Considering how many people tried to stop me at every turn, I'll take anything I can get in terms of advancement to victory. Kisame, Itachi, and you piece of monkey shit, excuses for Konoha hunter ninjas, get out here now, said Naruto, getting shocked expressions and movements from all 3 groups. Not bad, kid, you sensed us even though we were hiding all our power, said Kisame, as he revealed his shark-like teeth in a smile. It wasn't hard. You're big, blue, and you look like a mutated dolphin. Plus with you around, Itachi is not far behind, said Naruto, getting a snarl from the shark man, while Itachi, despite the seriousness of the situation, smirked, knowing all the things Naruto just said were true. Mutated dolphin, huh? Maybe you'll think differently when I shave your legs off, said Kisame, drawing out Same Hata ready to do some damage to Naruto. Remember, Kisame Akatsuki wants Naruto alive. If you do manage to wound him, don't make it lethal, or else Leader Sama will make us pay dearly, said Itachi, while eyeing the hunter ninjas and the sound Umbu carefully. We can't let you take him back to Akatsuki, Itachi-san. We are under orders to kill the demon boy on sight. Stand aside or we will deal with you as well, said the hunter ninja captain, hoping that the group's overall strength would make the Uchiha think twice. Sorry to disappoint you fools, but Orochimaru-sama needs him for conducting further experiments on, and I can't risk failure in his capture, said Kabuto, who snapped his 2 of his fingers together, make his squad getting into fight stances. Itachi activated his Sharingan and the hunter ninjas from Konoha got ready for a fight with dead silence for the briefest of moments, only to be shattered by an insane laughter. An insane laugh coming from Naruto that turned everyone's attention back to him. Well, isn't this great? So many people want me alive or dead, yet none of you can agree on which one should get first dibs. So seeing how all of you are so eager to die, I will, in the spirit of cooperation, kill each and every one of you, said Naruto, his mask's eyes glowing red as if they were alive, and he readied himself in a lax sword stance, holding the weapon with just his right hand. Either this kid has finally lost it and has become suicidal, or he actually does have the power to defeat us, though personally I think it's the former, said Kisame, smirking at the kid's show of guts, no matter how figuratively well played it was acted out. However, when one deals with Kisame, such guts are shown more in a literal sense, with the former Mist Ninja showing people their guts by shoving Same Hata in through the stomach. Careful, Kisame, I have watched this boy outrun Umbu when he was barely 6 years old, and underestimating him could spell doom even for you, said Itachi, noticing the shift in the air as storm clouds came overhead above them all. The growling animal noise coming from the demon didn't help either. Please. If Umbu from the leaf couldn't catch a mere 6-year-old child, then that place must have really been weakened during the fight with the Kyuubi, said Kisame, as he charged Naruto now, despite Itachi telling him to stop his charge that fell on deaf ears. And soon to be dead ones too. As Kisame swung his mighty and spiky-looking sword, the other 2 groups along with Itachi watched as Naruto leaped quickly over the wide swing, since ducking it would have ruined his hair. Surprising, Kisame gave Naruto an opening and he slashed down on the shark-faced man, causing the member of Akatsuki to scream in pain. Still think I'm weak? You have less finesse than you have brains, said Naruto, smirking at the surprised Kisame, who looked at the boy with fear, not because he had struck him, even though that was a reason, but it was because he never saw Naruto move at such high speed before. Neither had Itachi or anyone else in the other 2 groups for that matter. He's gotten stronger. My Sharingan could see his movement, though it was difficult and it looked like he was projecting an after image as he did. That's never happened before. Had I not heard the tiny bells on his head, I wouldn't have seen it happen, thought a now impressed Uchiha Itachi, wondering what could have increased Naruto's speed to such a level. How, said Kisame in pain, feeling as if the wound slightly went diagonally down his right side of his back. Simple. You really suck at countering an attack while expecting your size, your large ass sword, and the swinging of your said sword to destroy your enemies in one shot. Care to try again, said Naruto, smiling his new set of teeth at Kisame, who turned green with envy at the sight of the teeth before turning back to blue again. This is an unexpected first even for me. Not many people other than Orochimaru and a select few other can go up against one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, much less Kisame of all people, thought Kabuto, seeing this new more dangerous Uzumaki. Naruto seemingly mock and toy with the man from Akatsuki as if he were a plaything. Damn you, brat. When I get a hold of you there won't be enough of you left to stuff into a matchbox, said Kisame, swinging his sword at Naruto in more complex forms related to the art of swordplay. Naruto dodged almost every single one. Almost. The last strike Kisame utilized involved a wide arc of a hit that, if connected, would in all likelihood destroy the upper half of his opponent. Itachi, however, was not thoroughly convinced that Kisame would win when the blow made contact with its target. When the blow did connect with Naruto, the boy Itachi and Kabuto noticed had plenty of time to dodge, yet just stood there to take the head-on attack. The only thing the boy did to show he was trying to defend himself was raising his left arm to absorb most if not all of the blow the massive Zanbato would inflict on him. There was a loud crunch sound when the sword hit its target, and both had moved with the impact, if only just a few inches. Kisame smiled at the sound his sword made, thinking he got the brat good with his trusty same hata, even though the shark man couldn't tell if the boy's face behind the mask was filled with pain. Though the Akatsuki member imagined it was, if only slightly. Is that it? Said Naruto, his voice revealing no pain in his words, but of someone who was clearly unimpressed by the attack. What the hell, said Kisame, finding himself afraid of someone other than Leader Sama and Itachi when he was pissed off. If this is all you got, Kisame, then your reputation among the 7 swordsmen of the mist has been clearly exaggerated, said Naruto, pushing the sword's blade away from him with the arm it came in contact with before slowly digging his grip into the sword with his left hand and releasing a huge amount of killing intent that froze everyone in their place no matter how much they wanted to move at the moment. How is he doing that? Thought everyone around Naruto, as they were now clearly scared of this demon vessel and his newfound strength that seemingly gave him S-class rank strength. I don't like a sword that eats my chakra and pigs out on it shortly after getting a taste of what it considers a good meal. Your sword is like big dumb dog, or in this case shark, that can't stop eating until the food is taken away, and frankly it sickened me. Do you even know the inner workings of your sword, Kisame? Zanjutsu does, and he knows for a fact a surefire way to destroy it, said Naruto, pouring more chakra into the sword, but at the same time twisting it and turning it to his very whim. What are you doing? Said Kisame, trying to pry his same hata from Naruto, only he found that Naruto's grip was absolutely stronger than his. Did you know the main reason your sword can eat so much chakra is because it has its own small network of tunnels to take that chakra and circulate it around? Same hata does this to let it thin out and dissolve into the sword itself. However, just because the sword absorbs, or as you once put it, Kisame eats chakra, it does not mean the chakra cannot be manipulated by the very source it came from, said Naruto, smiling at Kisame, as he felt his chakra, that was being eaten by same hata, swirling around inside the sword into a little compressed balls of power. What do you mean? Said Itachi, finding this information may have its usefulness later should he be able to report back to Leader Sama. And that was if Leader Sama didn't kill him and Kisame, should he even survive this, for their failure in capturing Naruto when they had the chance. What that means, Uchiha team, is that even as we speak I'm manipulating my chakra into tiny little Raise-Non balls inside same hata, and when I choose to I will let them explode all at once, said Naruto, giving Kisame a psychotic grin that turned the blue-skinned man pasty white that nearly made him look human. That would annihilate everyone here, and due to the Kyuubi's demonic healing powers, Naruto can survive such an attack without batting an eyelash, thought Itachi, taking small steps back that didn't go unnoticed by everyone around him. Smart as ever I see at Itachi. Tell you what, since you are the smart one of all 3 groups, I'm going to let you live and head back to the leader of your organization. Tell him that within the 3 years that you would plan on hunting me, I'm going to be using to hunt the rest of you, Orochimaru, and any other poor son of bitch from any other hidden village or elemental country that decides they want to come after me in order to get a piece of Uzumaki, Naruto, Kenpeki, said Naruto demonically at the end, though he did not know why he added the name of his sword to his, but he would have to worry about that later as his left hand started glowing blue, red, and yellow at the same time. Meanwhile, Same Hada started making noises as if it were a large girder being stranded by some unforeseen pressure attacking it. Stop it, said Kisame pleadingly, not wanting to die yet as he had so many things to do and people to kill. Not to mention he still had to see the new Jaws 5 movie that came out 2 weeks ago, where the plot from what he understood of it was his brethren actually winning against the human race. Stop, you say? Why? Only a weakling begs for mercy, only weaklings ask to be spared death, and only weakling like you, die. Many Rasengan bombs jutsu, said Naruto, releasing an insane laugh along with his attack on the poor shark man that was the once infamous Kisame, who in all his fright had simply forgotten to let go of the sword to escape the explosion that soon followed of Same Hada. Kabuto, having finally gotten a chance to move, ran as fast as he could seconds before the explosion hit, though as slow as he was, a mid-Shuunin ranked ninja could possibly see him. I must survive this to inform Orochimaru-sama of this new development, thought Kabuto, as the explosion happened, sending chakra-covered pieces of Same Hada as well as thick waves of chakra everywhere, hitting all parties around Naruto. The sound umbu that were behind Kabuto didn't move fast enough, were completely annihilated with their bodies turning into bloody smears on the ground and nearby trees. Kabuto himself survived thanks to his own ways of healing and retreated back to Sound Village. Itachi moved at a slightly reduced speed due to the killer intent he felt, along with some form of pressure coming from Naruto's chakra. At the speed he was moving, the second to last Uchiha was hit with pieces of the destroyed sword, hitting him in his right arm and his left side, barely missing 1 or 2 vital organs. I need to escape and report back to Leader Sama and hope what information I have learned of Naruto will be of use to him, thought Itachi before teleporting out of the area to avoid making a blood trail that would make the boy follow. The Konoha hunter ninjas were torn and sliced apart, killing all except, amazingly as it was, though it would depend on your point of view, a single ninja. His right arm was lost forever, his face burned unrecognizably from the impact, and his guts were hanging out of his waistline, showing anyone that saw it, provided they didn't puke first, how the human body can digest food. The ninja flat out wished he was dead, and in a few minutes afterwards that followed, his wish was granted. As for Kisame, like his sword Same Hada, he was not complete, and had been, for the lack of a better word, obliterated. The blast itself had only hit Kisame marginally at best, since he was the closet to Naruto than the others. However, even such an attack had left only a majority of him being a mangled blood smear, leaving a slightly cut up head as proof the shark man was no more. Naruto put away his sword and walked over to Kisame's head, picking it up and studying it for a moment with disgust. And here I thought, with all you guys around me, I would have to call out the true form of my sword after I called his name. At least I now have a reason to enter Mist though, said Naruto, smiling at the head, knowing that this would not only get him into the Mist Village, but allow him to make a name for himself, and possibly get him potential jobs in the future. Don't get overconfident, kid, you are still a growing boy. Next time the dangers will be greater, as your enemies will come out more in force when word gets out about what you did here, said Zanjutsu, appearing next to Naruto, and put a demonic preserve seal on Kisame's skull to avoid any further decay. Still, this will be interesting nonetheless. Kabuto will report to Orochimaru in Sound, Itachi will report back to the Akatsuki, and as for Konoha, well, let's just say that Tsunade Baa-chan is about to give the council a very interesting package, said Naruto, turning to the remains of the hunter ninjas in all their bloody glory. That's my boy, thought Zanjutsu, with the spirit of Kenpeki, smiling at his owner's way of thinking and inspiring fear into his enemies. More blood for us to spill, thought Kenpeki, licking his lips inside Naruto's mindscape, imagining all of the fights they as a whole would get into. Demon summoning art, demon fox summoning jutsu, said Naruto, biting his thumb and smearing it on the fox head on his sheath, making it glow as he did one-handed seals before planting his free hand open palmed, down on the ground. When the smoke cleared from the jutsu, a three-tailed black fox, the size a large dog, had appeared ready to follow the orders of the one who summoned him. "What is you wish of me, my master?" said the summons, bowing its head in respect. "I need you, my fox summons, to transport something to Konoha for me that is of great importance, that needs to reach its destination," said Naruto, getting a nod from the fox, while Zanjutsu went up to the remains of the Konoha hunter ninjas and created a large box to stuff them all in. "What is it that needs transport?" said the black fox, though it had a good idea what it was, since the boss summons of his species was stuffing the box with bloody remains from corpses. "Three things actually, with each something going in a separate destination. The first of such items is this headband that needs to reach my old sensei Umino Irika," said Naruto, taking out his leaf headband and with a clawed finger, put a line horizontally across the leaf symbol before tying it loosely around its neck. "What of the other two?" said the black fox, as Naruto pulled out an envelope and put a letter inside that smelled to the fox like ramen. "This letter needs to be given to someone that is precious to me and that I cherish above all others in my life. This letter must only go to Hyuga Hinata of the Hyuga clan and must never be seen by any other person in Konoha, or else bad things might happen to her that I would never want to happen," said Naruto, getting extremely serious when he was looking at the fox, who knew that this one was the major priority of this assignment, before taking the letter into its mouth, carefully making sure not to damage it. "This will be your third package, though I would suggest delivering this last so you don't have the people in Konoha after you right away," said Zanjutsu, bringing the box over to the two with blood staining the top and side of the large wooden container before placing it on the fox's back, while the said fox held it with its three tails. It had a sign on it. "To the people of Konoha. Better luck next time, assholes. From Uzumaki Naruto." However, what would get everyone's attention was that below the message was a picture of a smiling Naruto face, giving whoever looked at it two middle fingers. Truly an insult to injury. The black demon fox nodded to Zanjutsu and Naruto before disappearing in a puff of smoke, setting out to do its required task. "Now that is taken care of, let's head to Mist and collect the bounty on Fish Head here," said Naruto, who put the head in a bag Zanjutsu made appear in front out of his churka flowing cloak. "Don't forget you still have to say goodbye to Tajuna and the others before you go," said Zanjutsu, not wanting the boy to forget his promise to the family. "Right. My bad," said Naruto, grinning sheepishly at the demon fox before heading back to Tajuna's house to say farewell to his family. Wave Country Docks. 30 minutes later. Naruto had said a heartfelt goodbye to the Tajuna and had promised once more to visit when he had a chance and when he wasn't on the run so much. Inari was crying, of course, at the loss of seeing the country's hero leaving again, and nearly had to be pried away from Naruto after giving him a vice-gripped hug by Tsunami. Tsunami herself wished Naruto off for a safe journey to Mist and to be careful, as she had heard from someone that Mists and the country of water were facing severely troubled times. Tajuna gave the boy a pat on the shoulder and secretly gave Naruto a bottle of his more expensive stuff he hid from his daughter, telling Naruto he'd never know when he would need a stress-removing drink. Clearly a voice of experience. Naruto took it without question and bid the group farewell, telling them that they could now tell the rest of the people in town he was here, since it would soon hit all the other places around them. Getting on the ship heading for Mist, he waved goodbye to Tajuna, Inari, and Tsunami until they could no longer be seen by him. "Next time I see them again I'm going to be so much stronger, even I won't find it the least bit funny," Naruto to Zanjutsu, who appeared next to him with his usual serious expression plaster on his face. "True, but I sense you will go far, Naruto, in your dream to be the best, and when you do return to Konoha to be the next Hokage you will definitely surpass all the others before you," said Zanjutsu, looking out into the water, admiring the serene beauty it possessed before turning to Naruto and giving him an eye patch. "What's this, Zanjutsu-sama?" said Naruto, examining the eye patch, seeing it has several small eyes and mouths on it. "It's something I found on in your coat pocket while you were out like a light after your confrontation with your sword spirit." From what I can determine, it was designed to eat large quantities of chakra from the user as long as the person wears it. Did spirit the lives within your sword have one as well? Said Zanjutsu, seeing the eye patch, yearning just to grab onto Naruto's right eye. Might as well wear it now. It will be some time before we get to the land of water, and since there is no threat to me on board the ship by the time we land, I should feel properly adjusted to it, said Naruto, putting the eye patch on his right eye as the wrappings acted like tentacles and latched on tightly. It took a great deal of willpower to not scream when he felt like the eye patch was eating his like an Akimichi eats food at a buffet table. When we get to land of water and to mist, we'll use our current funding, plus what you get for Kisame's head, to buy some heavy weights to further increase your strength in the long run. By the time you leave that country, not only will it be better because of you, but you yourself will be several times stronger than you are now, said Zanjutsu, seeing his vessel wobble slightly, trying to get used to the drainage and the pain that was coming from his right eye. Don't worry, kid, the pain will go away in a few days. In the meantime, I'm going to help you in terms of using chakra pressure, which involves generating your killer intent with your chakra, creating a heavy pressure environment. You did it back there with that group of weaklings, but it was on pure luck and instinct on my part that allowed you to trigger it, said Kenpeki, who in Naruto Mindscape was looking forward to being called out for a good old-fashioned sword fight. At the moment in IWA. Are you sure this information our agents received is correct, said the Tsuchikage, as he looked over the information given to him by the Umbu in his presence. Yes, sir. As you know, the Leaf Village has been severely weakened by what they did to the boy and his sensei betraying him. The pictures of him compared to the Yellow Flash is an undeniable proof the boy is his father, since no one else in Leaf has such identifiable characteristics, said the Umbu, who knew that this was an opportunity to strike at the spirit of their most hated enemy. Yes, the evidence is unmistakable. The fools don't even realize just who they betrayed, and at this point won't even care, since they hate the demon sealed inside of him. We will act on this, but with a more delicate approach, if what those two power surges we felt were any indication, said the Tsuchikage, rubbing his chin in thought. What do you have in mind, Tsuchikage-sama? Said the Umbu, wondering what plan his Earth Shadow had planned. Rather than killing the boy, why not send him an invitation to join us when we decide to invade Konoha at a much later date? It's clear that if those fools don't know about the child's heritage, then neither does the boy himself. Have our Umbu and spies throughout the other lands look for him, but when they confront him they are to offer him the chance to join our ranks, said the Tsuchikage, smiling a sinister smile at the shocked Umbu. Join us? But sir, he is the son of the Yellow Flash, said the Umbu in protest, as he had seen so many of his fellow comrades die during the war with Leaf. All the more reason to have him join our side. What Namikaze Minato did to us, his son will do to them when we go back to war with Leaf, said the Tsuchikage, with his smile growing even more. Irony and karma were truly in this year. Meanwhile, Konoha Hospital. Uchiha Sasuke was a boy with many faults as well as potential talent if he understood some things about life and got his head out of his ass. The report on his injuries was not life-threatening, but all the same could not be overlooked. The total wounds were several broken ribs, a concussion, some amount of blood loss from cuts and scrapes, and his right hand had been covered in special restoration bandages, as it had been nearly destroyed when he shot his Chidori into Naruto's Rasengan. Outside of his room were two Umbu ninjas standing guard to prevent anyone getting in or out of the Uchiha's room. Though their guarding could use work, since they didn't expect anyone to attack their poor prodigy, who in their arrogant minds had been traumatized by the demon boy that put him in that condition. Now as Sasuke sat, unconscious in the hospital bed of his room, now covered with get well cards and flowers to show the people's support of him, the Uchiha began to stir. His heart monitor was beeping faster as his mind was struggling for him to awaken into the land of the living, with his arms and legs twitching slightly as he did. The images of the battle he had with Naruto played out in his head with the look Naruto had when he shoved his Rasengan into the Chidori. The face of the demonic-looking Naruto with a look of pure malice on his face sent chills down Sasuke's spine, and the desire that his best friend seemed to have in wanting him dead made his blood freeze cold. Why? Why am I so weak that I can't shake this fear out of my mind? I have to get the power that Naruto has so I can kill Itachi. I need to be stronger than everyone around me so there is no one better and people will praise only me, not that dead last loser, for my accomplishments, thought Sasuke, as anger appeared on his barely unconscious face. The beeping from the Sasuke's heart monitor got the attention of the Umbu outside and went in to investigate, only to see a struggling Uchiha awaken from his slumber. Uchiha-san, said the Umbu with a cat mask on, surprised at the boy's strength. When I'm out of this hospital I'm going to train harder than ever, and when I possess more power than anyone else I'm going to kill you, Uzumaki Naruto. You hear me, Naruto? I'm going to kill you, yelled Sasuke, his anger with his curse seal glowing slightly along his neck as his Sharingan eyes activated, revealing all 3 komas in each eyeball. The 2 Umbu guards, despite being slightly scared at such a sight, couldn't help but smile at the idea of the Uchiha slaying the demon fox. Chapter 4 Findings. The docks of the Land of Water looked like they could use some sprucing up from what Naruto could see, as the place had rotten wood for landing areas, rats running around, and the people walking around that would sell out their own mother for a candy bar. Despite this and the many other troubles in water and the village hidden in the mist, people still came to this land of turmoil. The week-long trip over to Water Country had been satisfactory for Naruto, as no one had bothered him despite only being a simple yet scary-looking kid in their eyes. He guessed it was due to his appearance and how terrifying it made him look that frightened the more dangerous-looking people on the ship. No doubt they had assumed him to be one of the young mercenaries looking for battle, glory, and constant death that the conflict in this land possessed. The unrest in water called for many mercenaries to join sides that could potentially pay the most, creating a hole of chaos that needed to be closed. The only way to end bloodshed is to have one who can create even more to get their attention, Naruto. That's where we come in, said Kenpeki, already feeling the hunger to kill people sooner than expected. I know, Kenpeki-san, but before we spill the blood of others let's drop off the remains of the one we did spill, thought Naruto, as the ship slowed its movement into the harbor of Water Country until it reached a complete stop. With what we drop off that is in our possession, the conflicts we will get into will be limitless. I love it, said Kenpeki, feeling the pre-verbal itch to kill that he wanted to scratch grow even more. I'm sure you do, Kenpeki, but you must still control yourself, even if it's only a little bit longer, thought Zanjutsu in Naruto head, sitting in the mindscape on the hill reading a good book, The Art of War by Sun Tzu, while sipping some herbal tea. As Kenpeki sat in a tree on that hill that gave Zanjutsu his shade for reading his book, Naruto wondered about Hinata and how she would react to his letter. All I can do is hope for the best, thought Naruto, hoping that Hinata's mind still held the purity of an open mind and not poisoned by hate. Hyuga compound several days ago. It was morning when Hinata had been awakened by the 3-tailed black fur-covered fox, and it was because of the fact that she was literally nose for nose with the creature that she almost let out a scream. Or would have had the fox not seen it and put a paw on her mouth and dropping the white envelope on her forehead, making such an option for the Hyuga heiress postponed, as the smell of ramen hit her nose, meaning only one thing. Naruto was the one who sent the fox to her. After blinking several times, the girl slowly reached for the envelope as to not instigate a possible altercation with the black-furred fox. When she picked it up off her forehead, she saw the fox blink at her once and remove its paw from Hinata's mouth before backing up away to show it was not a threat to her. Carefully Hinata opened the envelope, wondering if this was some dream, and found that a letter was inside that apparently was addressed to her. Naruto-kun sent me a letter. Be still, my beating heart, thought Hinata, wondering what the contents of the letter entailed before opening it up fully. Dearest Hinata-hime. As you may now know, I am no longer wanted in the very village that has given birth to me so many years ago. I had hoped against hope that certain events would arise to prove that I am friend and not foe to those whose hearts and minds are closed by their hate. However, I find that such things are not the facts, but rather the opposite, as was the case with Hatake Team driving his original jutsu into my chest. Like the other villagers and his fellow ninjas that follow such hated reasons as they do, Hatake Team is no longer a man, or sensei for that matter, that can be trusted. Just between you and me, I think he reads that perverted book of his because he's secretly gay and provokes Lee's sensei to see him move in that green spandex. Talk about an eyesore though, considering Kakashi only has one normal eye. Maybe it's not. Now back to what I was saying. I know you are not one of these people that hate me, which is one of the reasons I confide to you now, if only through one way, in this letter. By now the council that has been the bane of my existence has decided to revoke the law made by the third Hokage about the demon inside of me. It is again that I hope against all hope that you will see that I am not the demon everyone sees me as, and that I am, who I always have been, or at most tried to be. I have always known of your feelings for me, Hinata, and for the record I would have gladly returned them to you if not for your unknown side your father chose in regards to my demon. Not to mention the Hyuga elder, council, and the villager or ninjas around us may have tried to destroy what we would have had. I had to play the fool to get them to see I was no threat, and yet they still pursued the notion I was, even when I saved them from Subaku no Gara during the sand/sound invasion. Yes, he was the one who defeated Gara not Sasuke team, and you can rub it in his face later. Provide that Niji or Lee is around in case the Uchiha ass tries something to hurt you, since he most likely would. As for the demon inside of me, you need not fear him as you think, since he's helping me on my journey to be stronger. If anyone is to blame, it was those damn Uchiha, since Kuwabai, or rather his real name Zanjutsu, was only coming to Konoha to remove that all-cheating eye of a bloodline, since he created it after mutating the Byakugan of a branch member of the Hyuga family. I think his name was Hyuga Madara or something like that, who got upset about the usage and abuse of the cage bird seal. This is further proof that the damn seal on your family needs to be removed, seeing as we don't need a repeat of history. I better wrap this up since it's getting late. I can't tell you where I'm going, since if this is ever found will get you in trouble with a lot of people, and even more, who are after me. Know that I am safe, and I think of you always, no matter where I am or how deep of a mess I make. When I do return to Konoha, know that it's going to be big, and I'll make them all know not to forget little old me. Though when I return I may look different, as well as noticeably taller than you could imagine, if what I am told is correct. Eventually down the road you may hear of a great and terrifying name that I am going to give myself on my journey to wherever it is I go in the world. I want you to know that if and when you hear this name, that you know it's me and no one else. On the battlefields I walk I will be simply known as Uzumaki Kenpeki. At least, that's what I'm hoping for anyway, since you never know what names people will give you that you don't want them to. Until we meet again, my sweet Hinata. Sincerely, Uzumaki Naruto. P.S. If and when the team wakes up, make sure Tsunade Bah prevents Sasuke from advancing through the council's power. If they did, it will be very bad publicity in other places around them. It would like they favor a traitor over a hero, making them look like garbage in the eyes of others. Have the old hag trick them into having the team take the next Chunin exams in order to prove everyone wrong. Use the council's egos against them. P.P.S. I love you with all my heart and soul. After reading that last part, poor Hinata fainted back onto her bed with steam coming out of her ears, while the three-tailed fox shook his head before going poof to its next run. Ninja Academy same morning. Umino Irika was not having a good day, as the students he had been teaching had done rather poorly this week after all that had happened. When break time came for the kids, he would occasionally watch them from his classroom window and strain his hearing on some of the children he was teaching. Apparently the children had become divided on the complete subject of all the village's hatred these past 12+ years in Konoha, that was Uzumaki Naruto. Many of his students had asked him questions about the boy he saw as his little brother, and found that some of the parents of these children deserved some time with Ibiki, or if wanted to be cruel, get Anko to lay down some punishment. Konohamaru and the Core still were loyal to Naruto to the end, having been the only three in the class that were close to Naruto like Irika was. What Irika found to be really an incredible sight was, while most of the kids in the beginning to hate Naruto like their parents, that Konohamaru played on the logic of the what-if scenario. The possibility of Naruto still remaining loyal to Konoha if the villagers had honored the fourth Hokage's dying wish. Such a response got some of the children thinking that their own parents were at fault, creating a counter-wave in the younger generation still able to see the light and future errors they might make. For Irika it was a start, as the younger generation still had a shot of not being poisoned like most of the adults in the leaf. Right now Irika was teaching the class the history of Konoha and about how the village's own first Hokage could manipulate nature itself to grow under his feet. Like Naruto's generation of students, these kids were bored out of their mind and wanted to get out of the classroom to enjoy life. Or rather they did, until a poof was heard and a large three-tailed fox appeared on top of Irika's desk, getting a yelp from the Chuunin and screams from the class. However, the fox himself was not interested in the kids or the Chuunin instructors that came in hearing their screams of terror, but rather Umino Irika himself. "You are Umino Irika, correct?" said the fox, looking at the man's pale face that gave a small nod to the question. "Irika, get away before it bites your head off," said one of the Chuunin instructors, who readied a weapon to strike at the fox. "Silence, mortal. I am but a summons of my master, and he wants me to give this one known as Irika something, though why I do not know," said the fox, removing the leaf headband from his neck and placing it on the teacher's work table before leaving in a poof of smoke. "Irika, are you all right?" said the teacher, seeing Irika's dazed off look before reaching for the one thing that connected him to Naruto. "That headband. I gave that to Naruto when he graduated," said Irika, holding it in his hands, finding a horizontal scratch mark on it, breaking his heart even more. Hokage Tower Council meeting room moments later. Tsunade was not having another good morning, as the Uchiha has awakened only several days ago and the council majority were eager to begin his training. What's more was that they even considered promoting him to Chuunin right away. They figured it was the best way to please the Uchiha into thinking he was closer to reaching Itachi's level of power. Tsunade, however, had totally disagreed and argued that unless the Uchiha works for his strength, then when he faces Itachi later on, he'll be weaker than ever, and get himself killed. While that held some sway with the more cautious council members that were all for making the Uchiha stronger, it didn't help with the situation regarding Naruto. When word got out of Kisame's death by Jireya's spy network, the report the Sunin handed her said that the former seven swordsmen of the mist died painfully at the hands of a nearly unnamed boy. This child was rumored to be wearing a strange mask of a fox-shaped skull with red lines for whisker marks, and also had massive chakra reserves to create the necessary attack to destroy the Shark Man. The only name that the spy network could inform the in regards to a name was the last name being Uzumaki, but an apparent first name strangely enough being Kenpeiku. Not only that, but Jireya's spy network had sustainable evidence that proved that the boy now known as Uzumaki Kenpeiku had wounded Uchiha Itachi, Kabuto, killed the Sound Umbu with Kabuto, and the entire group of Konoha hunter ninja, all in a massive blast of chakra. Apparently after hearing this, the fools thought to put Naruto into the bingo book as the first ever triple S class missing ninja in all of Konoha and all of the elemental nations. Not even the Akatsuki leader had such a rank. You senile old bastards. Do you really think putting such rank on Naruto, much less the massive bounty that could most likely cripple this village financially in its current state, is the answer to our troubles? Said Tsunade, as the book stated the main and only reason Naruto was such a rank, which was because of the Kyuubi, the infamous nine-tailed fox demon he contained in him. Watch your tongue, Tsunade-sama, this council will not stand for it, said Danzo, getting a nod from Homura, Kusum, and Yasha, who supported such actions wholeheartedly. Like I care what a bunch of arrogant fools thinks of me. I'm the Hokage around here, not you or anyone else, said Tsunade, glaring at the fools this council had become, with only a few on her side for support. True, but all the same the hunter ninjas are still required to do their job whether we placed him in the bingo book or not, said Yasha, as she smirked, knowing that the last thing the hunter ninjas they would dispatch to find the demon would be to return him alive, or in one piece for that matter. Before Tsunade could retort, a poof came on the round-table desk of the meeting room, and the three-tailed black fox, now carrying the dried blood-covered box, appeared. Before anyone could remotely react other than jumping out of their seats in fright, the fox looked at the slug Sunin/Hokage for a good 5 seconds and then placed the load he was carrying down for all of them to see. Here is a small gift from my master. Enjoy, said the fox before going poof before everyone's eyes moments later, just as the umbu swarmed the room wondering what was going on. What in blazes is that smell, said Tsum. Her dog-like senses in her nose were burning under the stench coming from the box. I can take a guess, said Kakashi looking at the note on the box and then showed it to the others, shocking both parties for and against Naruto. Haranoyasha, being the more stupid one of the group that day, opened the box only to see the crushed bodies of Konoha Hunter Ninja, all with looks of pain on their faces. Oh my god, said Yasha, running to the nearest window to open it and puke out of. You see. This is why that damn demon needs to be killed, said Tsum, seeing one of the lower members of the Inyazuka clan in the box, who she knew couldn't use dogs for ninja tracking as well as the others in the family and thus didn't take his canine companion on the hunt for Naruto. This wouldn't have happened if people in the village honored the fourth's dying wish, said Tsunade, eyeing the group of council members before glancing at the box filled with human remains, wondering what was going through the mind of the boy she saw as her surrogate little brother. Land of Water. Present time. Naruto walked along the docks heading for his destination with the daimyo of water to offer his services in saving this dying country rather than keeping it together. He knew countless people tried to ask the man for help or offer their services for shelter in his very illustrious home, whether it was a position as a bodyguard or a, less than dignified way to staying warm. The latter of positions being more for the female variety than male. Stupid fat pig of a man is so corrupt he even makes Gato look like a Boy Scout, and his brother, who is the Mizukage of Mist, is no better, thought Naruto, gripping his sword at his waist wanting to deliver some well-deserved justice. I agree with you there, kid. I say we make an example out of him later on when the time is right, but first let's provide a little divide and conquer strategy into this little drama, said Kenpeiga, knowing the best way to divide brothers is through their supposed loyalty to each other. That and paranoia. Since we're going to the lard ass of a daimyo first, I say we begin our strategy with him, since he and Gato are so alike it won't be difficult to raise the paranoia in his mind. The mere thought of his brother planning to overthrow him for more funding in Mist is not something the man will ignore, thought Naruto, having seen pictures of the man on the dock telling those who read it to swear loyalty to him and not the rebel factions that had occasionally sprouted it up. The trick with the Lord of Water is that he will take anyone with a blade and a person, who can use it to kill people with, but have a knack for detecting deception and disloyalty from those around him. It's because he lacks this ability that Water Country has become so damaged among the other great elemental nations of the world. We suggest that his Mizukage of a brother is creating these rebel factions to keep the hidden Mist village funded. However, because such things are not giving Mist the funding it needs, the Water Shadow is planning a backstabbing to have both titles for himself. We would then say the idea would not only allow his brother to get public support in the promises of changes in the country, but we also suggest the man we're going to let out certain secrets. The fool knows as anyone if the people learn of such thing it would give the Mizukage even more power over the people to overthrow the daimyo, thought Zanjitsu, reading a part of The Art of War with Sun Tzu's idea on how to pit the best of friends against each other. I see. Well, let's get moving. It will take another 2 days or so to get to the man, and when I do I will probably have to kill someone to show I'm good enough to be hired. Hopefully it's some stupid asshole who deserves to suffer, thought Naruto, knowing there were more than enough of the type to go around and kill without hesitation. And if it's not, thought Zanjitsu, looking up from his book and at the empty chair as if Naruto were actually in front of him. I could always become the next daimyo of Water Country, if only for a little while at the very least, thought Naruto before he started laughing out loud while getting looks of worry from people around him. What new psychopath had entered their part of the world? Hidden village of Iwa. Did our spies find him yet? Said the Tsuchikage at the umbu in front of him, who was now looking slightly nervous. Not officially Tsuchikage-sama, but our spies have heard rumors of a boy wearing a fox skull on his face that left the port of Wave Country. We sent some recon jounin there to investigate in secret and learn it from the destination manifest logs that the ship is headed to Water Country, said the umbu, whose face had a fossil of a bird on it. The land of water? Where the ways of the sword are used more than anywhere else in the shinobi world. Did the Jounin team examine the battle where that Akatsuki member died fighting Naruto, said the Tsuchikage, tapping his chin in thought of what the boy was planning. Yes. There were still some remains of blood stains on the ground, but other than those traces of blood we found no weapons that might have been used in the strike, said the Umbu, wondering where this line of questioning was going. Odd. According to the information regarding that fight, the boy destroyed Kisame and his sword, but there is not a trace of it to be found. Correct, said the Tsuchikage to his subordinate, who nodded quickly. Yes. Nothing was left. The Jounin team we sent is the best we have, Tsuchikage-sama, and they were at the site the entire day looking for anything, only to find nothing that hasn't already been placed in the report, said the Umbu, having read it himself several times just to be sure. The Uzumaki child is up to something, and it's clearly in the land of water somewhere, even if we can't see what it is. Unfortunately, we have no spies in water country due to the turmoil, and if we send one and gets caught, could unite them against us. Tell me, does Kyumo know the full extent of Uzumaki's exact heritage, said the Tsuchikage, puzzled at the child's behavior, and that knowing if Kyumo found out they could go with its own port, send spies into water country, as they have had to do several times before the place went to hell in a handbasket. Not that we know of, but it will only be a certain amount of time before they do, and if they should discover it, they could use this opportune time to hire Uzumaki to their side, should they decide to go to war with Konoha. They were never really satisfied with what happened with the whole incident in the leaf when Hyuga Hayashi's twin brother gave his life to prevent a war. They would be itching to get some Konoha blood in their ranks if that blood hated its home enough to fight them, said the Umbu, knowing that there was some unrest in Kyumo with their demon vessel being hunted by that strange Akatsuki organization. Keep our spies out for the boy when he comes back. I don't care if he comes back in 5 to 10 years from now. I want the son of the 4th Hokage on our side. It needs to be done through the means of negotiations and persuasion of revenge against the leaf, not by the use of force, said the Tsuchikage, knowing that if the boy that would become a man in years to come, if not already, was attacked by his men, it could spell disaster for IWA in the future. If the kid could destroy Kisame now, imagine what he could do in a few years when he came back from water country. Water country 4 days later. The way to see the Lord of Water was not an easy task as Naruto originally thought, as the goal of at least 2 days had now become that of 4. Why? Because everywhere he went there were bandits, thieves, and other mercenaries coming out of the woodwork trying to attack and take whatever it may be that Naruto might possess on him. Suffice to say, Kenpeiga was quite happy as Naruto swung his sword, though in normal form, killing the fools that attacked him with ease. They were so weak they proved little challenge, if not at all, to the great warrior, and that in itself was displeasing. He took what he could from the bodies before incinerating them with a fire jutsu he learned one night after sneaking into the shinobi library in Konoha when the bastard guards wouldn't let him in earlier that day. Unfortunately, all Naruto could manage on taking from the now bloodied bodies he had killed were money, a few kunao, and a storage scroll that was empty. Not that it mattered, Naruto felt he could always fill it with anything he wanted given the chance or need to. However, for now Naruto would use it by storing Kisame's bagged head into it before he simply rolled the scroll up and walked on without so much as a second thought to the bloodbath he had created. After many hours of traveling, the sun had begun to set and Naruto decided it was time to rest for the day, since he figured it was one more day to the daimyo's home. Walking off the trail, Naruto noticed some bandits had engaged in fight with another group over some sort of dispute, though what exactly he wasn't sure. The way they act like animals, they all deserve to be put down like them, thought Naruto, getting tired of their fighting and killing of one another, as he marched towards them sword in hand. He was so caught up in his desire to kill all the rabid-acting bandits, that Naruto never did see the little innocent fox-like eyes watching him curiously from behind a nearby bush close to the soon-to-be slaughter group. The silent figure watched with awe as Naruto sliced through the two surprised groups like they were nothing but meat for the real animal lurking in the places around him. Seeing as the fire was still roaring despite his one-sided fight with the bandits, Naruto decided he would rest here for the night before finding a spring or riverbed to wash the blood of his clothes, since if he came in smelling like blood in front of the daimyo, it could get him kicked out. Sitting down on the ground with his back against a nearby tree, Naruto looked around at his handiwork for a moment, while Kenpei was praising the boy for bring out the term massacre to describe this should a person see it. Zanjitsu just simply shook his head and smiled to himself, as he continued reading his book while trying to understand the other resident taking up Naruto's mindscape. All the while wondering how he allowed such an entity to have such an influence over his vessel. As this little debate inside the minds within Naruto's own, the said boy finally noticed that something, or rather someone, was crawling up to him. Now in front of Naruto was a little girl with brownish hair wearing a yellow and light green kimono with curious eyes of a fox, a tail, and ears, gazing and touching his sword. "Where did you come from, little one? Don't you know that's a weapon I use to kill people with?" said a surprised Naruto, because he never sensed the child. For one thing and another, she didn't seem afraid of him or the carnage he had created in the bandits' former encampment. That, and she was now laughing at the spot of blood on the open palm of her hand like it was something to laugh at. "It's a half-demon fox, Naruto. She is just a young kid, who doesn't know any better and is a clean slate when it comes to raising," thought Zanjitsu, knowing that leaving the girl in this place would be disastrous to her mental state if left alone. "What's your name, little one?" said Naruto, taking his mask off and narrowing his eyes at the little girl, as he had a suspicion of what happened to her parents before he arrived. The little child in question looked up at the much larger giant of one questioningly and with curiosity at why Naruto asked for her name. In further response to his question, she tilted her slightly to the side as if wondering what he was talking about, thus confirming her suspicions about what had happened to her parents. "She wasn't given a name yet, it seems," said Kenpei, looking at the girl with his own vision, and noticed the hilt from same had a glow in response to her presence. Naruto had nearly forgotten about that damned thing, as Zanjitsu had picked it up after he laid down the instructions to his summons in delivering those 3 items. When the boy asked Zanjitsu on why he took the hilt that belonged to the once infamous sword of Same Hata, the demon fox just told him it may prove useful in the long run. It appeared that the demon lord was right. "You don't have a name, do you?" said Naruto, getting a shake of a head as a no from the little girl, who looked at Naruto curiously, feeling a hint of familiarity to her father's side of the family from what she could still recall of fur-covered man. "You should give her a name," said Zanjitsu, appearing beside Naruto, deciding would be the best time to intervene in his own way. "Very well. You little one will be called known as Uzumaki." "Uzumaki," said Naruto, pausing, wondering what name to give the girl. "Kuzujishi Yachiru," said a voice from hilt of the once deadly Same Hata, glowing pinkish around the hilt, which got the attention of Naruto. "Should I?" said Naruto, looking at Zanjitsu, who nodded, seeing that the hilt was meant for the little fox girl. "Go for it, kid. You already gave her your last name, meaning you are going to be related in some manner. Consider yourself a single parent now," thought Kenpei, smiling at the image of Naruto paling slightly at being a single father raising his little girl. Composing himself, Naruto focused on the still wide-eyed half-demon fox girl, wondering what going on inside his head. "As I said before, your name, little one, will be Uzumaki Kuzujishi Yachiru. This is how it is pronounced," said Naruto, writing the name on the ground so the girl now named Yachiru could understand how it looked if written. "Yachiru. My name is Yachiru," said the fox girl, who seemed to physically brighten if only slightly in front of him before looking at him with a smile. "And, from this day forward, I will no longer go by the name of Uzumaki Naruto, that has given me nothing but the hatred of others since I was born. I shall not and will not call myself after a spiral or a fish paste used on ramen toppings. I will not let people make fun of me for all the times I had failed because of their hate. Back home, when everyone I saw spoke of their or other names, it was filled with life and purpose, while mine gave me emptiness. From this day forward, Yachiru, you, and the 2 entities that are inside me as my witnesses, I change my full name to Uzumaki Zaraki Kenpei. It will be the name that deserves to be given to only the strongest of all swordsmen, recognized in mist, Suna, Kumo, wave, sound, Akatsuki, and more importantly the very place that hates me, Konoha," said Naruto, now renamed Kenpei, getting a nod from Zanjitsu and the spirit of Kenpei as well, who just laughed loudly inside his vessel's head. Strangely enough, if a person listened in the distance and the wind was blowing just right, one could hear such laughter echoing into the night. At an undisclosed location. So Kisame is dead, I see. Then the rumors of the fight were not as exaggerated as I first thought, said Pain, the leader of Akatsuki, looking at the others and a still healing Itachi, who had bandages over his wounds and was now breathing silently yet noticeably heavy. I guess the kid finally had enough of Konoha and decided to break free. Not that I blame him, since they were so cruel to him despite being the prison of the beast, said Deidara, who found that out of all the nine-tailed beasts that needed capturing, the fox would be the most difficult. It's more than that. When he spoke to me and the others, he changed his original name from Naruto to Kenpeki, said Itachi, seeing the others shiver at such a fear-inspiring name worthy of the Akatsuki ranks. The boy is changing at an unknowing pace, and if not controlled or stopped could one day kill all of us. Since Kisame is dead, I'll have to appoint a new member to support you, Itachi, until your injuries heal, said Pain, who got a nod from Itachi, though the look on his former prey turned predator that was still etched into his mind. What's the plan now, said Haiden, knowing that he and Kakuzu had to find their demon vessel of a prey, and soon before they lost her trail. You and Kakuzu will go to the land of water and find the two-tailed cat demon vessel, which has left the services of Kumo and has already landed in water country to escape us in the chaos that surrounds it. You must wait until the opportunity presents itself to engage her, and only her, when the time is right to strike. If you see the Kuwabai vessel is with her, or if you see her join him, then leave immediately and report back. If you do engage them, try to escape at all costs, but don't hesitate to take a chance in neutralizing either vessel so they can be used for later, said Pain, knowing that fighting one of the nine-tailed beasts would be difficult, but two of them would be trouble. Yes sir, said Kakuzu, as this would be great for both him and the organization should they manage to subdue both vessels, since they could kill the fox vessel after the initial extraction before collecting on the heft bounty promised by Konoha. With that, the two members disappeared into the shadows. Do you think they will succeed, Leader Sama? Said Zetsu, looking at the head of the organization, wondering if sending just two members of the group would be enough. If they use what skills they have, then yes, they will. However, it's not just the two-tailed cat that they should worry about, but rather her presence is there as well, said Pain, who got looks of disgust from the others, knowing just who was in water country. I thought she was dead, said Itachi, frowning at Pain, wondering why he was never told about her so he could be sent to kill the woman. No. She wants to remain hidden for now, but if she were to ever meet up with either the Nibi, Kuwabai, or Kami forbid both vessels, then it would take over half of us to win, said Pain, getting looks of worry from the others. Konoha Uchiha compound. Sasuke had retreated for the night to his home, avoiding the fangirls and their mothers, who tried to convince him to go on a date with them to find the girl that will one day help the clan grow. As before, he brushed them off, saying he didn't care for any of them and that only strong women are what he desired in a future spouse. Now in his bed asleep, the Uchiha had hoped his mind would grant him dreams of him killing his brother for the wrongs that had been committed against the clan. That when the dream was over, his ancestors would be proud of him and the bloody remains of Itachi were at his feet with victory in his right blood-covered hand. Sadly for the Uchiha, unlike real life in Konoha, he can't always get what he wants. Sasuke's dream. Sasuke found himself in total darkness, as the place around him was covered in a thick mist or fog that he couldn't see his feet below him. What is this place? Thought Sasuke, looking around, since was not like his usual dreams or even his nightmares. Why, if it isn't the all-great Uchiha prodigy of a team, said a cold voice coming from a now appearing Naruto in the orange jumpsuit that Sasuke had last seen him in. Naruto, said Sasuke, wondering why the dead last was in his head. Surprised. You shouldn't be, considering all we've been through together, the fights that we went through together, and the backstabbing people we fought for together. Tell me, has Hatake team taught you anything of value, or is the thought of Orochimaru licking you up and down with his tongue at night calling to you? Said Naruto, his voice filled with a great deal of venom and hate towards the Uchiha. If you must know, Kakashi-sensei is on the council now as a substitute member for the Uchiha clan, and the majority of them have decided to groom me to be the next Hokage, said Sasuke, smirking at the end, expecting the Naruto in front of him to be infuriated for taking his dream away. Surprisingly, Naruto just smirked. A fox-like smirk. They want you, a selfish traitor to the village, and a man who would sell out Konoha to Orochimaru at the drop of the hat, Hokage, said Naruto, disbelieving yet slightly angry at the prospect. Yep. I guess they figured once I get enough power to earn that title I'll be able to beat Itachi and restore my clan to its greatness, said Sasuke, giving his "I'm superior to you" smirk that he knew Naruto hated. Tell me, Uchiha team, how is it you can be the Hokage, if everyone who would follow you is already dead, said Naruto, his blue eyes turning red with slits and a heavy growl left his throat. Dead? What are you talking about, loser, said Sasuke, activating his Sharingan while he tried to ignore the fog-like mist turning blood red around him, while Naruto himself was generating that orange-reddish chakra from before. Look around, said Naruto, snapping his fingers, and the darkness lifted, revealing that village hidden in the leaves that was Konoha was ablaze with destruction. Sasuke looked in horror, as there were bodies of civilians and ninja alike everywhere, torn apart with blood staining all 6 monument heads. However, what really got the Uchiha's undivided attention was his supposed face on the monument, only it had Itachi's corpse hanging from it with a sword through the chest bleeding on the center of Sasuke's granite forehead. It didn't help that the sky was raining blood and body parts. What the hell, said Sasuke, turning to Naruto, who just now sat high above the Uchiha on a large 9-tailed fox that growled menacingly at him. Your fool of a sensei of yours, Hatake Kakashi, made a very big mistake in trying to kill me and my vessel. For I'm the one who does the killing, said the 9-tailed fox, before using all 9 of its tails, creating a massive white light explosion that surrounded the Uchiha, as he screamed out in pain at being torn apart. End dream. Sasuke awakened, sitting straight up, screaming in fright at the events that took place in his head for what seemed just mere moments before. Never before, even with Itachi and the slaughtering of his clan, had Sasuke screamed so loud in his entire life from one of his horrible nightmares. That in itself was something that terrified him most of all. As Uchiha, Sasuke now knew of someone or something who was more frightening than Uchiha Itachi. Grabbing his temple and rubbing it to remove the headache, Sasuke tried to turn on the light next to his bed, ignoring the wet feeling on his shirt, believing it was sweat from his worst nightmare to date. When he did find the light, he turned it on only to pale in horror at his room and what was around him that made him rethink that night Itachi killed the clan. There was blood everywhere. The room was covered in the stuff from the walls to the floors, the ceiling, and finally on his bed. On him. Uchiha Sasuke, the all-great, never do anything wrong Uchiha prodigy of Konoha, was now covered head to toe in blood. Running to the bathroom and nearly slipping, if not for some chakra put to his feet, the Uchiha entered it and turned on the light as well, only to find the place covered in almost the same amount of blood as his bedroom. By this point the Uchiha wanted to scream again until he lost all strength in his voice to speak for the next 10 years, and would have, had the room not darkened only to brighten, revealing the blood was no longer there. However, before Sasuke could even try to do anything or so much let out a sigh of relief that the blood was gone, his eyes were now stuck on the blood-covered writing now on the mirror that was appearing before him. Uchiha Sasuke, the next time we meet, the blood on you and your clan's legacy will be for real. In the meantime, enjoy the ride into hell. It was then that Uchiha screamed for all he was worth, awakening everyone in the village of Konoha, who to some that mattered was an omen of things to come in the future. No one even suspected that a brown blood-reddish cloaked figure was watching all of the ensuing panic from the 4th Hokage's head on the monument, smiling at the people acting like chickens that ran below like their heads were cut off. As quietly as the figure watched, the figure had left, all the while his smile expanding to such a degree if one were to see the figure, you could see his teeth were sharp and pointy like a dog. Or to be more precise, a fox. Land of Water. Morning the next day. Naruto, now renamed Kenpeki like his sword, awoke to find the half-demon fox girl he had named Yachiru, asleep and snuggling up to him in his lap. She looked quite content with herself being there from what the boy could determine from her happy face. As a daughter is protected by her father, thought Zanjitsu, who alternated books from Sun Tzu to a book on taking care of young adopted children after arriving from his little visit to Konoha while Naruto slept with Kenpei taking lookout duty. How can I be a father to someone when I'm a kid myself? Considering what's going to happen in 3 years, I can't exactly become father material at the moment, thought Naruto, leaning his back more against his would-be bed of a tree trunk. Come on kid, show some spine. If this kid can handle seeing you slaughter all those people before crawling up to you, touch your blood-covered sword, and then laugh, I'd say she won't really mind, said Kenpei, who found himself strangely attached to this little fox kid himself, though it could have been because the girl was alone like Naruto was during his early years. The only difference now was Yachiru had someone and she wasn't receiving beatings from other people around her for being different. I don't mind taking care of her, it's just that I don't know how, thought Naruto, letting out a sigh, as he closed his eyes to think, only for them to open again about a minute later to feel a tug on his shirt. The girl was now amazingly awake and with life-filled eyes looking at him for attention, which Naruto didn't really know how to give since he never received any either. Are you hungry, Yachiru? Said Uzumaki Kenpei, getting into warrior mode before he saw a quick nod from the girl and the hearing of two stomach, one being his, go off that made them both blush in embarrassment. Letting out a laugh, Kenpei patted her on the head before lifting her gently off his lap as he stood up and placed her on his left shoulder before handing her a ration bar he had tucked away. Yachiru didn't seem to mind as she clapped her tiny hands together several times before eating the meal, not minding the crappy taste. She also clearly enjoyed being able to see things at a much higher altitude than she did before when crawling around. Let's go, Ken-chan, said Yachiru, getting an odd eyebrow-raised look from Kenpei while the sword spirit of Kenpei just laughed at the nickname. This kid is incredible. I swear kid, even if she's not your daughter by blood, she sure does deserve it by name. She's just as unpredictable as you were at that age, said the spirit of Kenpei in Naruto's head, recalling the memory of the boy and how he had defiled the Hokage monument as one of the moments. Your sword spirit is right. The power inside of her is incredible even for a half-demon fox kid her age. With the proper training she could be a formidable warrior, thought a very impressed Zanjitsu, sensing her chakra was above average of a normal half-demon. Though how it was possible Zanjitsu did not know. Okay Yachiru, let's go. Hopefully we can find some place to eat soon, said Uzumaki Kenpei, putting his mask back on and rushing off onto the nearby trail and headed to his destination, with Yachiru squealing with joy at going so fast and at such a height. Konoha. Several days later. Hinata was walking through the streets of the once great hidden village of the Leaf, now looking quite the opposite of his former glory. At the moment, Hinata felt lost without her Naruto-kun around, pulling a prank, eating at his favorite ramen stand, or shouting how he was going to be the next Hokage. However, now she finds that such happiness that Naruto generated in this place like him, was no longer in Konoha. So many things had changed for the worst in her mind, as news from up top the Hokage tower hit the people like an explosive tag covered in demonic chakra. Tsunade, under the pressure of the council, had informed them of what Naruto did to the hunter ninja team, the Sound Umbu, and how he killed Akatsuki member Hoshigaki Kisame. For Hinata and those that support Naruto, it was an amazing feat to accomplish and showed the boy was incredibly strong. Unfortunately, the vast majority of people in Konoha called for the council and Tsunade to send stronger ninja after the demon boy, as he was so openly called him. Especially after word got out about what happened at the Uchiha compound got out and what the Umbu arrived saw, with the bloody message on the bathroom mirror still there. Speaking of Sasuke, the news of Naruto killing Kisame and the others burned him up inside, as Kisame was Itachi's partner in Akatsuki-related crimes. While Kisame himself was not as close to Itachi in terms of power, the Shark Man was not a weakling even in the slightest, which meant that Naruto was more powerful than Sasuke. Sakura and Ino were no better, as they told Sasuke all about Naruto's tenet and that the only reason Naruto won in the fight at the Valley of the End was because he was really a demon. That anyone else would have fallen at the Uchiha's precious, in their minds, feet where they felt Naruto belonged, since not even a demon deserved to be more powerful than an Uchiha prodigy like their Sasuke-kun. That was what bugged Hinata a lot about the two girls, is that no matter what, they would go so far as to use Naruto like a rag to clean the dirt of the Uchiha's good name. In fact, despite Naruto's wishes as stated in the letter, the girl had shown what Naruto sent her to the one person she trusted above all others, Yoi Kurane. When the Genjutsu mistress read it word for word, she looked down at the Hyuga girl before her and understood why Hinata had entrusted to her this information. If someone from the Hyuga clan that was loyal to the elders were able to get a hold of this, Hinata would in all likeliness be called a demon lover or demon whore. She would most likely be cut off from the Hyuga clan and thrown out into the streets where people would know what happened before the girl even left. The Hyuga girl would then be at the mercy of the vast majority of a merciless populace, who would make Hinata's entire life a living hell. Not only that, but with the council majority that was now gaining more and more power, that made Tsunade nothing more than a figurehead. If they ever learned of this letter, then they would execute her, or even worse, those old Hyuga elders would have her breed with a traditionalized Hyuga. No doubt with one of the old elders himself, who was many years her senior, in order to give birth to a new potentially strong Hyuga heir. Kurane had always known of the girl's crush turned to love for Naruto since she first caught the girl stalking him after a training ground exercise that finished in line with Kakashi's. The Jounin sensei believed that if Hinata was intimate with anyone, it would be Naruto, who she found such happiness with. However, such happiness may now be out of Hinata's grasp by Tsunade, who had warned the girl secretly about Inazukatsume trying to set up an arranged marriage with Hayashi for Kiba to marry Hinata into the Dog clan. Fortunately, Hayashi had refused, saying she was already taken and no amount of power from the council or his clan elders that they could create would stop him from denouncing such a thing. It was one of those rare times that Yoi Kurane was glad that Hyuga Hayashi, despite his mostly cold demeanor, had warmed up to his oldest daughter shortly after the Chuunin exams when, ironically, Naruto had beaten Neji in the finals of the exam. Kurane was also glad that Hayashi wasn't a fool either when it came to his daughter's affections for the now being hunted foxboy. She also knew that Kiba was hardly husband material, since he viewed Hinata like some sort of object or piece of meat to chew on. If, Kami forbid, they did get married, the Genjutsu mistress had no problem believing that Kiba would be very unfaithful to Hinata when he got bored with her. No doubt, like the Hyuga elders, the brash Inyazuka boy saw the poor Hyuga girl as a prized trophy used simply for breeding, and when she gave him children, he would just divorce her, and find some other girl to sink his canines into, leaving Hinata with nothing. Kurane would have none of that. Hinata herself was grateful to her father and Kurane for protecting her from such a fate before she involuntarily said she wanted to have Naruto's children when he returned. This of course raised the eyebrows of Hayashi and Kurane, who saw blushing girl faint from sheer embarrassment, but if one were to look closely one would swear they saw a faint hint, if only that, of a nosebleed on her nose. Back to the present time though, as of right now, Hinata wanted the people around her to suffer for hurting her beloved, and she intended to target the fools she already knew were at the top of her list. Their names were Yamanaka Ino and Harano Sakura. Hinata found them ironically where she planned to spring her trap, which was at the old ramen stand where Naruto would constantly eat. At first, Hinata was going to spring the trap in a quiet fashion, since no one really looked out for poor timid Hinata, who would not so much hurt a fly than hurt/prank her fellow shinobi. How wrong people were. Don't people remember the old saying, it's always the quiet ones? However, the plan had deviated from the original when she saw Naruto's favorite stool had been desecrated and nearly ruined. It was then that Hinata noticed Ino and Sakura had smug looks on their faces as they ate their ramen, perfectly content on sticking it to the demon boy, if only in spirit and with the spite of what Naruto is in their minds. Hinata didn't know why she changed tactics, but in the end it worked out better than she hoped, as she had released a great amount of killer intent that wiped the content look on the other two girls' faces completely. Hello Yamanaka. Hello Harano, said Hinata, now sitting in her seat that was next to Naruto's desecrated stool of her beloved stood, as it also seemed to be the invisible wall between her and the two Uchiha-loving whores. They would screw the Uchiha in the street if he asked them to, or if it would give them high status, thought a very angry Hinata before she ordered a large bowl of beef ramen, which the co-owner Ayam went to make for her right before she glared at the other two for ruining her favorite customer private seat. Why, if it isn't the demon lover? Have any nice dreams about your demon screwing you and giving you bastard children, said Sakura, eyeing her and Ino's handiwork, knowing that the populace was on both their sides and that any type of complaints from the owner or his daughter could go away through persuasive means from the vast populace. Better than that Uchiha you sluts would screw in front of everyone in Konoha. At least with my children they will have talent, while your worthless children will be tiny limp dick males or flat chest female whores that you would have sell to the highest bid given by the council member just for status, said Hinata, who would never admit under pain of death to anyone was she had accidentally seen the Uchiha while searching for Naruto one day with her Byakugan only to see Sasuke and through his clothing. When she did this, Hinata almost felt perverted, until she actually saw the package the boys carried between his legs. Or rather, from what she saw and measured in her mind, if it was correct, the lack thereof. What was even more funny to Hinata was when saw the small thing, as she had for all the right and curiosity needing filled purposes of silently increasing chakra to her eyes. She saw past the tiny thing to the way the blood flowed through it, and Hinata noticed that it barely ever did. In other words, Uchiha Sasuke couldn't get his little tree to grow tall or stay that way, and Hinata bet it would be like that even if Naruto did his infamous harem jutsu on Sasuke while posing as a girl the Sherry non-user might possibly liked. What would you know about Sasuke-kun? I bet he's really packed down there, and with his amazing stamina he will probably take me for nights on end, said Ino, glaring at the Hyuga heiress with all her might, though it did little if nothing to affect Hinata. Perhaps, if you were male and a homosexual, said Hinata, eating calmly, as if she were talking about the weather, while Sakura and Ino spit out their food, shocked at what Hinata was implying. You take that back, yelled both girls at the same time, now off their seats, almost looking ready to attack the Hyuga, who was eating calmly and nearly done her ramen. Make me, if you can, said Hinata, paying for her food, then standing up before glaring at them with such killer intent it froze the two in their place, allowing the Hyuga girl to make her move. Hinata had spent her time with Tsunade and Shizune for some time in the hospital, but not before she explained her plan to the two. It had taken some convincing on her part, but Hinata was able to get the two medics to help her to extract the ultimate punishment on the two girls. However, with Ino such punishment may open her eyes, so Hinata was told to make sure the damage to her was temporarily, while for Sakura it was to be 100% permanent. Hinata only agreed to the terms so long as she could inflict maximum amount of pain on both of them when she did it. And inflicted the maximum amount of pain she did. Hinata had her hands charged full of chakra to such a degree if a skilled ninja were to see her hands, they would see the Hyuga heiress's hands had a wavy look around them. Not surprising though, as the chakra Hinata was letting out was almost visible due to the large amount of chakra in each hand. Without hesitation Hinata moved with a speed that would make Rock Lee entirely green, only with envy, and aimed her deadly hands low. It would take Sakura another 5 minutes before she screamed in pain, and Ino a few more seconds later after Sakura to follow suit. By that time, Hinata was long gone, and the two owners claimed they never saw anything as they were in the back of the store checking their ingredient inventory for making future ramen. Strangely enough, there was no recording of any receipt for a possible customer, who ate some beef ramen while the two girls sat in the stand themselves. When they were examined by Tsunade and Shizune, they altered the memories of the two while sedated, so they could never try to pin the crime on Hinata. As far as the two girls knew, a sparring accident that kicked in later had led to the secret fact that neither could bear children. Ino's condition, however, was temporary due to Hinata hitting several inches higher than she did with Sakura and with less chakra into the strike. In addition to that, Ino's view in life about her hatred for Naruto and him being the demon rather than a demon container changed completely due to Kurene's help via a powerful genjutsu, which allowed Ino see the light of her arrogance. It wasn't long before Ino had made a deeply meaningful apology to her friends, if only in secret to them, while keeping up the facade in front of her mother. Sakura, however, like her now barren womb, was a hopeless cause, as her large forehead's power against such a revelation involving genjutsu prevented the pink-haired girl to see clearly. Though considering the girl's mother was just like her, it was no real surprise that such an attempt had failed, since Sakura was so shallow to begin with. Still, no matter how things were or how you looked at it, the situation as whole had made the life of Hyuga Hinata brighten immensely. She was seen by one person, who saw that she had practically been skipping with joy, as if all was right with her world, or getting as close to it as possible. Indeed, the lives of the people in Konoha were becoming strange indeed. Land of water at the moment. Are you sure we're headed in the right direction, Yachiru? Said Kenpei, looking around, trying to find gates leading to the capital Wataga of Water Country. Sure am, Ken-chan. I can tell because of my female fox intuition, said Yachiru, smiling at Uzumaki Kenpei, who was getting a bit annoyed at being lost. I'm beginning to think your female fox intuition is just as lost as we are, said Kenpei, earning him a cute scowl of a pout from Yachiru. That's mean, Ken-chan. Just because you don't have a sense of direction doesn't mean you have to pin the blame on me, said Yachiru before pointing him in another direction. And you wonder why I can't raise a kid, thought Kenpei to Zanjutsu, who just shook his head in wonderment at the boy once known as Naruto and how he was getting lost on the road of life. Naruto, in all seriousness, I need to ask you a question, thought Zanjutsu, remembering how his vessel told him he wanted to go back to Konoha in 3 years. What about Zanjutsu-sama, thought Naruto, hoping that he would finally get to Wataga or Mist Village soon. You told me before that when you returned to Konoha in 3 years you would become the Hokage like you dreamed you would. Do you really wish to become Hokage, or is that still a part of the old you that you won't lay to rest, thought Zanjutsu, looking up from his book titled Fox Girls and Their Mood Swings by Yoko Kurama. Naruto's physical form stopped walking, and if Yachiru or anyone else were to look at his face you would see it was a look of someone half deep in thought and half spaced out. Ken-chan, are you alright? Said Yachiru, wondering why Kenpei stopped walking towards their destination. Quiet, said Kenpei, his face being entirely serious despite the girl not seeing through the mask, though Yachiru knew instinctively in her mind that when he was like this she should not say anything. What did you ask me, Zanjutsu-sama? Thought Naruto, as he walked over to the fox, who continued to look at the boy above his book. After all is said and done, do you really want to become Hokage of Konoha? I'm asking you this because you know as well as I do that once you are done with your vengeance there won't be much of a village to rule. Not to mention the timetable you set for your revenge is extremely thin at best, which means you won't be staying in this country for too long. You are on an island that is isolated from the other countries until you decided to travel back to them, and when you do your enemies will be waiting for your arrival, waiting to see what you do next. You set a timetable which needs more planning than just coming back in 3 years, killing most of the people in the village, and then rule over the remains. There is no logic in the final part, and thus in lies my question to you, do you still want to be Hokage of the Leaf Village? Thought Zanjutsu, giving Naruto a hard stare to persuade the boy in telling him the truth. Naruto thought about what Zanjutsu just said and realized the Demon Lord was right on the money in regards to the question. Why did he want to become Hokage of Konoha? To protect what was precious? They were too few, and probably even fewer than before now that they knew the truth about him and Zanjutsu in his stomach. For people to see him as him and finally be acknowledged as the greatest? One of Sasuke's fangirls had a better chance at becoming the Hokage instead of him with all the fools on the council. Because it was his dream to be Hokage? No, that dream was the dream of the old Naruto, who had died at the hands of his own sensei, who hated him like all the other people in the village. The truth was that Uzumaki Naruto's dream of being the next Hokage of Konoha was dead, just like the person the name represented. However, as he realized that Naruto, or rather the man that replaced Naruto now named Kenpei, felt like the last part of his old self had died then and there, but not in a painful way like he imagined it would. No, the feeling was that of a quiet death, like an old man has on his deathbed, breathing his last breath before passing on into the next world. Like the last chain of his old persona had finally broken, freeing him from an invisible weight of the dream he once tried so hard to make a reality his whole life. You're right, Zanjitsu-sama, I don't want to become Hokage of the Leaf. What I want is something similar yet different, thought Uzumaki Kenpeki, looking at the figure before, who raised an eyebrow at the response. Oh? You want to be a Kage of another village, thought Zanjitsu, looking at the boy in a new light, while the spiritual form of the sword named Kenpeki looked at his vessel with interest. Yes. But I'm not simply going to join a village to become a Kage. No, that's not how I am going to achieve that goal at all. I am going to build my own village. And I know the perfect name for this village, since it will be perfect for me since I have his seal on my stomach. The name of my all-powerful, unrivaled hidden ninja village will be, the village hidden in the Shinigami, and I am going to be known as the first Shikage, or otherwise known as, the Death Shadow, thought Kenpeki, laughing at the thought, and soon found that he was now laughing in the physical world too. What's so funny, Ken-chan, said Yachiru curiously at her father-like figure, who now had a smile on his face even though his mask hid it when he looked at her. Nothing, Yachiru, I just realized some things about myself. No need to worry, I'm fine now, let's get to our destination, said Uzumaki Kenpeki, running faster than before with Yachiru clinging to his shoulder and squealing happily at the speed he is now going. Unknown to either of the two, another figure was watching from the trees above them and looking at them carefully like a cat does its prey. For a kid he's pretty intimidating, but for all I know the mask-wearing boy could be weak, or the two could be members of that ruthless Akatsuki organization that's hunting me. The boy's chakra that he is admitting is strangely different from that of a normal person's chakra, and so is the fox-looking girl's chakra for that matter. I'll have to keep an eye on them for now and see what turns up, thought the figure before stealthily leaping through the trees while observing the two below his or her presence. Somewhere in the depths of water country, a female figure with long brown hair and red tattoo-like marks on her face felt a shiver down her spine. Something is going to happen soon, but whether it's good or bad I do not know, thought the woman before reaching for a framed picture of her old village showing her, a black-haired kid with senbon needle in his mouth, a silver-haired masked kid, and a blonde-haired man above them that was their jounin instructor. Why do I have this feeling that something from my past is about to collide with me? Are you somehow responsible, Namikaze-sensei, said the woman out loud, as if the older wiser man in the picture could talk back, and as she did many times before, wish it did. Chapter 5, Meetings and Alliances. The female figure in the trees above her prey moved with a commanding presence one would have only seen in only the most determined of shinobi in Kumo. The vessel of the two-tailed Nibi cat demon, Nii Ujito, watched the two below her for several hours now with a sudden interest in the pair. Her tenant at some point during the stalking of the one known as Kenpeki informed her that her demon brethren was in him and that the vessel was strong. Very strong. Ujito was surprised by this, as she had never seen another demon vessel like herself in the world before now. She had only recently heard how the one-tailed raccoon was sealed in Suna's new Kaze cage and was beaten by another demon vessel, though the name was never given. So this is him, Nibi, thought Ujito, wondering how strong the boy really was despite his young age. Yes. I can feel the fox's chakra even from within you. You are so used to mine that you can't sense the difference between his and mine until you get closer to him, said the Nibi cat demon, shivering secretly at feeling the presence of Zanjitsu, as it had been a long time since they had seen each other. I'll observe him a little while longer before I make myself known, thought Ujito, not ready to get into a conversation with the fox vessel. However, just because she wasn't ready didn't mean that someone else was going to bring her into the light. It seems we have a fox watcher in the trees, thought Zanjitsu, sensing the person's hidden chakra signature and sensing something different about it. Who is it this time? Is it Akatsuki again, thought Uzumaki Kenpeki while still walking physically on the outside of his mind. No. It's someone else, who is like you, thought Zanjitsu, smiling at the sheer fact that his vessel may not be alone in his travels as they had originally believed. Damn, and here I thought I could get some action, thought Zaraki Kenpeki, slamming his fist into the ground, creating a large quake and crack in the landscape of the place in the boy's mind. Just because she's just like me in terms of holding a great demon lord doesn't mean she is friendly. For all I know, she could be a ninja sent by another village to kill or capture me for research or weapons purposes. Kami didn't create copies of the old man and put them in positions as a cage, so I doubt that this one's cage was as kind as the third was, thought Uzumaki Kanpeka, keeping his wits about him. How do you want to handle this, thought Zanjutsu, knowing that first impressions are everything when meeting someone. Whoever this person thinks he or she is, they believe that I can't see them. Let's shake a few trees and so just who or what falls out, thought Uzumaki Kanpeka, smiling evilly in his mindscape and physically, though it was hidden due to the mask. While you do that, I need to leave your body for a short while to take care of the plan we discussed the first night on the boat. It wasn't easy considering I'm still bound to your body via the seal, but I was able to save the dying boy from total death and secure him in a demonic realm meant for putting things were in limbo. I need to leave to check up on him to make sure he's not dead, thought Zanjutsu before getting a mental nod from the boy before fading out of the mindscape. Great. Just great. Now I'm stuck here by myself, thought Zaraki Kanpeki angrily, as he got off the ground and started practicing with his sword on things that he manifested on his side, the boy's mind that all three of them shared. Sound village at the moment. Again you failed me, Kabuto. Why should I even keep you around anymore if all you do is keep failing me continuously, said Orochimaru, who was now angrier than he had ever been before since his old teacher sealed both of his arms into the Shinigami during their final battle against each other. I can still feel the phantom pain from that moment even now, thought Orochimaru, as he clenched his fist to block it out and focus on an injured Kabuto, who had a hard time healing his injuries due to the nature of the attack that hurt him and killed the Sound Umbu team on the mission. I apologize for the failure 1,000 times over, Orochimaru-sama, but it was not my fault as the vessel's power far exceeded my own. The Kyuubi inside of him changed his appearance and made the boy stronger than anyone else around him. Even Itachi himself was cautious against him, said Kabuto, finding the injuries were harder to heal than he thought since the wounds were made by Chakra. They would fight with his in terms of wanting to heal his wounds. Itachi was nervous around the boy, you say? If that is true, then Akatsuki will soon see me as a threat for interfering and try to kill me when they feel the time is right. On the other hand, they are not faring so well on gaining all the 9 beasts together like they wanted and are behind schedule, said Orochimaru, who was now deep in thought at the moment on how to approach this. What does that mean, Orochimaru-sama? Said Kabuto, wondering what his master was planning in that mind of his. Nothing you need to know about. All I can safely assume is that Sound Village is safe for now, along with myself for that matter. Fortunately, I know where the boy is headed due to my own spies in IWA I sent in several months ago, who were also part of the team sent to investigate where the Kyuubi vessel is, said Orochimaru, who was glad that he had sent that spy team into IWA when he did. Where is he now, Orochimaru-sama? Tell me and I will retrieve this time, I swear it, said Kabuto, only to be silenced by the glare the snake Sunin made to his right-hand man. No, I need of you here, Kabuto, despite your increasing failures. As for the Kyuubi vessel, he is currently right now in water country trying to see the daimyo and the Mizu cage. I don't know what that brat's plans are, but they are not a threat to me at the moment, so I want him left alone for now, said Orochimaru, noticing the shocked look on Kabuto's face. But what about using him for future experiments to achieve immortality, Orochimaru-sama? Said Kabuto, wondering why the Sunin was turning his direction away from the fox. We have no one to spare or the resources to do it. We have no access to a proper port and we have no allies or contacts for our ninja to go into Kyumo to get to water country. I can barely replace the Umbu I sent you on your mission as it was, and now they are all dead except for you, said Orochimaru, seeing Kabuto bow his head in shame again at the mention of his failed mission. What do you wish of me now, Orochimaru-sama? Said Kabuto, wondering what new assignment the man may have for him. Nothing for now at the moment, you fool, and certainly not in your condition with all of your wounds not healing properly. Get them fixed up before coming to see me tomorrow for recruiting new ninja into our ranks, said Orochimaru, now waving his right-hand man away from him, which the glasses-wearing boy graciously did. Water country with Uzumaki Kenpeki. Yujito cursed herself for being careless, not realizing that the boy before her could have possibly sensed her, even when she thought that he, or rather his tenant, couldn't. It was her fault that she had forgotten that all of the nine-tailed beast could sense each other no matter the seal in place, as their chakras were similar yet different in terms of power. Instinctively, Yujito jumped from her tree high above, seeing it, only second later, fell down with a loud crash, as she landed in another tree. "Damn it," said Yujito, looking down at her attacker only to find he wasn't there, only the fox girl, who just waved at her like all was right with the world. It wasn't until she heard a jingle from a bell behind her that she started to sweat in worry. For someone who supposedly has a demon inside of them, you're not very fast when it comes to moving, said Uzumaki Kenpeki behind the woman, who turned around and saw the boy looking at her with that scary-looking mask. "How did you move so fast that I didn't sense you?" said Yujito, leaping to another tree to keep herself at a safe distance while her Nibi chakra was starting to flare around her. "It's not my fault you are scared out of your mind at the moment while and weak when compared to me in terms of power. Now as long we're asking each other questions, why are you even following me?" said Kenpeki, resting his sword on his shoulder waiting for a response. "I saw a trail of dead bandits and thieves, which got my demon curious, so she told me to follow the blood trail to the source of the one who spilled it," said Yujito, pulling out a kunai should she need it for a battle with this masked kid. "And you saw me, you just assumed by the massacre I created earlier that I might be one of the members of Akatsuki, right?" said Kenpeki, tapping the flat side of his sword on his shoulder. "I did at first, but then I saw that you did not wear their standard clothing of red clouded black cloaks or their straw ceremonial hats. After that I decided to watch you until I could determine just who and what you were from the shadows," said Yujito, letting her demon's chakra give her further strength to intimidate her opponent. "Spoken like a true ninja. Trying to look underneath the underneath, as they call it, but I assure you, Yachiru and I are not a threat to you, since I have no grudge against Kyumo at the present moment in time," said Uzumaki Kenpeki, putting away his sword, seeing a potential ally in the woman. "You think I'm working for Kyumo?" said Yujito, lowering her power slightly, wondering if the boy was being honest with her in not being a threat. Though she had a feeling it was the other way around. "You wear their standard ninja uniform. Are you telling me you left the services of Kyumo and have become a missing ninja?" said Kenpeki, looking at her curiously, wondering if she left for similar reasons he did. "I left because the third Raikage is retiring soon and his successor wants to use me as a mindless weapon and put a collar seal on me that will bend me to his will like a pet. The soon-to-be fourth Raikage is a pig of a man that sees me as a creature meant to serve him until I am useless to my village and his fantasies. The only reason that he was even remotely considered to be the third successor is because he's the second strongest person in the village, not counting the third, who is getting on in his years. Not only that, but two of the members from Akatsuki started to chase me recently and try and capture me. I came here to save my village and myself from that dreaded organization's wrath," said Yujito, getting a nod from the masked warrior, who seemed to understand more than she thought. "Truly a noble thing you did, former ninja of Kyumo, but such a move will have drawbacks to making such a choice," said the masked Uzumaki, looking down at Yachiru, who once again waved at him as all was right as rain. "I know I can't go back to Kyumo, and I do not want to as long as that pig of a man is the Raikage of Kyumo. I had hoped to start somewhat fresh here in Water Country and fix the problems popping up here. I figured it would get me some recognition with the Mizukage and a new life in Mist itself," said Yujito, knowing that if one village isn't treating you well, move to one that will. "You don't want to enlist as a Mist ninja right now either, since both he and his brother of a daimyo are both pigs in a way we both despise in people," said Kenpeki, jumping off the tree and landing lightly in front of Yachiru before picking the girl up. "Well, I can't stay a missing ninja forever," said Yujito, jumping down from her tree as well, not believing that she was discussing this with the kid, who looked several years her junior. "No, you can't. However, if you team up with me and Yachiru here, I think we can help each other out so that the Mist Village and Water Country for that matter are no longer having problems." "You in," said Uzumaki Kenpeki, extending his hand to her, which the woman looked at for a moment before accepting, knowing she had better odds against her foes if she was with someone like her. "I'm in for now, but I don't babysit little pipsqueaks like the one on your shoulder," said Yujito, looking at the pouting girl, who stuck her tongue out before at the female demon vessel. "Pussy-chan is just jealous. Ken-chan is stronger than her," said Yachiro, getting shocked looks from both Uzumaki Kanpeki and Nii Yujito, who looked flushed red with both anger and sheer embarrassment for hearing such a nickname being given to her. "What did you call me?" yelled Yujito, ready to strangle the little fox girl, who along with the kid just laughed at her nickname. "I think she meant in terms of her nickname for you being cat-related, since you hold the two-tailed cat demon inside of you," said Zanjitsu, appearing beside his vessel, done with his previous business and literally scaring Yujito up another tree. "Who the hell are you?" said Yujito, as her anger flared around her in the form of chakra, both hers and the demon's, as she landed on the ground yet again. "My name is Zanjitsu and I am the boy's demon that lives inside of him, just like my old friend Yoryuaki is in you," said Zanjitsu, seeing the shocked look on the woman's face. "So you know her? Been a long time, hasn't it, Zanjitsu?" said Yoryuaki, now appearing in similar fashion that Zanjitsu did, only leaving a small trail of fire as she did. "Yes it is, and you're still a show-off as ever. Trust me when I say that this kid won't sell you out to anyone, and that he's probably the only person who will fight for a friend with everything he has," said Zanjitsu, giving off a chuckle before he went back inside, with Yoryuaki nodding before doing the same in re-entering Yujito. "Satisfied, miss," said Uzumaki Kanpeki, waiting for the woman to tell him her name. "Nii Yujito, and yours is?" said Yujito, imitating him in asking for his name as he did for hers. "Uzumaki Kanpeki, at your service, Yujito-san," said Uzumaki Kanpeki before bowing his upper body slightly, with Yachiro simply waving at her, not really knowing the whole thing about formality. "And the runt on your back," said Yujito, having forgotten the fox girl's name. "My sweet and innocent adopted daughter, Uzumaki Kusanagi Yachiro," said Kanpeki, who saw Yachiro smile at her cute smile that could melt almost any heart. "It's so nice to meet you, Pussy-chan," said Yachiro, making Kanpeki sweat drop, while Yujito face planted onto the ground at the nickname before getting up with her face now all red. "Stop calling me that," said Yujito, while Yachiro just laughed at the woman's discomfort at the nickname, not realizing it could have implied something else. "Ken-chan, Pussy-chan is yelling at me," said Yachiro, switching from happy mode to sad mode, making tears appear in her fox-like eyes, which made Ken-chan go into a very angry person mode. "It would be wise to not make Yachiro cry, for when she cries I get angry, and when I get angry I get the urge to kill whoever made her cry," said Kanpeki, letting out some chakra pressure that brought Yujito to a standstill. "There is so much pressure coming off his chakra I can barely stand, much less breathe right now," thought Yujito, knowing if she had been weaker and without Yoryuaki she would have collapsed from the strain of Kanpeki's might. When Kanpeki released the chakra pressure, Yujito found herself breathing heavier than usual, which didn't go unnoticed by the young warrior. "We should get moving and head for Wataga to see the daimyo so we can get his permission to join Mist Village," said Kanpeki, seeing the woman's expression of curiosity in what he just said. "You want to join Hidden Mist? Why? You said it yourself, they are a bunch of pigs. Why not slaughter them both and be done with it?" said Yujito, not understanding the boy's unique, not to mention strange idea. "I know, Yujito-san, but I won't risk having loyal followers of both those two hounding all of us should that happen. As much as I would like to hang those two by their intestinal tract, I have something better in mind for the two bastard brothers. It would be even more convincing if I had your help in the matter, Yujito-san," said Kanpeki, knowing that the word of a stranger and his nicknaming fox of a little girl didn't have much credibility. "What's in it for me?" said Yujito, knowing that if there was a payoff in the end it had to be pretty freaking huge to get her to back him up. "How does being the new Mizukage of Mist sound to you?" said Kanpeki, getting a very surprised look from Yujito, who looked like she was about to either faint from shock or face plant because she thought the plan was stupid. "Excluding the reward for her, of course." "You mean become the water shadow of Mist? Are you nuts?" said Yujito, hoping the kid had a plan or else she was jumping ship right now. No. I'm just saying if the plan works out, Mist will have a new cage, who will get rid of this stupid civil war that's going on, said Kenpeki, explaining the situation to her and the plan to pit the two brothers together, thus allowing them to be taken out when they were at their weakest. So you think they are the ones that caused the whole thing, said Yujito, wondering why the bloodline civil war started in the first place. From what information I gathered on the civil war from the history books in Konoha's library that I read a few years back. It all started not too long after those two reached the once respected titles they have now tainted. All we need to do is get enough information to prove it and expose it to the people of Water Country, and they will cease this fighting and be a united country once more, said Uzumaki Kenpeki, getting a nod from Yujito, knowing that such unity could help her if and when she became the new Mizukage. Just remember, Uzumaki-san, when this is over you will address me as the Mizukage, all right, said Yujito, hoping this kid knew what he was doing. No problem, just remember when I start my own village you will refer to me as the great and powerful Shikage and we form an alliance with one another, said Kenpeki, smiling at the woman behind her mask that was nearly parallel to his mask. Go Ken-chan, said Yachiru, thrusting a tiny arm and fist into the air while Yujito just sweat dropped at the girl's antics, wondering just how the fox child was going to develop in the future. It could be worse, I suppose, thought Yujito, leading them to Wataga to see the daimyo and to carry out their plan. Not too far away, Rin left the sanctuary of her average size yet still concealed home to look for some herbal plants to make medicine she might need for the people that came to visit her. When they couldn't afford to go to the capital of Water Country's expensive hospital that charged outrageous prices, Rin secretly set up shop in her own home, giving what help she could to the suffering that needed treatment. After the Kuwabai attacked Konoha and the Yondaime died, sealing the beast in a boy, she couldn't take the growing losses anymore. She didn't know if she would have hated the boy containing the fox, but she wasn't sure she would want to help him either. Now here she was living a life of self-exile, healing the sick and the suffering using what medical skills she acquired during her ninja training. She shamefully admitted to herself that it was fortunate that due to the chaos within Mist that her skills weren't rusting away like some shinobi do when they take such exile. As Rin picked some of the rare herbs she saw growing, she thought back to the days when it was her days on old Team 7 and how they did all those crazy D-rank missions that all genin hated. Poor Obito had to use his Sharingan just to prevent the daimyo's cat from mauling him when it was caught, thought Rin, thinking back to that one D-rank mission after Obito got his bloodline limit active after the dangerous mission prior to that one. Look Ken-chan, there is a tattoo-faced lady near that tree, said a girl, a voice clearly that of an innocent child, which surprised Rin greatly since innocence was not something you would find in Water Country. Looking up more at the direction of the voice, Rin saw a well-built boy or man wearing a fox-like skull on his face with spiked hair with bells on the very tips of the tallest ones. He wore black with different lines of blood red along other parts of his clothing, and he reeked of blood from a fight several days old, judging by the way the wind picked up his smell, sending it in her direction. Who are you? Identify yourself, said Rin, wishing she wasn't in a simple housewife-looking kimono of navy blue and gray coloring with her weapons back at the house. The name is Uzumaki Kenpeki, former ninja of Konoha. The fox girl on my shoulder is my adopted daughter Uzumaki Yachiru, and the woman with the kunao in hand behind you is Nii Yujito, formerly of Kumo. What is your name? Said Kenpeki, getting a shocked look from Rin, who never sensed the woman behind her. The name is Rin. Inyazuka Rin, and former ninja of Konoha, said Rin, hoping it would give a reaction in which she could gauge these three people before her. Though the one with the mask was possibly the scariest of them all. Inyazuka? As in that flea-covered dog clan that thinks more about marking their territory than it does about its friends, said Kenpeki, slightly irate at hearing the last name of the dog clan whose one member he despised so much during the Chuunin exams, trying to take his former dream away. Even Yachiru seemed to scowl slightly at the name. If her mood from her chakra was any indication, though, considering she was part fox, could have been a factor. You dislike my clan, said Rin, feeling that she should show some loyalty to them even though she knew they would probably not return it. As much as a cat hates taking a bubble bath, said Kenpeki, seeing Yujito hiss under her breath, not liking that one bit. You said your last name was Uzumaki, correct? I heard that last name some time back when the fourth was still alive, said Rin, eyeing the boy under her calculating eyes. If you are referring to my parentage, we should talk inside your home, as the woods have many ears that will receive lots of money for the knowledge of what I suspect you hold, said Kenpeki before nodding quickly to Yujito, who put away her kunao to show she was not a threat either. Follow me. I have a feeling after this I'm going to need a lot of sake, said Rin, who got a cheer from the Yachiru girl that gave her the nickname Doggy-chan due to her markings for the Inyazuka clan. Though upset at first, when Rin found out what Yujito's nickname was, she realized the fox girl could have given a worse nickname. Rin's house minutes later. Despite being small on the outside, the place was big on the inside, and Kenpeki, Yujito, and Yachiru all agreed it was nice to be indoors for once after being outside for so long. Before I tell you anything about the Uzumaki name, could you remove your mask so I can see the face of the one who claims to be the son of that woman, said Rin, knowing that even though Uzumaki was not a household name in Konoha or anywhere else, the person could be an imposter. Yujito herself was suspicious of what the boy looked like without the mask and silently wondered if he was scarred under it or quite handsome. Either way, I'm going to find out, thought Yujito, watching with some anticipation as the young boy looked at the girl on his shoulder before slowly removing his mask. Rin gasped at the face that was now before her, as she recognized just who exactly sired this boy into existence from the way he looked. Aside from the whisker marks on his face, the slit-like eyes, and the eye patch on his right eye, he would just like Sensei. Wait, whisker marks? Sensei or the woman never had such marks on their faces ever. So how come this yondaime look-alike clone does, thought Rin, seeing Kenpeki hand over his mask to Yachiru, who held onto it until he needed it again. Yujito was finding it hard not to blush as she found the face of her newfound ally and fellow demon vessel to be downright handsome. If only he was a few years older or I was younger, thought Yujito, cursing her luck at being born sooner than the boy. I take it from the look on your face that you just confirmed your suspicions about who my parents were. Care to share this information with the rest of us, said Kenpeki, as he looked into the wide eyes of Inyazuka Rin. Damn. I was hoping to tell the boy myself later on. If he gets angry, his chakra will spike beyond cage level and will draw people from all over water country along with all the other countries to this place, thought Zanjitsu privately to himself, wishing that he had more time to tell the boy himself. Yes. I knew your parents. However, before I answer, I would like to know one thing to confirm another suspicion about you. What is your date of birth? Said Rin, hoping those whisker marks were not what she thought they were from. October 10th, on the day the yondaime sealed away the nine-tailed fox, sealed at the cost of his life. Why, said Uzumaki Kenpeki, eyeing the woman carefully, wondering what the Inyazuka was going to say. It's as I feared. You are the demon fox's vessel, said Rin, before seeing Naruto's one visible eye narrow and his hand reaching for his sword should he need to use it. You feared? My dear, you don't meaning of the word, much less the term, until you've walked a day in my sandals. The instant I could walk, whatever horror you suffered on a mission or in Konoha is nothing compared to my life growing up, said Kenpeki, as he now gripped the hilt of his sword firmly. It's not that I hate you for holding the fox, it's just that your father wanted you to be seen differently in that regard, said Rin, knowing had she not just said that, she mostly likely would have been a headless corpse. What about my father? Who was he? Who was my mother? When I was younger, the people spoke the name Uzumaki. They said it with hate, but not just because of me. It was for another reason, wasn't it? Said Kenpeki, snarling at the woman, who no doubt knew the secrets he so desperately wanted to know about his family. Your mother's name was Uzumaki Kushina, who came from the land of Whirlpool, and your father is, said Rin, though she couldn't bear to tell him if what he had just told her was true about his life growing up. I'm going to say this only once. Who is my father? Said Kenpeki, getting very upset with the woman to such a degree that Yachiru leaped over to Yujito for comfort. Your father's name is Minato Namikaze. Also known as the fourth Hokage of Konoha and my Jounin sensei when I was a genin, said Rin, looking away in shame at not being there for the boy growing up. Oh shit, thought Zanjutsu while getting a similar reaction from the spiritual sword form of Zaraki Kenpei, knowing that the shit hit the fan and it was time to duck and cover. Surprisingly, the state of Uzumaki Kenpei in terms of reaction was surprising, as well as disturbingly calm, though his eye not covered by the eye patch was filled with rage and the eye patch on his right eye was sparking chakra, meaning it was being force-fed a great deal into it at the moment. Excuse me for a moment while you three stay here. Don't move, said Kenpei looking back at the worried and scared trio before leaving them for the outside, as they were now wondering what the boy would do, though they had a pretty good idea. Is it true, said Yujito, trying to ignore the weight on her left shoulder while looking at Rin. Every word I just told him was the truth, and I think because I told him I hurt him more than anyone else he knows, said Rin with a saddened look on her face, only to freeze in horror as a blood-curdling scream outside the house hit their ears and an intense amount of pressure of chakra hit them like one of Tsunade's punches to Jiraiya. Only this time this power was worse. Damn you, father, yelled the Uzumaki Kenpei outside, as the inside of the house started trembling at sheer force of his power, his eye patch blowing clear off, as it could not longer feast on the amount of chakra being fed into the tiny mouths of the patch itself. Rin, Yujito, and Yachiru dared not try to move as the floors cracked, the windows were destroyed, and the whole house itself was shaking like it was in an earthquake, shaking the building down to its very foundations. What's more was that the rage, the pain, and the betrayal that the Fox vessel felt was felt throughout the elemental countries, making all who felt from Iwa to Akatsuki tremble. In Suna at the moment, Gaara nearly collapsed from dehydration from sweating, and not just because of the desert heat, as he felt the echo of this monster that had now been unleashed. It is times like this that I am grateful to whatever deity showed me mercy and gave me a friend like you, thought Gaara while hearing his demon Chikaku slightly howling in his once tormented head, almost picturing running the psychotic creature running around in a circle. In Konoha at the moment, various reactions came from the people of this once great hidden village that sired the greatest Hokage of its time and his son that would become its destroyer. Those that supported Naruto, though the minority was not so much minor anymore, as the younger generation of Konoha were no longer listening to their parents in that regard. It seemed that the hatred for the boy would die with the older generation, and only a small few from the younger that still followed them. When the hidden village felt the intense rage from within the large and vast power of the chakra-enhanced pressure, it frightened everyone, as they thought the Kyuubi had returned to kill them all. They went to the Hokage herself to try and reason with the demon, only to be kicked out and sent to Ibiki and Anko, who took great enjoyment of their work. That and a significant pay increase, considering they were also affected by this animalistic force of nature that seemed to make even Kami himself tremble in fear. For Sasuke, he could tell even without his Sharingan just who that power belonged to, as he had felt that rage in his fight at the Valley of the End. Only now it was more intense, more hate-filled, and more powerful than Sasuke had ever felt in his life. Naruto, when the time comes, not even your demonic chakra will save you from me, and when you die I'll not only take the title of Hokage from you, but the Hyuga girl that loves you too, thought Sasuke, thinking of various ways to make the Hyuga era submit to him like all were meant to before an Uchiha. Uchihas were invincible, and Sasuke have every intention of making everyone remember it. Back at Water Country, it took a moment for the rage of one Uzumaki Kenpei to calm down, wondering why he was never told. Why his sensei was never told. Or if the backstabbing team even knew of such truth. Did the whole village secretly know and just say screw his father, thinking they were invincible and wouldn't face punishment in the afterlife? Why didn't old man Hokage try to protect him more? Did he somewhere in his aging heart hate him too? Many of these types of questioning thoughts ran through Kenpei's head, likely in his runs around Konoha if he were on a sugar rush with his weights off. When this is over, my questions will be answered and a lot of heads are going to be removed from their bodies. I swear it, thought Uzumaki Kenpei before forming a raise-non and slamming it into a nearby tree, making the wooden creation of life explode into 1,000 pieces. That one tree was just a sign of the violence that would be created by Uzumaki Zaraki Kenpei, that would be the future death shadow of the hidden Shinigami village. Walking back into the house, he saw that Rin and Yujito were on their knees, shaking from what appeared to be nearly being crushed to death by his overall assault. Yachiru was still standing up, though she was breathing heavily for a moment, and though she seemed to be straining to stand, the young girl looked up at him, concerned. "Are you all right, Ken-chan?" said Yachiru, surprising her father even more, along with the two still struggling to stand up, wondering why the girl asked such a question. "I'm feeling better, Yachiru." Sorry Rin-san for that small outburst," said Kenpei, though he didn't feel like he should apologize for anything. Small outburst? What happens when it's huge, thought Yujito, with the Nibi cat demon Uzumaki sweat dropping in the back of her mind. It's alright Kenpei-san, I just never expected so much power to come from you all at once, said Rin, feeling like her legs were made of jelly for a moment. "Here's your eye patch," said Zanjitsu, appearing behind Kenpei and handing it to him before the fox vessel put it over his right eye. "Ken-chan, was the leafy place you live in mean to you?" said Yachiru, now on his left shoulder again, as if that was her special spot in the world around the tall boy. "Yes," said Kenpei, simply not wanting to go into it any further. "Well, if they're your enemies, then they are my enemies," said Yachiru, as if it were the simplest thing in the world. "Whatever you say, Yachiru," said Kenpei before smiling at her and scratching a spot under her chin, making the girl giggle and purr at the treatment she was getting. "So Uzumaki-san, Nii-san, just what brings you to water country anyway?" said Rin, in the hopes she could get some information in regard to their travels. Yujito looked at her fellow demon vessel, wondering if he should answer or her, since this would be a touchy subject. She heard Kenpei give off a small grunt, and a smaller jingle-like sound from his bells was briefly heard. How they stayed on his head after his outside performance Yujito would never know. "I'm tired from all that I've learned, and I need to wash up from all the people I've killed recently." "So does Yachiru, just from being around me," said Kenpei, as his clothing was covered in dried blood, with Yachiru only partially, since she came in contact with him. "One of the many reasons I chose this spot was because I could have my own indoor hot spring here without the prying eyes of a possible pervert peeping on me. It's down the hall and to the second to last door on your left. Leave your clothes outside the door and I'll wash them for you," said Rin, pointing to the direction of her little personal indoor hot spring. "Thanks, Doggy-chan," said Yachiru, waving at the woman before the girl vanished from view from the slightly ticked Inuzuka and the snickering Nibi demon vessel. "Something tells me she's not going to give up in calling you that nickname," said Yujito, smirking at the woman in front of her, who had several red tick-like marks on the corner of her face before she developed her own smirk. "Better than being called Pussy-chan," said Rin, seeing the other woman's face grow red and hiss like a cat, while soon after muttering to herself how degrading her nickname was before she looked at Rin, and they laughed. However, it ended soon, as Rin asked Yujito the serious question that needed answering for the self-exiled Inuzuka. After Yujito explained to her what Kenpei had told her and his plans to remove the Mizu cage and the daimyo before he left to create his own ninja village, Rin understood just how horrible Konoha had gotten since her departure. "Kakashi, you stupid fool. How can you do this to Sensei's son? You knew that our sensei would rather rip off his own arm before sacrificing any other child in the village. If only you weren't so ego-driven by your own legend, you would have seen that the Yondaime never approved of your Chidori, because once unleashed it can kill almost anyone fatally. And for what? All because you couldn't make the Raise-Non like he could and wanted to make your own version of it only to make the Chidori instead," thought Rin, knowing that if she did see Kakashi again she would knock him on his ass before doing many evil things to him. "When I was in Kumo during my early years as a child, the third Raikage kept me safe from the hatred of my people. He knew that as I grew up with the Nibi cat demon inside of me, I would be hated by all the people around me. He knew they would try to beat me, kill me, or worse if they ever got the chance. The Council of Kumo opposed this, saying I was a demon hell spawn that deserved to die for the sins of my container. However, the Sandaime Raikage would hear known of it and hired only his most trusted of Umbu to watch over me when he wasn't teaching me. He is the father I always wanted, and though my leaving him along with Kumo will break his aging heart, I left him a letter telling him I could not work with his successor no matter the circumstances, said Yujito, knowing that if she stayed when the third retired her life would be the living hell she knew it would be. I want in on this, said Rin, abruptly turning completely to face the Nibi vessel, who was shocked by the boldness of the woman before her. What? Why? Said Yujito, looking at the Inyazuka like she grew a second head. For several reasons. 1. I want to help others, and despite what I'm doing now it's not helping the rest of the populace in this country. 2nd, I have a score to settle with my old teammate back in Konoha for what he did to our sensei's son, and there would be no better revenge than helping Uzumaki Kenpeki fulfill his dreams, said Rin before her lips curved into an evil smile that made even Yuruaki shiver slightly, knowing that this woman was going to keep her word in this. I'll tell Kenpeki when he finishes cleaning up with Yachiru in the hot spring, but for now I need to ask you something, said Yujito, getting a puzzled look from Rin. What's the question? Said Rin, wondering what the woman could possibly ask her now. Do you have any sake? Said Yujito, making Rin's face drop hard into the floor. Follow me, said Rin, getting off the ground heading towards the kitchen area, hoping none of her dishes, glasses, or even the sake itself was damaged. When Kenpeki and Yachiru came out of the hot spring an hour later, each wearing a long brownish crimson robe, courtesy of Zanjutsu, they saw their clothing was drying and clean looking thanks to Rin. Thanks Rin-san, I'll make it up to you when I get the chance, said Kenpeki, while the little fox girl Yachiru was inspecting her clothing before nodding her head at a job well done. Thank you doggy-chan. Why, made all the blood go away, said Yachiru, smiling a smile that would have made the sun jealous at such a thing. Thanks you Kenpeki and Yachiru. It is the least I could do after what has recently just happened and what I told you earlier about your heritage, said Rin, looking at the blonde, now naturally, spiked-haired boy known as Uzumaki Kenpeki and wondering how a 12 to 13-year-old boy could grow so tall. I told her what we have planned and she wants in on the whole thing. Do you agree? Said Yujito, knowing this couldn't work without all parties agreeing on the same thing. Sure. The more the better, I always say. In fact, I was actually hoping that we would get another member in during our walk, as we'll need someone to become the new ruler of Water Country. You up for the task? Said Kenpeki, looking directly at Rin, who was shocked by this since the Inyazuka never saw herself as ruling material as it was called. That's what her much older aunt Inyazuka-tsum said anyway, though she never did like. Her aunt always hated Namikaze-sensei ever since he humiliated her in that little ramen eating contest where Tsum bet she could taste all there was in ramen better than future the Hokage of Konoha. Rin-sensei, seeing a chance to get back at the woman for calling the love of his life a red-haired bitch in heat when she thought he had been out of hearing range. The prank required the help of the young owner at the time, which after hearing the plan from the future yondaime, put in a little something or other that when eaten makes dogs, or in this case those with a bloodline that connects them with dogs, go crazy with lust over her mate. Some would deny it later as a running joke from Inoichi, but it was because of that little prank that helped Kibo become conceived later on that day. But that's a story for a later date. Well, when you put it that way Kenpeki-san, then I will happily accept your offer, said Rin, knowing that if she were in power as the daimyo she could help get the boy's dream fulfilled. Welcome aboard Rin-san, said Kenpeki, extending his hand, which Rin took, sealing the deal along with Yachiru jumping off of her father and dancing around doing a cute little cheer with fox-like fans with Go Ken-chan on each one. Ken-chan. Ken-chan. He's our man, if he can't do it no one can. Yay. Ken-chan. K to the E to the N to the chan. K to the E to the N to the chan. Go Ken-chan. Go Ken-chan. Yeah, said Yachiru, finishing with a small jump into the air before landing gracefully on one foot. The trio before the girl at this point couldn't help but laugh themselves silly. Konoha 3 weeks later. Tsunade was reading her reports on all activity from her spies deep in the lands of the other elemental countries and additional information from Jireya's spy network. When that three-tailed fox had appeared before her in the council meeting room, she realized that Naruto's influence with the Kyuubi may have reached a level, which was considered to a family bond since the fox was said to never give a contract to anyone. Now however, It appeared to Tsunade that Naruto surprised her yet again and did what no other person could do in the world of summoning animals. When she approached Jiraiya to summon one of his toads, he had refused, saying that if he did, he would have a lot of explaining to do to that toad, which would report to Gamabuntat. The boss of the toads was upset as it was in having a super pervert as the summoner and would be even more pissed if he learned what Jiraiya told him concerning Naruto. It was no secret to Jiraiya that the boss toad respected Naruto for not backing down from him when that little bet he made with Gamabunta got underway. Not only that, but the giant toad's own kids respected Naruto and they had only been summoned on a rare few occasions. Not only that, but the summon's own network of passing on information was very complex in itself. Depending on how influential that summons was, it could cause a simple ripple or a shockwave of epic proportions throughout the summoning world and the human world. It was bad enough they already felt it in the human world as it is. Tsunade now found herself staring into the clear night sky at night, wondering where her precious little brother had gone and what exactly had happened to him on his journey so far. Without Naruto, the Leaf Village seemed almost hollow or empty inside, and the light he created was now seemingly lost forever. Naruto's real power, it seemed, was to be able to pierce through self-doubts, the self-pity others give themselves, and the faults he finds in others, only to use such things to draw out one's true potential. You made other people's heavy burdens lighter by using your own as a counterbalance so they could have the strength to lift it. If only Sarutobi had taken care of you better, then this wouldn't have happened, thought Tsunade, opening her desk, getting out some sake she had stored away for days like these when she felt like crying, and did. Tsunade-sama, I have a response from the fire daimyo, said Shizune, opening the door to the Hokage's office to see her teacher, who was just moments away from drinking what would soon be many cups of sake and getting stone cold drunk. Give it to me, I need to know what his answer is, said Tsunade, hoping for some good news for once. It was one of those very rare times that she was thankful for Jiraiya having a large income when it came to his selling of those perverted books he writes. It was that single lifeline alone that had kept the Leaf Village from falling apart faster than it already had, and the social chaos that would have ensued. At the moment, though, despite the immense income Jiraiya was putting out to help keep Konoha afloat, it still wasn't enough, and such a well of a resource was bound to dry up sooner than later. It was the reason she sent a letter to the fire daimyo pleading her case to the man that without additional funding within the 3 years to come, Konoha could not properly hold the Chuunin exams they were scheduled to hold soon. Tsunade had sent that letter out a little over 2 weeks prior, and only now was she getting a response when she could or should have gotten it within days. Whatever was stirring in the home of the daimyo of fire, it was either very good or even worse news than before. Dear Hokage-sama, I have heard your sincerest apologies on behalf of your village for the abuse that it has caused to the boy your people hated so much. I have also taken the time before writing this to speak to my advisors in regards to your wishes to have the necessary funding that is needed to host the Chuunin exams. I have been well aware of the fact that it is again your turn to host the exam in your village a second time after the first one was ruined by the sun in Orochimaru. Many of my advisors originally suggested I should cut off all ties to the Leaf altogether for disrespecting the Yellow Flash's dying wish for child to be seen as a hero. However, I was a dear friend of the late and wise third Hokage, who from what I understand had always been kind to the boy when your people were not. The very fact that I still give the necessary funds needed to stay alive, if just barely and mercifully, is a fact that should not leave your mind. Still, due to the growing chaos from the other countries around my own, I have no choice but to consider this matter and get back to you at a later date. As of now, the answer is neither yes nor is it a no, but rather I am currently contemplating the matter in regards to your village still being of use to me. I will send you some missions if just to give you a chance to stay afloat. However, I intend for them to be nothing higher than that of C-ranked missions, since anything else I give you would be too generous for your own good. Until I hear or see otherwise that Konoha has regained the will of fire that the third Hokage preached on about when I was younger, I will not increase Konoha's funding anytime soon until deemed necessary to help with the Chuunin exams. However, I am not about to see those who secretly supported the boy go punished for my actions, so I will state this to you now. If any other hidden village whether they are new or old appears and agrees that you should be given more funding, then I will increase the amount by 30%. No more no less. Give my regards to the Sandame's grandson. Daimyo of Fire. Damn, said Tsunade sighing afterwards and sitting back in her chair finding it useless to try to pound her desk into oblivion at the Fire Daimyo's response since replacing them had become just too damn expensive on their already thinned budget. I take it that he's not going to help us, said Shizun knowing that the village had a lot of sins to pay for that no one wanted to pay. It was like Tsunade's gambling problem only now it was nearly on a village-wide scale. Shizun's worst nightmare now coming to life only in a more serious fashion. Yep. Who would have thought Naruto would have made such an important impact on those around him like this? Not only that, but from Jiraiya's spy network was able to produce is that Naruto is now in water country of all places and my little brother now goes under the name of Kenpeki, said Tsunade making her and Shizun shudder at the sound of that name, as it sounded like someone who would enjoy killing just for the fun of it. Isn't there anything else you can do Tsunade-sama to compel or convince the Lord of Fire to give Konoha the necessary funding, said Shizun wondering if her teacher and one person left of her family in the village that could try to keep it afloat. Not unless you know any hidden village that will back us up in our time of need and support our efforts to get more money to fund Konoha, said Tsunade wishing she could make that miserable man of a former sensei Hatake Kakashi pay, but couldn't due to his special status as a member on the council. If we were to get Naruto to come back I'm sure we could show him not everyone hates him like he thinks they do, said Shizun knowing that despite all that had happened she wanted to show the boy that there were people who still cared. I would have better luck at the casinos than trying my hand in that attempt, said a tired-sounding Tsunade wishing to herself that her luck was better so she could try and find him. Demonic Realm of Limbo. The figure felt as if he were weightless in an ocean as he looked up into the clouds in the sky wondering where he was for the 15th time that day, night, or whatever time it was in this place. 1 minute he was fighting that strange drunken fist taijutsu fighter named Rock Lee and then that sand kid named Subaku no Garo later on. Then before he was about to claim victory his body gave out after using the last of his chakra to use his most deadliest of attacks. When he died, he felt his soul leave his body though only partially as part of him wanted to stay wondering if his lord and master, the Snake Sun and Orochimaru was able to retrieve that Uchiha kid. It was why, despite him dying, the albino Sound 4 member truly refused to be dead just yet wanting to return to his master and serve him if just one more time. It wasn't until a few days later that he showed up and took him from the world he knew telling him that death could not touch him yet for his power was still needed. And now here he was the former member of the Sound 4 in a place that was neither heaven nor hell though it looked closer to the latter. You're awake again I see, said Zanjutsu appearing before the albino-looking boy only a few years older than the one, who was his vessel. Why am I here? You never told me when I asked you originally, said the boy looking up at the crimson-robed figure, who just looked down upon the hovering warrior. You are here because my vessel that is Uzumaki Kenpeki wants you to live and fight for him like you did for Orochimaru. He saw how loyal you were to the Snake Sun and even though you were not corrupted like the others were with the curse seal on your chest, which I also removed before taking you here, said Zanjutsu seeing the boy before him open his eyes wide at such information. I can't betray my master. He gave me a purpose when I had none, said the albino, as he wished to stay loyal to the Snake Sun and despite the fact, that had he been healthy, his body was only to be used in keeping Orochimaru alive for another 3 years. Instead of trying to save your life or heal you, Orochimaru moved on to simply go and find another body he could attach onto. Face it boy, your former master is a parasite that leeches off the life of others and needs to be put out of his misery before he can cause further harm to others. The only reason he kept you around was because you could still fight until you died from your lung condition, which I might add I removed from your lungs, said Zanjutsu lifting a finger and rotating the white-haired boy up until standing upright in front of the fox demon. You healed my lungs. I was told by Orochimaru-sama that Kabuto could not do such a thing with his medical expertise, said the shocked albino, who saw Zanjutsu shake his head at the naive former sound ninja. By humans' hands, yes, but as you can see I am not human, said Zanjutsu, knowing there were arts of healing known only to demons to such diseases of the lungs. Nothing is for free, and with saving my life comes a price. What is the price of my newly restored life that I must pay, said the boy, knowing that whatever it was, he would have to do it. I have spent some time looking into your memories while you slept, and I have seen your devotion to Orochimaru and how your loyalty to him was on a fanatical level. You would happily end your life if need be to let him live a second time if ordered to by him. That is the kind of loyalty that I want from you, boy. That is the type of loyalty I want you to give my vessel and your new master when he commands to follow his orders no matter what they may be, said Zanjutsu, knowing that if the once this former warrior of the snake agreed to serve Kenpeki, it would make him a servant of the fox. A fanatically loyal servant at that. Very well. Orochimaru may have given me a purpose in life when I was pressed for time, but you and your vessel have given me a new chance at life. A chance to possibly rebuild my clan from the very ashes of its near ruin from all the fighting they did in Mist. So from this day forward until the day I die, I hereby pledge my undying loyalty to you and Uzumaki Kenpeki, said the albino, earning a satisfied nod from Zanjutsu. Good. I am the Fox Demon Lord Zanjutsu, and when you are healed properly you are going to go back with me to Mist, said Zanjutsu, seeing the boy look at him with fear due to the past history he had with that village. May I ask why, Zanjutsu-sama, said Kimimaro, wondering why one of his new masters would send him back to such a hellish place. It's quite simple. We are going back to Mist to fix the problems there before we leave with my vessel and make our own hidden village. One that will rain down his fire and vengeance upon all those who have wronged my vessel and have made him suffer, said Zanjutsu, telling the boy everything he needed to know about Kenpeki's life and the betrayal by Hatake Kakashi. Good. Now tell me your name, said Zanjutsu, wanting that to be the first order given to the boy before him. My name is Kaguya Kimimaro Zanjutsu-sama, and my new life is yours to command, as you see fit, said Kimimaro, bowing his head, though with some slight difficulty. Good answer. I expect nothing less than good things from your revival, Kimimaro. Now sleep and rest you, as you still have some healing to do before we can head to Mist, said Zanjutsu, waving his hand over the albino's face, making the sad boy fall asleep. After Kenpeki takes care of Water Country, you're next to go, Orochimaru, and what better way to kill you than by the hands of your most loyal now former bodyguard to end your miserable existence, thought Zanjutsu, smirking, knowing he was going to enjoy seeing the sun and die. Chapter 6, Fall of the Snake Sun in Part 1. The village hidden in the mist was considered one of the most bloodlust-desiring of all the 5 great shinobi nations. Its own academy was designed to pit students against each other to fight to the death in order to pass the graduation exam at the very end. Even after the incident with Mamakai Zabuza killing 100 students and the Mist Council changing the way things are done, the place lost none of the potency for terror it had some 10 years or so back. It was the only ninja village out of the others that specialized in swords more than the others did, and they made that fact abundantly clear when the 7 swordsmen of the Mist were founded. However, now under the current rule of the Mizukage, the Mist village was nothing more than a shadow of its former self. Due to the savageness of the bloodline civil war that was going on, no country dare invade it. Why? It was simply out of fear of uniting the entire country to fight off the invaders before fighting amongst themselves. The negative side of that aspect was that people were dying faster than they did reproducing, and even then the children weren't safe. Especially the ones that had bloodline limits in them, since such children were hated by all due to the Mizukage and the man's older brother of a water daimyo. Now here the group of 4 was, in Mist, surveying the landscape of the place to determine just what the hell to fix first and how to do it. In the 3 weeks since they all got together, Kenpeki, Yachiru, Rin, and Yujito made their way to Wataga to see the daimyo himself. However, before they arrived they had to use a henge on Yachiru, since her appearance would make everyone think it was a side effect of a bloodline she possessed. The girl now looked like she had pink hair with rosy cheeks along with her sheathed sword slung over her back, though it was uncomfortable for her in that regard. The henge also hid her foxtail and fox ears in the overall showing of the illusion, though her general behavior was still the same, much to Yujito and Rin's ever so noticeable displeasure. Speaking of Rin, she went through the same thing with her tattoos that signified herself as a member of the Inyazuka clan. While such things may not be noticed by other people or recognized for that matter, it was preferred by everyone to err on the side of caution. When they spoke to the daimyo, he was every bit the fat pig Kanpeka thought he was, as he had guards all around him, as if someone were to kill him at any moment. It took all of Rin and Yujito's willpower not to leap at the man, since he had a slave girl at his feet and gold-colored throne wearing very little with a semi-bruised and battered face. Kanpeki had to have Yachiro cover her eyes, or to at the very least not look at the poor woman, knowing such things would disturb his girl's already developing mind. The last thing Yachiro needs to see is someone of the same gender looking like and asking me strange questions, which I dare not answer until she's much older to understand what I say, thought Kanpeki, though when he thought of the words much older it would be when he was old and grey on his deathbed. The water daimyo had greeted them with fashion of a blusterous host, who did not seem to even care that his country was in chaos due to the civil war going on or the rebels that were making things difficult for him. It was if the man believed everything was right in his little part of water country that was its capital, when even here it looked depressing. When Kanpeki stepped towards the daimyo, the guards looked at him instantly, waiting for him to strike before striking him down themselves. When the fox skull-covered boy told the man what he was doing and his lie about the Mizu cage trying to overthrow him, the man became deadly serious. Inwardly Kanpeki had smirked at the man, knowing that when people are serious you have their undivided attention. Naturally, the fool of a daimyo known as Gendo thought Kanpeki was trying to drive a large wedge between the two brothers, as Kanpeki knew he would. Brothers don't jump to believing people's words without some show of proof or something remotely close to it that makes you think twice about a person. So of course Kanpeki had told Gendo that his brat, named Octavos, wanted more money in his village and clearly wasn't getting enough of it from fighting the rebels that were raiding the daimyo's supply lines. The very fact that none of the rebels were ever brought to Gendo alive, or that their bodies had never been reportedly examined for any sign of who they work for, was suspicious in itself. Another fact that Kanpeki stated was that Gendo's brother had more pubic support in and out of the Mist Village, and that it was just a matter of time before Octavos took the title of Water Daimyo from Gendo. It was times like this that Kanpeki, when he was Naruto, looked into Jireya's research material to find the information needed to get this far. The man was so busy being the self-proclaimed super pervert that he never realized that the blonde-haired boy had deciphered the book's code to read the information given to him by his spy network. It gave the fox vessel all the information he needed when he was practicing his raise-non with the clones he made, read all the material Jireya had on various places that may prove useful in the long run, though how Jireya kept this knowledge to himself without anyone reading between the lines to see was beyond him, as it was easy to decipher if you knew what you were doing. Seriously, hiding such information in code in the form of porn research was sad, despite it being clever, if only slightly. After explaining all his reasons, Gendo couldn't help but feel Kanpeki had made a valid point, despite the very thought of Octavos betraying him unthinkable, though the idea not being impossible. After much thought on the subject, Gendo decided that he would have Kanpeki and his little group enter Mist Village as his spy to make sure he could keep an eye on his slightly younger brother in case what Kanpeki said was true. Now, after many days of travel, mostly because Yachiro led them in one direction only to find out they should have gone another, much to the annoyance of Kanpeki, Rin, and Yujito, they had arrived in Mist. The disguised fox girl may be cute, but even that had its limits. Now that the group of four were finally in the hidden Mist Village, and just after recently speaking to the Mizu cage known as Octavos, who upon hearing their request to become Mist Ninja agreed to enlist them and give their rank after a test by some of his jounin in 3 days. The sight of Kisame's head on his desk was more than enough incentive to let them join the village. So now that we're here, what do you want to do? Said Yujito, looking at Kanpeki while Yachiro looked around, trying to see everything in front of her and wanting to go into the many different shops it possessed. We need to find a suitable place where all four of us can live under one roof before we look around ourselves and see what this place has to offer. I myself need to find some weights to further increase my strength. Then, At a later date I need to find a decent if not already good instructor in taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu, said Kenpeki, knowing he would need to visit the Mist Library after this in regards to the ninjutsu and genjutsu. I can teach you some things later since I've been in Mist and what jutsus I learned in Konoha before I left, said Rin, knowing that Sandaime, Kakashi, and Minato sensei she knew a great deal of jutsus from her time trying to prove herself. Thanks Rin. What are you going to do Yujito, said Kenpeki looking at the woman, who seemed to be deep in thought. I don't know. I think I'll probably decide once we find the house first, and if anyone asks we're distant cousin. I don't want anyone in Mist thinking I'm attracted to young boys that are half my age, said Yujito, knowing that if and when word got out about Kenpeki staying with two beautiful women and one girl it would raise eyebrows and rumors she didn't want. Ken-chan is too good for Pussy-chan anyway, said Yachiru, who got a red-faced death glare from Yujito upon hearing the nickname. Will you stop calling me that, yelled Yujito, wanting to pound the girl in the head, but found that to do that she would have to go through Kenpeki, and she knew better than to fight the vessel of the nine-tailed fox. Why Pussy-chan? I like calling you Pussy-chan. 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 Pussy-chan, said Yachiru, jumping off Kenpeki and dancing around, continuing her calling of Yujito Pussy-chan over and over again. After an additional fifth or sixth Pussy-chan from the ones Yachiru had already called Yujito, the Nibi vessel had become an unimaginable shade of red from embarrassment at the nickname, while Rin was trying, yet failing, to hide her laughter at the female demon vessel's embarrassment. Rin also imagined the demon Yuryuaki was feeling the same amount of embarrassment as her vessel, if not more, considering the demon's type of species. Why you little, said Yujito, having enough of Yachiru's antics, and proceeded in the chasing after the little girl in a circle around Kenpeki, while the said girl was laughing at the woman, thinking it was some sort of game. For a little half-demon fox girl she could run pretty fast. Though after so long you begin to wonder if the girl was being naive in not understanding the meaning behind the nickname she gave for Yujito, or if she actually did understand the meaning of the word and was messing with the Nibi vessel. Kenpeki sighed silently, though his facial expression showed had it made noise it would have been a heavy one. Sometimes he found it was hard to tell just who the child was and who the mature adult of this little group of misfits was. After about the 10th dusty circle made by the female duo, Kenpeki quickly scooped up his ever so little Yachiru and swung her over onto his left shoulder like she was a feather. The fox girl let out a small girlish squeal of delight at being in the air momentarily before landing gracefully on her father's left shoulder. That was her special spot for her. Meanwhile, Yujito was now fuming at the fox vessel for taking away her prey like that, and just when she had gotten so close to nabbing the little nicknaming nightmare that was Yachiru too. Hey, I wanted to pound the brat for what she said. Don't shield her from me when I'm so close to letting her take my righteous beating like she should, said Yujito, wanting to pound the fox child into the next millennia, only for Kenpeki to silence her wanting for retribution with a deadly scowl, recalling the last time someone wanted to give him a righteous beating on his 7th birthday. Maybe it was the fact that he himself had experienced a righteous beating at the hands of the villagers and ninja in the early years of his life. Maybe it was because Kenpeki just didn't know the extent of how Yachiru came to be alone when he met her. Maybe it was fatherly instincts kicking in again from wanting to raise Yachiru. Kenpeki didn't know if it was one or all three of these things. However, what Kenpeki did know for a fact was that come hell or high water no one was going to hurt his little Yachiru with those ever so harmful righteous beating, whether it was just for fun, the attacker was seriously, or if it was a deadly enemy. So much as put a hand on her that will cause her pain, and that limb will be removed in the most painful way possible, said Kenpeki, freezing the woman and Rin, who was just raised her hands while watching the whole thing, not wanting any trouble from the boy. If it weren't for the stupid little fact that he's scowling and has the nine-tailed fox in him, I would have laughed at him or not taken him seriously, thought Yujito, who thought to stop her ranting at the moment. Calm down all of you, or else we will never get anything done, said Rin, trying to end this little territorial pissing contest as it was pointless to have. Doggy-chan is right. Come on Ken-chan, let's go find ourselves a home to live in, said Yachiru, thrusting her fist into the air, ignoring the tick marks on Rin's forehead in regards to her own nickname. Kanpeka could only hope that Yachiru, despite all her innocent sweetness, didn't make the two women go nuts while they spent time in mist. Sadly, it seemed luck would not favor him, as Yachiru asked Rin if she ever howled at the moon at night like a dog, making Rin show signs of going Inyazuka on the poor little fox girl. That is, if Uzumaki Kanpeka would ever allow it. Konoha compound. Hinata was crying her eyes out in her room, hearing the news that her father had informed her of not just a few moments ago. Flashback. Hinata was in her room reading up on a scroll for a B-class water jutsu that was tucked away in her late mother's section of the Hyuga library. Apparently, Hinata was more like her mother than anyone thought, as she had just learned her elemental infinity that she worked best with was water. Upon learning this, Hinata had decided to dig deeper into her mother's side of the family than her father's in the form of Gentle Fist. Upon investigating information about her mother, Hinata had discovered that unlike her father's form of Gentle Fist, which was more direct, straightforward, and use upper body strength, that her mother's form of Gentle Fist was more graceful. According to a scroll she had found a few days prior, Hinata had discovered that her mother's style of Gentle Fist moved like water, that when applied correctly, could be even more devastating than the male version of it. The form required the user of the stance to move around using chakra control at the feet with key and deadly precision to outmaneuver the opponent and take the person down with little upper body strength. Hinata could now partially understand why the elders frowned upon her when they saw she couldn't perform the way her father did, as they knew she was like her mother in that regard. It did make more sense as she studied the information in front of her left by her late mother, as the Hyuga elders were mostly male with the two females seated among them brainwashed into the traditionalist fashion of a Hyuga. They hated her mother because her feminine style of the Gentle Fist could, if used correctly, be superior to the male version that overpowered the opponents. The Hyuga elders would have none of that and often criticized the woman, if Hinata recalled correctly in her earlier years, about the use of the style passing down to the next clan head, which would be Hinata. It would not have surprised Hinata that if her father had remarried, if allowed to of course, and had sired a third child that was male, the child would have become the new heir of the clan and not Hinata, who would most likely been sent to the branch family and been married off to another member of the clan. In short, when it came to the Hyuga clan, the male was always right and the female was wrong unless she agreed with the male of the clan. Old world prejudicial sexism at its finest. A knock at the door had pushed her mind back into the world of the present, and her now more loving father entered the room, his face a look of sorrow upon it. It was a look that Hinata had not seen since her mother died, and she knew that whatever new it was had come directly from the Hyuga elders. They had done something behind the clan head's back. "Hinata, I need to speak with you about something of great importance," said Hayashi to Hinata, though it was clear he was tired at the moment from his arguing with the elders over what they had just recently done. "What is it, father?" said Hinata, trying to force herself not to stutter in front of the man to show she was strong like he wanted her to be. "Hinata, I have some terrible news concerning your relationship to this household," said Hayashi, his eyes clearly saddened by what he was about to tell her. What news?" said Hinata, hoping it didn't involve her precious Naruto-kun and that he had been killed. "Apparently the Hyuga elders have set up an extremely rare double marriage, as it has been called, between you and two boys from different clans," said Hayashi, knowing that such a thing was put as a law in case one or more clans had less than 3 members of each clan alive. "What? Who are the two B-boys?" said Hinata, hoping they weren't who she thought they were, as her heart was set on only Uzumaki Naruto. Correction, Uzumaki Kanpeka, thought Hinata, remembering that would be the name he went by from now on, though her father didn't know, yet. "The elders arranged you to be married to Uchiha Sasuke and your teammate Inyazuka Kiba," said Hayashi, wishing he could just trap the elders in a giant room with the Kua by itself. What?" said Hinata in disbelief, as she was completely stunned by this news, as she wanted to be with her one true love. "I'm sorry, my daughter, for I have failed you yet again as a father." With Hatake Kakashi now acting as the surrogate clan head for the Uchiha clan until Uchiha Sasuke becomes a Chuunin in the next exams, he was able to arrange a marriage between both you and his charge. Shortly after that happened, the current head of the Inyazuka clan, that is Kiba's mother Tsum, also spoke to the Hyuga elders about marrying Kiba off to you. They found an old law that would allow both boys to be married to you while intertwining laws from all three clans into one, said a now defeated sounding Hayashi, who felt his heart ache again seeing tears fall down her face. Father, I don't want to marry either boy. I want to marry Naruto-kun, said Hinata, as she felt her dreams were being destroyed without a chance of them being fulfilled. Unfortunately, Hinata, my hands are tied by Hyuga clan laws, as the council's decision, if the majority agrees, is final. I tried to help you, my sweet daughter, I truly did, but like I have with your mother, I failed you as well, and for that I am sorry more than you could ever know, said Hayashi, embracing his daughter as she cried into his body, holding him for as long as she could. Please don't let them do this to me, father, said Hinata, her voice muffled in his Hyuga robes, as he held her rocking back and forth to try and soothe the oldest of his children in his arms. I cannot, my innocent Hime. The day of the wedding will be 1 week after Inyazuka Kiba and Uchiha Sasuke both achieved Chuunin rank at the next Chuunin exams. Such a thing will be certain due to the support they will have with the other council members, said Hayashi, removing his embrace from his daughter before kissing her forehead and leaving the now depressing room, but not before he returned one final sorry to her and shut the door, hearing his daughter cries as he walked away, a defeat man. End flashback. It wasn't fair to Hinata that her life would be torn asunder by what the clan elders or the other clan heads, her father excluded, wanted with her. She wanted what had wanted her whole life, and what she wanted was to be with her true love, who went by the name of Uzumaki Naruto. A.K.A. Uzumaki Kenpeiku. Hinata had looked at all the clan laws from Hyuga, Inyazuka, and Uchiha, finding that her heart had nearly stopped when she saw how the Uchiha clan laws had men favored over their female genders. It was designed specifically to keep women from advancing in the arrogant clan except to breed other Uchihas and not spread the Sharingan bloodline into the common folk that so many clans saw when looking at other people around them. Even worse was the Inyazuka clan laws stated that the clan head could treat his or her mate however he or she wished, and the non-Inyazuka mate had no say in the treatment. It was to imply that since the possible mate not of the Inyazuka blood could not run things and had no say at clan meetings. Again Hinata felt she was being treated unfairly, like she was someone's property or a piece of meat, and even more when she remembered how the female members of the family, should they be married to another clan, are branded with the cage bird seal. In this special case, the Hyuga seal masters would have to create a very special version of the cage bird seal that would allow both Inyazuka Kiba and Uchiha Sasuke to bring her down should she become disobedient or they were ever displeased with her. Fortunately, no such seal existed, and the seal masters of the Hyuga clan would have to work on it for the next 3 years to make it perfect and for the most part, irremovable. When Niji eventually found out what was going to be happening to his cousin, he became so infuriated with rage by the prospect that Guy, Lee, and Tenten had to hold him down. They even needed some much-needed help from Shikamaru and his shadow possession jutsu, though to say he was reluctant was to say he said troublesome a lot. And he did. When Kurane found out, she was livid that Hinata was going to become sort of slave girl all, but in name, practically spending the rest of her long days being someone else's sex toy. It infuriated her that Kakashi had even agreed to this, knowing that Hinata wanted no part of the arranged marriage to either the Uchiha or the Inyazuka brat she was ashamed to call her student. What upset Kurane more was the fact that the poor girl was now totally and officially powerless to do anything to stop such a thing. Granted, there was the option of becoming a missing ninja, but now with the war with the Sound Village and all that had happened everywhere else in the world, Hinata was in all actuality safer, ironically, in Konoha than she was outside of it. Still, when everyone, who cared for Hinata that knew her well, learned about this, they all came to one single conclusion that scared them all to no end. That is, if one Uzumaki Naruto found out about this, then all hell would quite literally break loose, and the definition of that hell being locked away in Naruto's own stomach that had been on the kid since he was born. Those who understood this barely got an ounce of sleep that night, if any at all, while they waited for the exact moment that they would all feel chakra pressure from the boy. They knew then when it came out it would be like anything they ever felt before, and what was even more terrifying was that whoever was closest to him would be the unluckiest poor bastard there ever was. Tsunade and her poor luck of gambling luck aside, of course. Back in Mist hours later. The time trying to find a house was eventful to say the least, as Yachiru somehow became the unofficial guide in finding a house they could use. Unfortunately, the still in disguise, but still energetic fox girl had never been to Mist before and got them lost continuously in their quest for a home. Fortunately, fate, however it may be cruel, smiled on the group and found a large enough home to live in, which was amazingly cheap due to the civil war and people dying all the time. Upon investigating the place further, they found out this was once the former home of several members of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist when they had roomed together to help create teamwork. It seemed appropriate, really, considering 2 of the 7 swords were now back home in Mist, though now they were under the command of different masters. Well, now that we have this place all paid for, let's take care of some other things we set out to do, said Kenpei while Yachiru was bouncing on her new bed, saying, "This bed is mine," and Ken-chan's over and over again before landing on her back, giggling madly at the feel of the bed. "I'm going to help at the hospital and gather as much information as I can on people that live here in Mist. It will be a great way to see who supports the Mizukage and who wants to chop his head off," said Rin, saying the last part in a more quiet voice, as there could be some shinobi listening on their conversation outside. "As for me, I'm going to look around and get a layout of the village," said Yujito while making a mental note to head to the various food stores to get different items for them all to eat. "That's a good idea, Yujito-san. I have to get weights for me and Yachiru since I can't have her become a pushover when we get into a fight," said Kenpei, recalling how fast Lee was with his weights and then even more without them. "Don't you think she's a little young to have weights on? She can barely walk as it is," said Rin, knowing that despite the girl being a half-demon fox, the girl was still a child by normal standards. "There is truth in what you say, but at least now as I train her she will become stronger than she would be without them. As she grows, and I want my precious daughter to be one of the meanest, toughest half-demons around," said Kenpei, not wanting a weakling for a daughter, even if it term was only in name and not by blood. It was the principle of the matter. "You mean it, Ken-chan," said Yachiru, looking at the bell-wearing boy with hopes and dreams filling her eyes. "Absolutely," said Kenpei before he was tackled by Yachiru, who had more impact than usual in her tackles due to the increase of force given by the springy bed. "Thank you, Ken-chan. I'll be the biggest baddie ass ever," said Yachiru, who used her already incredible strength and squeezed Kenpei's neck hard, nearly choking the older boy that was her father. "The first thing he should teach her is manners," thought Rin, and Yujito slightly appalled that the girl would know such foul language. Moments later, Zanjutsu appeared through a portal along with a now newly restored yet still albino-looking Kimimaro, who looked at everyone in front of him and gave them a curtsy bow. "Who are you?" said Yujito, looking at the albino, who was wearing black umbu pants and a vest over his white-skinned body with his white hair wrapped in a ponytail. "I am Kagaya Kimimaro, and I am the loyal servant of Uzumaki Kenpei-sama, who I have sworn to serve until I am no longer useful or dead," said Kimimaro, walking up to the said master and kneeled before the taller yet younger man. "Rise, Kimimaro-san, for I do not wish for one such as you to kneel before me, as you are now my comrade in arms, and the only thing I ask of you is to follow all the orders that I give," said Kenpei, knowing that the albino man would dress up as a girl if ever such an unmanly order was given. Kimimaro paused for a second, realizing what the man said, and rose faster than he did to pause and looked at Kenpei with eyes showing unflinching loyalty. The same type of loyalty Kenpei noticed the man had given to Orochimaru before his supposed death after fighting Gaara and Lee. Zanjutsu's death clone jutsu was performed as a precaution to make people think the pale white-skinned man was dead, before he was taken to the demonic limbo. The jutsu was designed specifically to fool any and all people whether sound or mist, so they would not try to search for the body if they had suspected Kimimaro had indeed survived the well-fought battle. It would in truth, give the nine-tailed fox more than enough time to fix the young man up and make him into the ninja the albino was always meant to be. The 4 other bodies he found and took away, however, considering the damage done to them, would be much more difficult to heal, as their death happened as a result of harsh physical punishment, not chakra depletion or a thought to be non-curable lung disease. Even at this moment, the said figures were still sleeping in an unconscious state, with each of them healing in separate parts of demonic realm of limbo to prevent them from having conversations. When their injuries were more healed, Zanjutsu would have to use other means to convince them to join his vessel, as they were not as easily swayed as Kimimaro was in that regard. "What orders do you wish for me to carry out, Kanpei-sama?" said Kimimaro, as he now bowed his head to the man awaiting further instructions from whom he pledged to serve. "I need you to go with Zanjutsu and gather others from the other elemental countries, who seek to stop being missing ninja or wish to have a home to their own. Tell them of a new village that will be made in a few years that they can all go to when they receive a sign from its cage," said Kanpei, and then looked at Zanjutsu, who nodded, putting a hand on Kimimiro's shoulder before leaving with the albino bone-creating boy to receive the necessary people for his new village. "Are you sure Kimimaro knows what to look for when looking for missing ninja to join another village? Normally missing ninja from a hidden village leave because they were the ones who betrayed their village," said Rin, wondering if Kanpei understood just how untrustworthy such ninja could be. Present company excluded, of course. Kimimaro was a former Sound 4 bodyguard for Orochimaru himself and has a keen depth at knowing who is loyal and who is not. Plus Zanjutsu will be with him to get the job done at a much faster pace, so all things considered I think everything will go quite well in the end, said Kanpei, motioning for Yachiru to get on the left side of his back, which the fox girl did, moving almost like a spider from the opposite side. "Come on Ken-chan, I want to get my new weight so I get strong just like you," said an impatient Yachiru, wanting to go out and view more of the village. Okay. We get our weights first and then after that I might get you a snack or something to eat for good behavior, said Kanpei, knowing that all foxes, demon or otherwise, like sweets. Candy, said Yachiru, jumping on Kanpei's shoulder like there was no tomorrow, as she wanted to have something sweet to sink her teeth into. "Let's go," said Kanpei, ready for some action, heading out the door with a bundle of energy by the name of Yachiru on his left shoulder. "You think it's wise to have him go out and look around when those tests are going to start soon with those Mist Jounin?" said Yujito, looking at the Inyazuka for her opinion on the matter. "I don't think it's really going to matter, since either way Kanpei and Yachiru is going to stain this place with blood given this village's reputation for violence," said Rin, knowing that all of them were in for one wild ride. Soon at the moment, Subaku no Gara was currently taking a 15-minute break from his paperwork, feeling that after already going through 4 hours of it he deserved a little relaxation. Right now all the man wanted to do was sit in his comfortable cage chair, sip his flavored water, courtesy of the trade agreements between Suna, Wave, and Spring Country that allowed Gara to have such an expensive thing for a village residing in a desert, and simply relax. Still, even with his time spent relaxing in his office, it was hard to not keep certain much less important events and the people involved in them from running around in his mind. Like so many other hidden villages, spies were being sent out to look for one Uzumaki Naruto, or as some now called him according to rumors, Uzumaki Kanpei. Gara found the name to be quite commanding and terrifying at the same time, while wishing he had renamed himself that before Naruto did. However, Subaku Kanpei didn't sound as nice as it did with Uzumaki as the last name. "You better return soon, Naruto. My sister is very fond of you, and knowing her she will do all in her power to get what she wants," thought Gara, remembering how his sister had a small fangirl-like persona in her, though he was sure all women do, but simply grow out of it when the time comes to be mature. So long as it didn't interfere with her duties as a ninja of Suna, he didn't mind it coming out now and then, if just to satisfy the girly beast inside his sister's head. With that particular thought in his head now through, Gaara realized his break was now over and it was time to get back to his dreaded paperwork that he had come so much to hate. "You can come out now, Toad Hermit Jiraiya," said Gaara casually, not looking up from his paperwork as the Toad Sunin of the legendary 3 appeared after removing his transparency jutsu. "How do people keep seeing through that?" said Jiraiya in mild annoyance, as Tsunade had been the first to ever sense him in that regard. "After my sister came in here last you let a small perverted giggle, and if it wasn't for the small fact that I know you do not hate Naruto, I would have consumed you in my sand without hesitation." "Why are you here?" said Gaara, finally looking up from his paperwork to stare at what appeared be a tired Sunin, who didn't get an ounce of sleep for several days. "Normally I would greet you through the front door, but the animosity towards Konoha has clearly made that impossible, as you already may know. However, since I have the title of Sunin, I can go where I want, when I want, and to see who I want for personal or business matters without being tied down to the leaf. I came here in the hopes that you would have some way of getting in contact with my former apprentice," said Jiraiya, as the council had decreed that Naruto could no longer officially be the Sunin's apprentice if he wouldn't take Sasuke as one. "You must have some form of important information that concerns him, or else you would not be here other than to continue your training, as you put it, with him," said Gaara, as he had heard the stories of the man's ways of training by peeping on women in the Suna hot springs. "Well, to be honest, I do have some important information that he does need to know, and I really don't think he's going to like what I tell him or when he learns of it from another source," said Jiraiya, knowing that when Naruto did know the truth, that he would run like hell before the boy exploded in rage and came after him. "What information is that?" said Gaara, knowing this information was going to reach him sooner or later, so he may as well learn it of the former tense. Reluctantly, Jiraiya told Gaara all about the marriage incident with Hinata, Sasuke, Kiba, and the whole merging clan laws together, thus making the poor Hyuga girl their slave in all but name. Add to the fact that Naruto likes her, she likes him, and that Naruto hates Konoha already. It didn't take long for Gaara to put all the pieces together, making him shudder in fear of what he envisioned Naruto doing. Even the sand demon Shikaku was sane enough to cower in fear at such things, knowing full well what that boy could do when angry, and the fact Naruto held his more powerful brethren didn't help either. "You do know that whether or not he learns this from you or not, the Leaf Village is just as doomed to be destroyed as before, right?" said Gaara, stating the already obvious to the Toad Sunin, who nodded, knowing that angering a demon vessel was not the smartest thing to do. "Regrettably, but I figured since he's going to crush everyone that screwed him over, so what would be the point in delaying out the inevitable discovery? You know what they say? Better sooner than later," said Jiraiya, getting up from his chair and heading towards the window, knowing that going out the door was suicide on all fronts. "Depends on the point of view, Jiraiya-sama, though in this case sooner would most likely be better, as this is Naruto we are talking about. If you want to find him, do so, but know that Suna will never forgive Konoha for the sin of its people towards others like myself. Should you confront Naruto, pray he is not in a foul mood, or else," said Gaara, leaving the thread hanging out, knowing that it would make the point stronger. The shiver the Toad Hermit gave was proof of that. Village hidden in the mist. A few hours later, the two Akatsuki members Haiden and Kakuzu that were assigned to find the Nibi vessel decided to walk through the hidden village with their hats and cloaks on, knowing that the mist umbu would be all over them if their faces were ever seen. The last thing the two needed was the mist village on their case when they were close to nabbing the Nibi from this place. Sometimes it was a pain in the ass to be an S-class missing ninja. Damn Nibi wench had to head here of all places to elude us just to live a little bit longer, and for what? To head here, to mist of all places? Sure, there are a lot of bounties here we could collect for the organization, but we have a schedule to keep, said Kakuzu, wishing they could simply kill someone and claim the bounty that was owed for the head or heads involved. Patience is required for this event, and while I must hunt for this demon vessel, I should in fact honor her for bringing us here of all places. To the holy ground of constant battles, blood, and death that I know Jashin would gladly accept as an offering if I wished to give it, said Haiden, having already done his usual ritual beforehand in case something were to happen around him that day. Says you and that damned religion of yours, Haiden. Who embraces Jashin besides you anyway? Know what I don't want to know. Let's get the Nibi and then get hell out of here before we come across the Kuwabai brat instead. I know you love the whole killing thing Haiden, with your damn religion, but simply being here like this is pushing it. You know as well as I do at what happened when Itachi and Kisame confronted the nine-tailed fox. He was able to kill Kisame like he was nothing, but a simple roadblock, and that's not easy given the shark man's very impressive stamina, said Kakuzu, having witnessed the late missing mist ninjas in previous missions do some pretty interesting things involving that sword and those water jutsus of his. Agreed. Now if you are done with your complaining, let us find our target, said Haiden, walking forward ahead of Kakuzu, making the said man fume at not being able to kill his ever-religious partner. Neither one noticed a boy with spiky blonde reddish hair with bells on the tips with a tiny pink-haired looking girl next to him eating at a ramen stand. Kenpeki for his part simply scowled at hearing the two members of Akatsuki and their little spat in regards to Yujito and her Nibi demon Yuruaki. Yachiro for her part was completely oblivious while enjoying her ramen with gusto as the delicious taste of ramen sung in her mouth to no end. The two had already bought the needed weights from a respected weapons dealer, who they promised business in the future if there was ever a need for more equipment. After that the two went looking for something to eat and ran across a ramen stand of all places smack dab in the food area of Mist. It had been some time since the boy had even had the stuff and Yachiro was undoubtedly hungry, so they chose to relieve one of the spiky-haired boy's pastimes. That and Kenpeki had to know what the competition was like for old man Took It back in Konoha and possibly get the man some ramen making tips during his travels. Those two will have to be dealt with soon. If I move now it will draw too much attention to me with Yachiro by my side to boot. I know she's strong for her age, but I can't fight them, knowing that if they were to break her henge it would be troublesome to explain it to the Mizukage, who would have her killed on sight. As much as I hate this, I have to kill them with some finesse, thought Kenpeki, hating that word as did the spirit of the very sword he took the name of. What bunch of crap this is. Just kill the dumb bastards and then take their heads to the Mizukage afterwards. Like he would really give you a test after killing two more S-class missing ninja that are, need I remind you, unwelcome, thought Zaraki Kenpeki from within the boy's mindscape, wishing the boy would just take the simple straight line and not the complicated curve halfway through. I'll deal with them when the time comes, but not now. Mist has become too isolated and weakened by war right now to fully understand the complexity of Akatsuki and what they are trying to accomplish. Yujito will try to skin us alive if she became the Mizukage of a village that had no ninjas in it should more Akatsuki members or agents arrive, thought Kenpeki, finishing up his 16th bowl with Yachiro finishing up her bowl number 6. Yachiro burped before giggling and felt her stomach was content for the moment, leaving her now slightly inflated stomach to digest the food she had just eaten. Ken-chan, let's go see the Ninja Academy now like you promised, said Yachiro, getting her adopted father out of his thoughts. Alright, let's go then Yachiro, said Kenpeki, paying for the meal, putting his fox skull mask back on, and getting up with Yachiro jumping onto his back as usual before the boy left the ramen stand and headed for the Mist Academy. Hey you, said a bald-headed man in the ramen stand, who had been eating near them on one of the stools of the small business. What? Said Kenpeki, glancing slightly at the person in question, wondering what the man could possibly want with him. That brat of yours has poor manners. She eats like a damn pig and didn't say anything after she burped when she finished her ramen. If you don't take better care of her then you're going to lose her when you're not careful, said the bald man, finishing up his ramen before paying and exiting the place to reveal himself to Kenpeki. Are you threatening to cause harm to my daughter? Because if you are, then you're going to wish you had kept your mouth shut or still stuffed full of ramen, said Kenpeki, as he turned around fully to face the slightly taller man wearing a Mist Chuyunin uniform, with the headband bearing the symbol of the Mist Village on his right arm, and a sword on the left side of his waist. I'm simply stating the obvious. People around here are bloodthirsty and will attack and kill people for even the smallest indiscretions, even smaller than her, said the scowling man, pointing at Yachiro, who hissed like a cat at him. And you, being the good citizen that you are, decides to tell me this out of the goodness of his heart? Bullshit, said Kenpei with Yachiru nodding several times at her father's words. Yeah. You tell him, Ken-chan. Kick Baldy-kun's equally baldy butt, said Yachiru in her usual cheery tone before sticking out her tongue at the man, infuriating him at the nickname. Shut up. Don't you know it's not nice to make fun of bald people? Especially sensitive ones, said Baldy-kun with steam coming out of both his ears and his entire head red with embarrassment at the given. What is your name, fool? Said Kenpei, not liking the fact that this man just told his precious daughter of all people to shut up. It's Ikeku. Madare Mikeku of the Mist Village. I'm a high-level Chuyunin when it comes to rank, but my skills are that of Jounin and I'm trying out the next Jounin exam in a few months, said Ikeku looking at the man, or at least see through the fox-shaped skull mask on the man's face. A soon-to-be Jounin, huh? What makes you think you got the skills to become one when you can't even handle a little nickname from a kid barely able to walk on her own 2 feet, said Kenpei smiling beneath the mask, as he got a wicked sweet idea running through his head. Like you have any room to talk with your spiky hair. At least you have hair, said a now emotionally upset Ikeku before he drew his blade and readied for battle, as he planned on avenging his lost honor along with the hair he always wanted that, due to some genetic lineage from his great-grandfather's time, prevented him attracting all the beautiful women to him. Kenpei just smiled behind his mask. The poor bald fool had no idea just what he was in for. Elsewhere, Kaguya Kimimaro was now walking with Zanjitsu through some woods after he had just found Marino Ibiki's little brother Marino Idate during one of his running trips. Zanjitsu had frightened the poor man almost out of his skin, and even more so when Kimimaro had told Idate just who, or rather what, Zanjitsu was. After further explaining what was going on and the choice of joining a soon-to-be-formed ninja village with Kenpei as its cage, Idate accepted on the grounds that he wouldn't have to do anything torture-related like his big brother. Of course, Zanjitsu and Kimimaro agreed, seeing as how they planned on getting Ibiki to join the village before it was wiped out in 3 years' time. And if the scarred man didn't, there was always that Mitarashi Anko woman as the next best thing. After finishing with the agreement, they wanted Idate to be used as an information gather while under the illusion of his messenger duties to various places. Since the man would have to travel from place to place, Zanjitsu and Kimimaro could meet the man when it was necessary to learn information from overhearing people during his travels. From my understanding of things, we have my former Sound 4 comrades in custody waiting to be fully brought into Kenpei Kasama's ranks, Marino Idate as our scout as well as informant, a few infamous as well as strong swordsmen, and the long-lost brother of Kenpei Kasama's most dearest friends, thought Kimimaro, going over the list in his head while calculating that the ranks will swell even more from his master's side of the world. By gathering his own followers together to merge with Kimimaro, Kenpei would soon have a pretty potent force on his side. Not to mention the fact that with Suna, Wave, and improved for the better Mist, Waterfall, Spring Country, and several other key places that would back him up, Kimimaro had no doubt the soon-to-be Shikage would be quite the powerful force in the world soon after the foundation was set in. We have a long ways to go before we can set the cage tower of Kenpei's new village, so do not linger too long, Kimimaro, said Zanjitsu, seeing the deep-in-thought look on the albino's face. 1,000 apologies, Zanjitsu-sama, I was just thinking of all those gathered and soon to be gathered when the new hidden village Kenpei Kasama is founding becomes real, said Kimimaro, bowing his head slightly, but noticeably, while hoping that he hadn't tried to enrage the great fox demon in his humanized state. I sense you are being honest, so I will let it slide for now. However, we currently have a 3-year deadline to meet and we still need more than what we currently have. Even if it is a good start considering what we have now, we still need more people to follow us, and the necessary land to create our new village, said Zanjitsu, knowing that every second they waste could be done more efficiently. We should head to T Country next. As a former servant and most faithful of the Snake Sunin's loyal bodyguards, I was able to listen to most of the conversations he had with his assistant Kabuto, said Kimimaro, knowing that there were secrets and people in T Country that would gladly approve in a change in the overview of management that ran their lives. That is indeed a wise and strategic idea, Kimimaro, and to acknowledge your brilliance we will head there right now, said Zanjutsu, creating the portal that would take the two to T country. Anything to see Kenpei-Kasama's ambitions fulfilled, said Kimimaro, bowing before the demon lord, showing the utmost respect for the fox before heading into the portal. Village hidden in the mist hospital 15 minutes later. Hey, is there a doctor in this place or what? Said Kenpei, walking into the hospital, and proceeded to drag the bloody body of Ikeku Madarame behind him, making the people around him scream and step back while several of the new nurses fainted. Hey Ken-chan, did you have to beat up Baldy-kun like that? I wanted to play with him, said Yachiru, as Ikeku's bald head reminded the girl of those delicious candies on a thin white papery stick, a lollipop if she remembered correctly. Kenpei-san? Yachiru-san? Why are you two here, and, who is that? Said Rin in a doctor's uniform before pointing to the bloody bald-headed mess now behind the two. It was awesome, Doggy-chan. We were eating this soupy noodle stuff called ramen that was super yummy, and when we finished we were leaving when Baldy-kun insulted me, said Yachiru, pointing at Ikeku, whose right hand twitched involuntarily in pain. You beat him up over insulting Yachiru, said Rin, not believing what she was hearing from the girl, and that this kid, who was not even considered an adult age-wise, had done something like that to another person. This fool challenged me to a fight after we exchanged words, and he lost within 5 good minutes of my life, which the stupid bastard wasted trying to beat me. You know what he did before we even fought? He did his lucky dance ritual before even trying to fight me. Though the information he gave me during our talk right before the fight was good information to know, said Kenpei, thinking back to what the man said after his little lucky dance ritual was done. Flashback after the lucky dance. Ikeku got ready to fight with his sword in hand, as it was now removed from the much thicker than standard sheath. This indicated to Kenpei that this so-called Shuyunin was anything but normal when it came to fighting someone else. Still weak by comparison, but not normal. Pal, you are one of the freakiest people I know, and I have seen a man and a boy hug each other creating a genjutsu beach background waves and all, said Kenpei, still not sure if the lucky dance ritual was stupid, funny, or just plain. Well, let's just say that it was disturbing and leave it at that. Ikeku smirked slightly, seeing the little girl leap off her father's left shoulder so the man could fight better without her holding him down. Though how the brat of a kid became a dad at that age the Mist Ninja would never know, and quite frankly didn't want to know. Still, it would make a good insult. Are you a little young to be a dad? Said Ikeku, trying to make Kenpei angry and to throw off the younger swordsman's game. Aren't you going to get a wig and cover up your shiny domed skull? Said Kenpei, knowing to hit the man where it hurt, which in this case was as clear as the sun shining down upon it. Shut up. I'll have you know I was a student of the 7 swordsmen of the mist before Zabuza went and did his whole become the Mizukage thing before he died disgracefully in Wave Country. The only thing I regret now is finding the man and butchering him and that little brat that followed him around like a lost puppy, said Ikeku before charging at Kenpei, not seeing glowing of the eyes in the fox-skulled mask. Zabuza was a strong warrior as well as the one, especially the one, who always followed him was his precious person, and vice versa. For insulting them I'm going to make you wish for a merciful death, said Kenpei, not even bothering to draw his sword yet until the time was right. And what exactly can a brat hope like you hope to gain by making such empty threats involving a defeat that had yet to happen, said Ikeku, now within striking distance of Kenpei, about to strike with deadly force. Kenpei was on him so fast that by the time it was over Ikeku was unconscious from the pain and loss of air from trying to scream for his victor to stop beating the crap out of him. End flashback. Well, I guess that makes sense, but what about getting here 15 later when the hospital is less than 5 minutes from where you were fighting, said Rin, wondering what his excuse was for that. Sorry Doggy-chan. Ken-chan went left when he should have gone right, said Yachiru, though she neglected to mention she was the reason for it. It was something that didn't sit well with Kenpei. You make it seem like it's my fault. I was following your directions, said Kenpei with an annoyed look on his face at what Yachiru just said. Come on Ken-chan, be strong and admit when you are wrong, said Yachiru, not seeing a few red tick marks on Kenpeika's face. Anything else I should know about, said Rin, picking up Ikeku and placed him on a stretcher before a few doctors and nurses came and brought him away. Yeah, there are some guys from Akatsuki after Yujito and I need to kill them before it's too late to stop the two from springing whatever trap they have set up to capture her, said Kenpeika, getting the serious look on Rin's face he wished her to have, which told him she knew what Akatsuki organization was. Do they know where Yujito is, said Rin, seriously yet worried nonetheless about their comrade's health. Not yet, fortunately. They are even more lost in Mist Village than we were getting here to deliver the bald baka we just brought in. Do you know where she is, said Kenpeika, not knowing where the woman was or how long it would take for those two Akatsuki idiots to find her. No. Yujito-san said she was going to learn the layout of the village by walking around and try to see everything she could, so she could be anywhere right now, said Rin, as she should have put some kind of tracer jutsu on the woman in case this happened. I'll look for her with Yachiru and see if we can't find her. She'll raise a lot of chakra when she fights those two, so all I have to do is be alert. On the lighter side of all of this, if we were to kill those two bastards, it means less for us to handle in terms of Akatsuki, and the Mizukage won't have to test us, said Kenpeika, knowing that for Rin and her medical skills that she would become a doctor/medic ninja right away. Alright, you two find Yujito-san and kill those two Akatsuki agents while I take care of your little, what's the right word? Playmate? Playmate seems appropriate if I am good at judging your sadistic nature, right? Said Rin, scowling playfully at Kenpeika when she said playmate the first time. Hey, don't knock it until you try it, Rin, said Kenpeika, giving her a mock salute before he turned around and ran out to find his prey and his fellow demon vessel. Bye, doggy-chan. Don't eat too many bones or you'll get sick in the stomach, said the ever-cheerful Yachiru while waving at the woman, who took the statement, like when she heard her nickname the first time, the wrong way, and blush an embarrassing shade of red before storming off to her newest patient to take out her frustration on him. For the next hour, after Ikeku woke up in a nearly soundproof covered room, the pure bald-headed man would be screaming in pain at Rin's necessary medical procedures, as she called them. For Ikeku, he thought it was Kami's personal joke on him because he was bald. Chapter 7, Fall of the Snake Sun in Part 2. At the moment with Yujito. Yujito found that if she were to take the title of Mizukage of Mist, she would need to know more about it as a whole and the populace that went with it. While looking around, she noticed that while most places looked filthy and disgusting like slums from the other places she visited, this one was a lot worse. She had visited the hospital with Rin before leaving the Inyazuka to her duties and saw that Rin's place of employment was sterilized clean despite what the outside of it looked like. The same could be said with the various restaurants, libraries, and the Mist Academy itself, though her demon-enhanced senses told her that there was still the air of blood from Mama Kaizabusa's day of terror there so long ago when she just was a child herself. Now she was walking through one of the streets that looked barren of life with nothing to show except trash and rotting food staining the ground. What a fool the Mizukage is to let his village fall so far like this, said Yujito in a silent and whispery voice that only she and her demon heard. Well, look what the Nibi dragged in, said Haiden from behind Yujito, who turned around to see the man wearing a black coat with red clouds and his partner now behind her. I thought I left the 2 back in that village on the edge of Kumo's border, said Yujito, getting into fighting stance and got ready for a fight. You would be wise to rethink using the Nibi's chakra here, Yujito-san. Unless of course you want the people here to think you possess a bloodline limit, thus making you a much hated target among the populace, said Kakuzu, smiling, knowing that the instant she does anything that is unnatural will be considered a bloodline and the people will pay them a large sum of money to have such a person killed. Like you would let them kill me without taking what you want from me, you bastard, said Yujito, who was not going to let them take her without a fight no matter what. Regretfully true, but in a sense what we will be doing will result in your death after we extract the Nibi from your body once we summon the other members for the ritual, said Haiden, having no problem not killing the woman just yet, as she will be dead soon enough when the beast inside of her was removed. Now what makes you think I'm going to let you, said Yujito looking between Haiden and Kakozu wondering which member would strike first. Or would they strike at the same time? Or me for that matter, said Kenpeka letting loose a great deal of chakra pressure that made Haiden and Kakozu nearly suffocate under the strain of the intense power. Yujito was able to hold herself almost perfectly calm since she had experienced much worse from the boy when he learned of his parentage, though there were still beads of sweat coming down her face nonetheless. Oh crap, it's the Kuwabai container, said Kakozu remembering what Itachi had sent in the letter to them via Falcon Messenger about how Demon Vessel used his power to make everyone around him weak in the knees. Yeah, I'm his container and proud of it, but if you are going to call me anything I would prefer it not be that. I hate it when people call me by such titles and not by my designated name, said the boy sitting up from his crouched position on a roof of a nearby shop with a huge grin on his face. Yachiro quietly jumped off her kanchan and sat by the edge of the titled roof to watch the soon-to-be battle with amusement as the fight was about to take place got started. This is so exciting. Now I just have to remember to do that thing Kanchan told me to do if any mist ninjas show up. What was it? Ask for some kunao? No, I have them. Ask them for candy? No, Kanchan said I had a limit and I reached it already. Oh, I know. It was to make sure that no one interferes with Kenchan's fight. Yay. I remembered, thought a happy Yachiro knowing her father was going to be proud that she remembered what he wanted her to do. Well, tough shit brat. If I want to call you Kuwabai boy, demon brat, or any other more colorful names that come to mind I will, and not a soul here can stop me, said Kakozu with a grin, having ignored Pain's words of wisdom involving fighting the two vessels. What about fighting someone, without a soul, said Kenpeka grinning again before he ran at the man with his sword out dragging against the ground leaving a line scar in its wake. He's fast, thought Kakozu backpedaling away from the boy, who looked more like a wild animal than a human being. The Akatsuki member didn't know just how right he was when he thought that, as a now sword-wielding Kenpeka smiled his devious smile. In one moment he was in front of the red cloud-wearing man and the next, he was gone. He's very fast, thought Kakozu amending his statement by a single word, wondering just where the hell the boy went while going through hand signs for one his infamous jutsus. Die, said Kenpeka from behind Kakozu before plunging his sword into the man's now split in two heart, while the dying man in question wondered just how the hell the kid got behind him so easily without making a sound, since it seemed impossible. The Kuwabai brat had bells on his hair for Kami's sake. Before Kakozu could figure this out, Kenpeka twisted the blade almost vertically before slashing to the right, cutting the man almost fully in half, leaving a very bloody mess all over both Kenpeka, Kakozu, and the ground beneath them. By this point, the mist Umbu appeared behind Yachiro waiting for the right opportunity to engage the remaining Akatsuki member, who found his retreat blocked off by Yujito. Hello Mask-kun. I'm sorry, but Kenchan is busy fighting right now, so you will have to be patient or come back later, said Yachiro, not bothering to turn around to see the group of Umbu behind her, who looked at each other wondering how to respond to the child. Listen brat, we don't answer to you and the Mizukage sent us here to stop the fighting, said the Mist Umbu captain before he and his team took several steps forward, ignoring Yachiro's growl of sudden anger. Kenchan is fighting and you are not allowed to disturb him. Go away, yelled Yachiro in a scary voice, flaring her chakra into a manifestation of what looked like something between a cat and a fox with enough force to send the Umbu ninjas flying back several feet in fear. Haiden for the most part remained calm despite the fact that he had the Kuwabai vessel in front of him, the Nibi vessel now behind him, and the Mist Umbu to the side with a girl whose power was somewhere in the high Chuyunin or low Jounin level. Very carefully in a fluid motion he readied his holy staff of Jashim into battle position, ready to fight this enemy, knowing that due to his immortality he couldn't be killed. You cannot beat me boy, no matter how much power you have. For I have been blessed by Jashim with the power of immortality and I will defeat both you and your cat brethren behind me, said Haiden, who mentally thanked Jashim for this day, for when he would be able to shed blood of those around him. For Haiden it had been far too long in his mind. Well, at least one of you idiots had the brains to bring a weapon and not to simply rely on jutsus to get the job done. This might actually become entertaining. Let's find out, said Kenpei charging at Haiden, who readied himself for the onslaught that was soon to come. Yujito had been surprised at the boy's speed, skill, and his overall strength when he had killed Kakuzu without even breaking a sweat. I mean, damn, even she hadn't seen the eye patch wearing Gaki, not that she would dare call him that, move at first, only to hear the soft jingle of one of his bells seconds later before he killed Kakuzu. How the Akatsuki member never heard it was beyond her, though it was probably only due to Yujito's enhanced hearing that she heard it. Haiden felt himself being pushed back every several feet or so by Kenpei as he blocked the many blows from the boy's sword. The only problem with blocking though was the feel of the intense pressure that was making him slowly losing ground behind him. By the fifth hit, Haiden decided to pull a hat trick and hit a button on his staff, revealing his secret weapon. It was in the form of a small, but still sharp knife-like blade hidden at the very bottom of his staff he used for when the occasion arose to outmaneuver and ultimately kill the said enemy. As Kenpei pushed Haiden back one more time, the Akatsuki member struck, spinning the staff at an angle where it would cut into Naruto's mask and into his face just above his left eye. However, it didn't seem to faze Kenpei at all, despite the fact that the said spiky-haired boy was bleeding ever so slightly. The fact that the kid in front of Haiden was now grinning and laughing like a madman through his mask was a dead giveaway. So he had a tolerance to pain. Let's see how much, thought Haiden, as it wasn't very deep and slashed down, leaving a thin scar above the boy's left eye all the way down into the cheek. This knife was designed to override any form of healing a demon vessel produces, no matter how powerful it may be. Even with a healing rate as fast as yours, any hit I make with this blade, no matter how deep, or how long I make the wound, you will have scars on such place for the rest of your life, said Haiden, trying to make the boy more cautious of him. What it did was have the opposite effect. It made the boy laugh, a psychotic laugh, before he turned serious. You really think such things frighten me when it comes to getting scars? From the very way Konoha's villagers and ninja treated me when I was a younger, I should have more scars all over my body than the Hyuga clan have members. Don't insult me on how you didn't knowing how I was treated, since it's more than common knowledge on how people like me and Yujito are treated, said a now angry Kenpei, as the faint memories of the past once more reappeared in his mind, only to shut them out if only for a while. You still can't beat me on account of my regenerating abilities that grant me immortality I need to survive and all attacks you may deliver, said Haiden, getting in a weapon stance once more. While technically that is true, I think your form of immorality is far from perfect. Let's see how you like being cut up, burned into ashes, and then having your remains sealed away in an urn before tossing you into the depths of the sea, said Kenpei, grinning once more before locking swords with Haiden. Only this time he grabbed the man by his left arm with his own, and threw him over his shoulder onto the ground with immense strength, creating a massive hole in the process. Before Haiden could remotely try to counteract this hard-hitting move in some way, his opponent acted to prevent the Akatsuki priest of a member from providing any form of retaliation. Kenpei grabbed and pried the staff out of Haiden's hands before throwing it to Yujito, who incinerated it with her Nibi's chakra. By this point Haiden had stopped being calm and actually looked afraid, as the pointy tip of Kenpei's sword slammed into his right open palmed hand, preventing him from just simply using the escape jutsu, or the substitution all ninja are taught at their respected ninja academy. Shit. I should have listened to Leader Sama when he said avoid a confrontation with the two vessels should they be together, thought Haiden, finally remembering the man's exact words before they left. There is just one thing I would like for you to do for me before I decide to continue any further, Akatsuki-san, said Kenpei, breaking the hand and wrist of his prey to prevent any one-handed signs that he recalled Haku could do. What is that, if I may ask, said Haiden, knowing that it wasn't like he had choice in the matter when it came to his death at the hands of this monster that currently stood over him in such a superior way, with the one seeable eye beyond the mask glowing red and yellow. Scream for me with everything you've got, said Kenpei, laughing before he started on tearing Haiden apart limb by limb, creating a huge gory mess to Yujito, Yachiru, and the Mist Umbu, who were too shocked to even move from their spots. When it was over, Kanpeka was a bloody mess and the ground before him was covered in blood, guts, and the death of two deadly members of an evil organization. With a simple yet few hand signs, Kanpeka soon incinerated the two with a fire jutsu of his own design called Demon Fox Fire Jutsu. Unlike normal fire jutsus, this one was demonic in nature and thus was more potent than the standard human variety that all shinobi learn. Also, another difference was that when Kanpeka wanted the flames to be gone, all he had to do was snap his fingers and it was just die out faster than you would blowing out a lit candle. When the fire died out with a snap of Kanpeka's fingers, the boy pulled out the used and still bloody bag that once occupied the residence of Hoshigaki Kisame's head. Then, in a masterful act of wind manipulation, seeing how it was his main element, the vessel of Zanjutsu gathered up all the ashes from the two corpses, and placed them in the bag just before tying the top of it in a knot. Okay, note to self, when I become Mizukage and he eventually become the first Shikage of his hidden village, make an alliance with him and fast, thought Yujito, knowing that anyone who fought this kid was already dead. Yachiru then jumped down from her spot on the roof and landed on Kanpeka's shoulder, cheering her father on about tearing Monk-chan to pieces. The trio, or rather duo and a half, however, were soon stopped after being surrounded by Mist Umbu looking at the group hesitantly. Kanpeka-sama, Yachiru-sama, and Yujito-sama, you will all come with us to see the Mizukage about the events that just took place, said the Mist Umbu captain, hoping he young man would comply and not use brute force. Fine, it's getting boring here anyway and I need to tell the Mizukage about the guys I just killed, though I don't think he's going to care since they were both S-class missing ninja, said Kanpeka offhandedly, as if he were talking about the weather before they were all headed towards the Mizukage tower once more to explain some things to the pig of a cage. T-Country 1 week later. Kimimaro looked on with Zanjutsu at the research complex Orochimaru had set up to use for potential experiments on the people of this poor country. It had been difficult at first, since word had gotten out about the albino's death, thus requiring Zanjutsu to play along while calling himself a servant of Orochimaru, and had saved Kimimaro from dying while saying he was dead to avoid the Mist Hunter ninjas. Something that Kimimaro swore on his life never to repeat to anyone about the demon lord saying those disgusting words. During the time period that they spent in T-Country, Kimimaro ran into a girl, who had been used as an experiment of the now late head scientist, whose name had long been forgotten by them and from their memories, of the research complex. She, reluctantly at first, told them her name was Isaribe, and after she had explained to them why she was the way she was along with why the people hated her, she was offered amnesty as well as amnesty in the soon-to-be-built village hidden in the Shinigami. Once the shock wore off, she jumped at the chance to start anew, and Zanjutsu promised to use his demonic powers to see if he couldn't help her with her transformation. If it wasn't for the simple fact that Zanjutsu was a terrifying demon lord, even in human form, Isaribe would have gladly hugged the entity with all her strength. After explaining the situation to the people of T-Country that were around them, they apologized for their actions to Isaribe, not understanding what had happened to her which resulted them in acting the way they did. Now the people of T-Country in that area had a new problem to deal with, and that was their now destroyed town that they resided in. Fortunately, Kimimaro had proposed to all of the people in the town in T-Country that they could temporarily head to Wave Country until Kanpeka's hidden village could be built. Thankful for being given such a wonderful opportunity, since they had heard of Wave's recent freedom from the late Gato and its sudden economic growth, they gladly accepted. Now, with the future residents through the demonic portal that led to Wave Country on the other side, Kimimaro turned to Zanjutsu wondering what was next. While Isaribe, who had decided to stay behind at the demon lord's request, though why he did still confused her. Where to next, Zanjutsu-sama, said Kimimaro, knowing they were making great strides in their progress in creating a new hidden village with only the land needed to create it. First, I have to take Isaribe to the demonic limbo realm so I can fix the many genetic as well as cellular complications that fool of a scientist did to her. While I am doing this, I need you to go to Wave Country yourself and speak to a man named Sano, who runs a smith that ranges from weapons to masks. I need you to speak to him on making more masks for us and others as well. Tell him we want top quality masks that are the same shape design as Kenpakas with different shapes, various types of marking, and the multiple copies of the animals in question, said Zanjutsu, opening up the portal to Limbo for Isaribi while leaving the one to Wave Country open. What about after the order is placed, said Kimimaro, knowing he would have to do other things besides wait for the masks to be made. While that is happening, you are to train until I come to see you again with the others, since they are healing nicely from what I have sensed. You will be with me when I speak to the four again to convince them to join our cause in destroying Orochimaru along with Sound Village once and for all, said Zanjutsu, knowing all about the death of the two Red Cloud-wearing members of Akatsuki, having already received a telepathic message from Kenpaka. Understood. I will start right away, Zanjutsu-sama, said Kimimaro, bowing to the great demon lord before heading to the portal to Wave Country to fulfill his given task. He takes his job way too seriously, said Isaribi, wondering just how devoted the albino was to the demon lord and his vessel back in Water Country. Maybe so, but considering what my vessel and I have done for him, I wouldn't have his loyalty any less than it is now, said Zanjutsu, walking towards the portal with Isaribi, who followed the taller demonic entity. Konoha Hokage Tower 2 weeks later. Hinata approached the Hokage's office with shy yet strong determination on her part, as she had no intention of going quietly into the cold dark night as Kiba and Sasuke's wife. She had every intention of being strong even if she was bound to them, so no matter what may come of her life, whether as a slave in all, but name or died by other means, she would go out strong. She knew of only one person who could do that, and it was the current Hokage in office. Hokage-sama, said Hinata, forcing herself with some effort to prove she was not going to be the weak shy girl everyone thought she was. Yes, Hinata, please come in and have a seat, said Tsunade, knowing that this meeting was important to the Hyuga girl, or else she wouldn't have demanded to Shizune to make it. Demand an appointment with the Hokage of all things. Shizune thought she was going to have a heart attack when Hinata did it in such a fierce way. I'm sorry if my demand for this appointment with you has made me appear to be rude or disrespectful towards you, Hokage-sama, but I felt that I could only talk to you about this. I wanted to say to you and only you that I do not approve of this marriage that I have been placed in against my knowledge and my will. After a great deal of soul searching, came to the conclusion that if I allowed myself to be married to my chosen husbands, that I would be strong in the end. To that end, I want you, Hokage-sama, to teach me anything and everything you know, from fighting to medical teachings. I will not be part of this so-called marriage and spend the rest of my days being weak like everyone seems to think I am, said Hinata, looking at Tsunade with a determined face, not wanting to back down from this choice in her life. Possibly the only real choice she had left. If that is what you want, Hinata, I will help you become strong by making you my new apprentice, so in case you are married to those two idiots, you can still keep them in line from time to time, seal or no seal, said Tsunade, knowing that from what Hayashi had told her in secret, that the clan elders were making the Hyuga seal masters work almost non-stop to make the new seal for Hinata. Thank you, Hokage-sama, said Hinata, bowing before leaving the room to train for the rest of the day and possibly visit her mother's garden that was her sanctuary. Naruto, wherever you are, I pray that should you find out that I was once again powerless to stop what happened here, said Tsunade once Hinata had left the room and she poured herself some heavy-duty sake. At least things couldn't get any worse in the world, thought Tsunade as she looked out the window of her office and at the now repaired stone head of her grandfather that was the first Hokage. How wrong she was. Jiraiya came in through one of the open windows before Tsunade could even react to try and punch in him, surprised as she was that he came in so abruptly. Tsunade-hime. You are not going to believe what I have just discovered from my spy network, said Jiraiya, looking at the female Hokage with seriousness and slight panic. What? Is it about Naruto? Said Tsunade, knowing that the Toad Sunin before her must have used Gamabunta only recently to reach her after being a week away in Suna. No, I asked the Kazekage for help in that area, but he was as stumped as I was on where the kid is officially hiding out. What I came to tell you was that just 2 days ago, Kumo had a coup d'etat. The soon-to-be Yondaime Raikage became too impatient and successfully assassinated the Sandaime Raikage to advance to the position ahead of the estimated timetable that he was supposed to be inaugurated in, said Jiraiya, knowing that the people had mixed feelings for the man given his policy on their formal demon vessel and the investigation into its own Umbu unit to what happened with the Hyuga clan over a little over decade ago. What? This can't be good. What's going on with those loyal to the Sandaime Raikage, said Tsunade, knowing that the Yondaime Raikage was not as nice as his predecessor. A sizable chunk of them were slaughtered during the chaos, while the rest have taken what they can and got the hell out of there before they lose more people to the insanity. The people that are power hungry stayed wanting to receive the power new Raikage is promising all those, who stayed to let his plans come to fruition, said Jiraiya, knowing of the man's plan for the Nibi vessel that was once a ninja of Kyumo. Who else knows about this outside of Kyumo, said Tsunade, knowing they would most likely have to prepare for what lay ahead with the Yondaime of Kyumo. If I had to guess, I would say Akatsuki, Orochimaru, and possibly the people in Wave Country, who are taking in refugees right now due to the close proximity between them and Kyumo, said Jiraiya, knowing that with this new Raikage in place no Hyuga clan member, family or branch were safe. It was widely, but secretly rumored that the man from Kyumo that was killed during the said incident was the older brother of the man now in charge of the rival village. The worst case scenario was that Kyumo would make an alliance with another village to take down Leaf in its currently weakened condition. At least we know the people that left Kyumo are safe from harm, since Kyumo won't dare invade Wave on account of the political standings it would have to face with the other countries. For now we won't have to worry about an invasion just yet, but to be on the safe side, double the Umbu guards at the gate and the patrols outside the village. The last thing we need is for a strike force to hit us, leaving a major dent that will take a good size of our dwindled resources to repair, said Tsunade, knowing they would have to fight for all the strength they could get that once flowed so easily into Konoha that had turned into a small trickle. Thank Kami for small favors. Tsunade, I think I have an idea on what Naruto has been up to since he left Konoha and everything, said Jiraiya, hesitating slightly, not knowing if telling the woman was a good idea before making up his mind, and sat down in one of the chairs, knowing this may take some time. Well? Spill it out? Tell me already, said Tsunade, wondering what could make the Toad Sunin so hesitant in regards to Naruto. Well, I'm not certain if the information is solid yet, but I think it's a start. As you know, I've had my spy network gathering all sorts of information that it get or come across, and in doing so they heard a few disturbing rumors, said Jiraiya, as the information given to him based on these rumors possibly did not bode well for Konoha. Get to the point, you old super pervert, said Tsunade, getting impatient with the Toad Sunin having to restrain herself from pummeling him or another object for his stalling in telling her what she wanted to know. Old? Well, if that's not calling the pot calling the kettle black. If it wasn't for the fact she could pound me into liquid paste, I would tell her as much, thought Jiraiya, as he almost dared himself to say such thoughts out loud, knowing that it would put him in Konoha's ER ward at the hospital, again. From what rumors I've gathered, there is someone spreading the word to very select few people about a new hidden village popping up soon somewhere. The founder of such a place is offering it to any missing ninja, who wish for sanctuary from being on the run from hunter ninja seeking their heads. This person accepts normal people and those with bloodline limits, no matter how weird, strange, and dangerous they may be, into this place. The only thing that is required to join the place is absolute loyalty and defending their new home should the time come to do so, said Jiraiya, wishing he could find out more than what was given to him by his network. They don't know who the supposed cage of this village is, said Tsunade, knowing that Jiraiya's spy network could find out just about anything if they wanted to. They've tried, but it's all very hush-hush stuff. All they know is that this man or woman has sent 2 people, which they know of, out to gather as many people willing to be a part of this new hidden village. Rumor has it the one man is albino with white hair, and every time he speaks of his master it is nothing short of fanatical devotion to him. One person thought it was a joke and was stabbed in the throat by a white pointy weapon similar to an ice pick, but too wide for it to be such a thing. The speed of this albino is said to be fast, so I'm guessing he's about Jounin level, that is close to either Kakashi or Guy himself, said Jiraiya, having looked over the information he received. And the second person, said Tsunade, wondering if she could compare them with any of the faces in the bingo book, since if there was ever a description of them, they could be identified immediately. The second guy is clearly the brains of the two and someone who doesn't like to be in one place too long unless it's necessary. This guy knows where to go, when to leave, and how to get any destination they need to with a snap of his fingers. 1 minute he and the albino are in one place and then they're gone the next after rounding a corner in some dark alley. Creepy stuff, really. Not only is that weird, but another rumor I heard was that they busted up one of Orochimaru's test facilities somewhere in Tea Country. They freed the enslaved people there and somehow helped them get to Wave Country since almost all of their homes were destroyed, said Jiraiya, not understanding how someone could get a large group of people from Tea Country to Wave Country in such a short amount of time. How is that possible? Is this person remotely human, or is this some kind of new jutsu we haven't seen before, said Tsunade, thinking what Jiraiya was for once that wasn't related to his perverted ways. He could be another demon vessel or some other entity we haven't encountered before on account of all that's happened during the Shinobi Wars and the Kyuubi attacking. On the other hand, it could have been one of Orochimaru's experiments that got out of its cage and decided to stick it to our old traitorous teammate, said Jiraiya, as he listed off all the possible ideas of what that person or thing really was. Whatever those two are, I need your spy network to keep close eyes on them along with Kyuumo, Orochimaru, and Akatsuki, said Tsunade, knowing that Jiraiya's spy network, though vast, could only do so much, and gather everything and anything from all of the mentioned parties. The only question is where they are going to set up shop. It's not like they can just do that anywhere these days around here, and the only way I can think how is to invade and take out another village. There is a good chance they could set up shop in Wave, but if the bridge were ever destroyed, then the country's economy would soon drop to practically almost down to what it once was before the bridge was even built, said Jiraiya, as that was the only place that came to mind in building a hidden village. We'll worry about that later if and when they make their appearance to us, when they do come together for such a thing, but for now we have other pressing matters, said a now tired sounding Tsunade, who wondered how the third was able to do this job as long as he did. Well, if that's all, then I'm going to get out of here. Oh, and if you are going to summon, I would advise you not to. I summoned Gamabunta and he asked me about Naruto, said Jiraiya, rubbing the back of his head, knowing that by now every single summons, both good and bad, knew what happened. You told him, yelled Tsunade on him moments later, ready to beat the living crap out of the stupid old self-proclaimed super pervert. How could I not? He told me he had heard a rumor that come from the weasel summons that Tamari girl from Suna has, and from Kakashi's own dog summons, who swears that he saw the idiot make the hand signs for the Chidori. Gamabunta outright threatened me to tell him just about everything, or else he would have killed me and never help Konoha again should anyone summon him or any of his subordinates too, said Jiraiya, cowering in fear at the woman with her angry face and her raised fist with super strength. Then you should have died with dignity, said Tsunade, clearly pissed at Jiraiya's choice in the matter. Would you with your summons, said Jiraiya, wondering what her response would be. I don't have to worry about that since I'm a sophisticated woman, said Tsunade, though she would have secretly done the same thing if placed in such a position. From the way you drink, gamble, and punch, I'm not so sure, said Jiraiya in an offhand joking manner, which of course earned him a mean right hook of a punch to his face that sent him through one of the office walls and into the village below. Super perverted jerk, yelled Tsunade at the top of her lungs before heading to her desk and set up a D-ranked mission to have some of the genins fix her office wall. At the Abarame clan house, Shino was sitting down with his father in his private study sipping tea made just for the clan, wondering how things could have fallen so far in the village he had called home. The ripples of what were happening around them never seemed to stop for even for a simple mere moment, and it was suffice to say it was become annoying and agitating. At least by Abarame standards at least. Do you think my conclusion of what we must do is valid, my son? Said Abarame Shivi, sipping his tea, looking at the younger version of himself beyond the shades that hid his eyes. Yes. Logically, when a person or people cannot live or adapt anymore to the place they call home, it is only natural that they would need to move to some place they can. During the recent events that have taken place since the mission to retrieve Uchiha Sasuke, I have found enough sufficient data that I can come to the conclusion that this village is headed towards a downward spiral that will destroy if not consume all. Therefore, to survive not only as ninja, but as clan as a whole, we need to move from our home to seek out another that may accommodate us and may even allow us to evolve like the bugs we hold have time over the ages, said Shino, finding the marriage of Hinata to both the Uchiha and his teammate of an Inyazuka both horrible, barbaric, and illogical all at once. In a Barame clan, the queen was considered to be nourished and protected at all times, for she was the very source of the bugs themselves. Thus, it was only natural in the sense of the word for the very children she created to protect her in times of danger should it ever arise. The very nature of this so-called marriage Hinata was put in went against everything the Abarame clan stood for, and it sickened them to no end. To place rules on the mother of the children of a future clan and treat her like she was only there to breed for the male amusement made not only the Abarames themselves upset, but every bug in the colony was buzzing with anger in outrage. Further proof you don't have to be human to hate the way the species would operate in certain moments in time. I have spoken to the head clan members of those I both trust and respect. They all agree as well as believe that Konoha is falling apart, and even by some miracle that it could be put back together, it would never be the same again. They know with Uchiha Sasuke now pardoned for his traitorous actions, being trained to become the 6th Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto being declared an S-class missing ninja, and Hyuga Hinata's arranged special marriage, we feel it is necessary leave with our clans to safer grounds, said Shivi, as he had spoken with the Naraz, Akimichi, and Inoichi clan heads about this to hear their opinions on the subject. What of Hyuga Hayashi, said Shino, knowing that the man didn't hate Naruto and loved his daughter that was now sentenced to be living in hell with 2 male arrogant pigs that had egos the size of the Hokage monument. He cannot leave his clan no matter how much he wants to. The elders are watching him carefully, as well as his youngest daughter, who will no doubt be his successor. If he were to leave now, Hayashi would be unable to protect either of his daughters and his nephew in the branch family Niji. The boy would also suffer in the man's place due to that illogical seal on his forehead that enslaves him to their will. Like the captain of a drowning ship, Hyuga Hayashi must spend up until the end of his days with the clan while trying to keep the elders from poisoning the mind of the one daughter he may be able to yet save in this drama, said Shivi, knowing that every time he came over to the Hyuga compound to talk with Hayashi, the feeling of being watched by prying Byakugan eyes made his skin crawl with discomfort. If we were to partake in such an endeavor, how should we do it and when? Said Shino, knowing that timing was everything, and that if word got out to those like Danzo or the other council members that were against them, all would be lost. For now all we can do is plan, if only in secret. When the time comes we will know, and then and only then shall we make our move, said Shivi, finishing his tea and letting out a long sigh from deep within. Whether it was a sigh from the tea or due to the stress, Shino was not sure. Village hidden in the mist hospital. Uzumaki Kanpeka was smiling at his newest subordinate Madara Mikeku, who for the life of him couldn't help feel he was in for one hell of a ride. After the whole incident that involved the 2 Akatsuki members, the eye-patch-wearing swordsman of a prodigy used this moment to further drive a much deeper wedge between the 2 brothers that at the very moment, ruled over water country. Key word being moment. Through a few tall-telling lies, though not impossible ones from Kanpeka, the Mizukage that was Octavos was becoming suspicious of his older brother and daimyo Gendo. A man whom Octavos now suspected had sent those 2 members of Akatsuki in order to assassinate him to rule over both ninjas and the samurai guarding him. Octavos for the most part had always trusted his brother when it came to the political arena involving the events taking place in water country. However, Octavos was never one to underestimate a person's ambition for greatness, and to do so with his own brother could possibly be the death of him. So with that being said, the Mizukage decided to forego the test for Kanpeki and the other 3 members of his group for helping avoid such a horrible disaster that would have been the Water Shadow's death. Now they were in the hospital, as the man that 2 weeks prior had gotten his shiny bald-headed butt handed to him was now getting out of the said building to recover at his dust-covered home. Or would have had a fire not broken out during the 2 weeks Ikeku was in the hospital and burned it to the ground with what small, in number, valuables he had inside. That was where Kenpei came in, as after a simple request from the Mizukage he was able to get the bald man the rank of a mist jounin. The one and only condition stipulated that Uzumaki Kenpei would be given the title of Umbu and have Ikeku along with any others he saw fit be placed under his command. This meant the man would be staying with him at his home with Yachiru, Yujito, and Rin since Ikeku had nowhere else to stay. At first, hearing this idea/request sounded strange to the Mizukage, but after Kenpei had explained that from what he had seen in the ninja ranks so far, that even the jounin lacked the need to have necessary discipline, the Mizukage agreed. How could the man not? The man may be a pig at heart, but one that wanted to keep his village under control no matter what, and this was it. The Mizukage knew that he needed someone of even higher rank than the jounin themselves to order others of that rank or lower around. Plus it would help to remind them all that the rank of jounin and to an extent Shuyunin didn't give them the right to do whatever they wanted. Thus it was for all purposes required of Umbu and captains that were much higher in rank to pull on the loosened chains connected to leashes of jounin and Shuyunin from time to time when they got out of hand. The Mizukage agreed to everything Kenpei said, seeing how this still growing boy had done nothing but good for mist, and such an idea would allow better control over the ninja ranks below him in case riots or other disasters struck. The Water Shadow had also mentioned to Kenpei that due to 2 of the 7 swordsmen of the mist being dead, 1 more missing, that the remaining 4 were in the dungeons of mist itself for several years now. A spy in the northern part of Water Country was undercover as an employee of a man who ran a brothel house and learned from one of the girls that one of her more long-lasting customers was one of the former 7. The swordsman was soon tracked down with the other 3 staying in the same place to ensure safety in numbers in case of an attack. An entire Umbu and Hunter Ninja Legion was sent to the location where using various genjutsu to sleep jutsus were able to capture all 4 of them without any casualties. Unfortunately, they found that the 4 swordsmen had long passed down their swords to the 4 other apparently stronger apprentices scattered throughout Water Country. They were all taking different types of mercenary jobs to put food in their stomachs to survive another many long days of blood and death. What good fortune it was that Madarame Keiko just happened to be one of those 4 young swordsmen he needed to find. With any luck the final swordsman or his apprentice for that matter would be found to join the ranks of those around him in greatness. Wait a minute. Are you saying that even though I'm now at the rank of jounin, but I now report to you because you are in Umbu, said Ikeku staring at the boy in disbelief that a kid younger than him would have a higher rank. Were the hair gods out to get the poor bald man or something? Yeah. By direct order of the Mizukage himself, and if you got a problem with it you can either speak to him or in a more direct approach, me, said Kenpei glaring at Ikeku, who seemed to shrink several inches under the stare. No need Kenpei sama, said Ikeku as the beating he got from the boy in his mind was recalled by the replay button and he shivered at the sheer intensity of that one-way fight that landed the bald warrior in the hospital in the first place. That and staying any longer would make him the patient of that female Dr. Rin, and the last thing he needed was to be hurt by her again too. I still think she jabbed that needle into my ass on purpose, thought Ikeku, remembering how she said it was to help the antibiotic already running through his system. He would have believed her had she not rammed it hard into his right butt cheek with the supposed super strength of the slug sun in herself. Just thinking about it made Ikeku want to rub his sore behind. Good, because if you so much as complain or question my orders I just might make you get sent to hospital again and put you under Rin's special care, said Kenpei, enjoying the sight of his newest recruit paling at the thought and did not under any circumstances want to go back to that woman for treatment. Death was far more painless. Again, no need Kenpei-sama, I will obey your orders, said Ikeku, no wanting to show any weakness by stuttering in front of his superior ninja officer. Follow me then. I sense we have much work and training to do that was left incomplete by your previous trainer, said Kenpei, knowing that with 1 swordsman down under his direct command there was only 3 more left to go before the Mizukage's days of ruling mist were over. Kenpei would have the other apprentices sooner than later. One of them, according to Zanjutsu, was outside of the land of water wandering around the other elemental countries with his wife. They had already, but secretly accepted the offered prospect of joining a new village to escape Hunter Ninja from Mist. Kanpeka couldn't help but smile, as it would be only a matter of time before the other two targets were found and brought before him to see just how strong they were. Mist Village Training Ground #4 Many hours later. Ikeku was out of breath, having fought his new sensei for so long, all the while simply trying to understand how he got caught up in this situation in fighting such a powerhouse of a kid. Truly the hair gods mocked him so. The two were sparring against the other, with Kanpeki holding his own and even going as far to taunt Ikeku, saying, "If I wanted a decent fight, I would pick a fight with a guy or girl with a full set of hair." This of course upset Ikeku to no end for obvious reasons before he called out his sword's name, with it being Hojikamaru, thus transforming it into a deadly-looking spear, and he re-engaged Kanpeki once again in the battle. Though the end result, despite Ikeku's improved skills and abilities, was the same as the last encounter they had: painful defeat. The only difference was that Ikeku didn't need to go to the hospital, but just stay in bed after this fight for about 2-3 weeks. Not bad, Ikeku. You have lot more talent than I gave you credit for. Head back to my place and get settled in, since there is more than enough beds and rooms to sleep in, said Kanpeki, watching the bruised body and ego of Ikeku limp painfully away to the said home. Man, he is going to be sore tomorrow. At last he knows his sword's name, thought Zaraki Kanpeki, that resided in sword of its owner, who took on the same name. True, but I wish he didn't do that damn lucky dance of his that he does before a fight. It's almost as bad as Mato Guy and Rock Lee hugging each other with the sunny beach genjutsu they somehow put up. I'm so glad I left Yachiro with Yujito, since I don't want the girl to be traumatized any more than I can let happen, thought Uzumaki, shaking his head at the horrible image of the two plaguing his mind. She may be saved from that, but Yujito is not from the energetic antics of your daughter, thought Zaraki, smiling in the mindscape of his owner, as they both wondered what type of mischief the fox girl was getting into. Before they could think on this any further, a three-tailed messenger fox appeared before the boy before bowing in respect to him. Forgive me if I am interrupting anything, Kanpeki-sama, but I have important news that you must hear that came from the summoning world. The source is from none other than the boss summons Gamabunta himself, said the demon fox, raising its head to meet the gaze of the masked Kanpeki. What news? Said Kanpeki, curiously raising an unseen eyebrow behind his skull mask. The one you call Ero-Sennin told Gamabunta about what happened between you and the traitor Hatake Kakashi at the Valley of the End. Word has spread to the other types of summons in Konoha, and they are infuriated with the hidden village. The tracking dogs that Hatake Kakashi summons will no longer obey him in terms of summoning. They have even gone as far as to cancel their contract with him to show everyone in the summoning world they don't support his traitorous actions. They wish the honor to try and serve you instead, or someone you deem worthy of the contract itself, said the three-tailed demon fox, though not liking the idea of dogs moving in on the territory that was theirs when it came to the one who summoned them. Serves the bastard right for betraying me like that. Anything else? Said Kanpeki, as he looked at the fox before him, which looked hesitant to reply for some odd reason. There is one other thing. Though I don't know how you will take it. It is in regards to the girl you like that smells of lavenders, said the demon fox, getting an instant and terrifying reaction as the chakra pressure came down on the fox like a 5-story house. What about Hinata? What has happened to my lavender Heim? Speak, said a now paranoid Kanpeki, getting a bad feeling about all of this. From what I gathered from Gamabunta, who was quite angry at the time, it seems the council in Konoha has arranged a marriage for Hinata. Not just any marriage, but a double marriage in which she will marry two people instead of one, said the demon fox, still reluctant to tell more to Kanpeki, knowing full well what the response would be. What? To who? Who? Said Kanpeki, with his churka creating even more pressure on the summons than before, though the fox knew it wasn't intentional, just that the boy was very emotional. The arranged marriage is with both Inyazuka Kiba and Uchiha Sasuke, said the three-tailed demon fox, bowing his head in regret and shame at being the one to tell the one who summons such bad news. yelled Kanpeka, letting his rage and chakra spiral out of control, consuming his entire body, making look like nothing but an eerie shadow surrounded by blue, red, and yellow chakra. It was fortunate for the fox that he left, for the amount of power that was unleashed would have most likely destroyed him. What's going on? Why are you angry? Thought Zanjutsu, feeling the wave of unmatched fury from deep within the demonic realm of Limbo. Read my mind and you will know the answer, thought Kanpeka in a demonic voice even inside his head, as his anger seemed to never end. This is sickening even for me. It seems we need to speed up our timetable in creating a new hidden village before 3 years is up. To do this we need to destroy another hidden village and rebuild from the ashes of it. Any particular place in mind, thought Zanjutsu after he read his vessel's now raging thoughts and felt almost as angry as Kanpeka did. Yes. Orochimaru and his precious sound village in Rice Country, thought Kanpeka, as he felt his bloodlust growing along with his hate while he bathed in his own chakra. While for everyone else in the world that felt his fury it just meant another bad sign of things to come for those who were Uzumaki Kanpeka's enemies. I will make the necessary preparations. I'll take you there when we're officially ready to strike, thought Zanjutsu before cutting the connection with his vessel and watched over a now recovering Isaribi from the procedure of removing her deformities while keeping the ability to breathe underwater. One might never know when such an ability could come in handy. Somewhere else in hidden mist. At that very moment, Yujito was just as angry like Kanpeka was, as the Nibi cat demon known as Uruaki had given her vessel a summoning contract with other types or kinds of demon cats. The first act of summoning one of her new demon cats, was to regretfully inform her of the Sandame Raikage's death at the hands of the man's successor. The Kumo of Yujito's past that she remembered with the Sandame was no more and all ties that bound her to it were gone. She silently vowed that when she became Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village she would have her revenge against the new Raikage one way or another. Sound Village 3 days later. This cannot be happening, bellowed Orochimaru, looking over the reports he had just read from his agents he sent into the field to find out what was happening in Tea Country. The Snake Sunin had become very angry when his agents he had there were not sending him weekly to monthly reports on all the progress his experiments were making. So far the agents he sent were giving him less than satisfactory responses, and it was apparent that if he didn't get good news soon Orochimaru would be taking more heads that he did not need right now. I'm afraid so, Orochimaru-sama. What's more is our most secret complexes, hideouts, warehouses, and outposts all around Rice Country have either been annihilated or have gone silent. We just recently lost contact with the Fuma clan, both loyal and disloyal to our cause, said Kabuto, not understanding how so much of what his master had built in regards to Sound Village could be torn down so easily. It was clear in regards to certain places that whoever was doing this had key information only someone close to Sunin would know and could use against him. It was because of that little fact that Kabuto was very nervous under the gaze of the man, despite knowing that he was fully innocent of such thoughts. There had been others who had known about such places when Kabuto had been in the room with Orochimaru and where the plans had been discussed in detail. However, as far as Kabuto and Orochimaru knew, such people were all dead now, leaving just the medic ninja with glasses as the only suspect of such things. It certainly was not Orochimaru himself, as he needed Sound Village to wipe out Konoha and to serve for the main part of gathering potential experiments for future usage. The only logical culprit in this whole crime that fit and left to cast blame on was Kabuto, even though for once in his life Kabuto was innocent of such crimes. For once, Kabuto wished he was still a member of the Leaf and not in the presence of the Snake Sunin right at this very moment. And how do you intend to fix it, my loyal servant, said Orochimaru, saying loyal with a great deal of venom, as he no longer trusted Kabuto anymore with what was happening to his once great village. I do not know how, Orochimaru-sama. If we send our forces out to investigate they may not come back, and if they stay here it will make them question your capabilities as Cage of Sound, said Kabuto, knowing that what he said was true and held no lie for the Sunin to detect. Orochimaru narrowed his snake-like eyes at his right-hand man, who only recently he had suspected of betraying him outright with such acts of betrayal. It was common for a lizard to chop of its foot or tail to live, but never the other way around, and for Kabuto to do just that didn't make sense to the Sound Shadow. Even now it baffled the man, as Kabuto was right here before him kneeling like an obedient servant, when now of all times would have been right to betray the Sunin with dissension already growing in the ranks. What was causing this? Who was causing this? The answer soon came in the form of an explosion on the outskirts of the village walls that Orochimaru had ordered built should Akatsuki decide to attack. The walls were built with complex seals designed to take massive punishment from jutsus and various other abilities, bloodline or otherwise. "What the devil is going on?" said Orochimaru, heading outside to investigate along with Kabuto, who he made sure stayed out in front of him. When the two ninja got outside, they saw several sound umbu that were stationed inside the underground complex already at the ready outside. Unfortunately, what the group saw was shocking beyond words, as the only person they knew that could possibly do what they saw was supposed to be dead and the last of his clan. There were pillars of bones everywhere coming out of the ground in all angles, with the blood of sound shinobi running down every single one of them. Each of the victims had a horrified look on their faces that spoke volumes of how painful the experience had been for them. "How do you like what I have done with the Orochimaru-san?" said Kimimaro, looking at his former master with silent, but nonetheless deadly hatred. "What? What sorcery is this? This cannot be, Kimimaro. It can't be. You were dead," said Orochimaru, reading the report about the albino and the other Sound 4 members that failed during the mission to recruit Sasuke to his side. "You should know better to trust everything you see, Orochimaru. You will find that first impressions can be deceiving," said Jirobo, appearing behind Kimimaro, folding his arms over his chest, now wearing black pants and vest with his hair spiked in a mohawk-shaped design. "Yeah. Just because you gave each one of us those stupid shit-eating curse seals on our stupid necks like the stupid pricks we were back then, doesn't mean we would simply die, asshole," said Teiwei, wearing a tight umbu mirrored clothing the color of blood with a shadowy black symbol of an Oni demon on her back. "We never were able to repay you properly for treating us like crap, making us fear you fully, knowing that you could destroy us if we spoke out of line, and sending us on that suicide mission for the Uchiha kid," said Kidomaru, cracking all six knuckle before doing the same to his neck. "This is some sort of trick. You were all reported dead. How is it that you all still live?" said a now worried Orochimaru, knowing that if those four were very much alive, then it was possible that the other one was still. "Oh crap. Hello boss. Miss us much," said Seikon, with Yukon literally right behind with his head sticking out of his brother's back, each of them smiling at the Sunin with sadistic smiles on their faces. "Tell me then, before we begin this little dance. Who is your new master? I demand to know," said Orochimaru, seething inside that those five who once served him, now served another. "Not like it matters, since you're about to die, you snake shit, but FYI, if you had sense at all you would have paid more attention to your surroundings," said Teiwei, pointing right behind the Sunin. The Sunin's eyes widened slightly and turned around slowly to face his enemy, partially just enough to see the figure before striking like the snake he was. Unfortunately, for the man, what he saw shocked him so much he couldn't even move when his one eye saw the figure before him. Or rather, figures. "Hello Orokai team. How have you been? Steal any good bodies lately? Committed more crimes against humanity? Or I guess the much more appropriate line of questioning is this one: how many more cages that were in their late 60s that was like a grandfather have you killed?" said Kenpeki, as his original smile had turned into a fierce-looking scowl that was hidden behind his mask that covered his only slightly scarred face. Kenpeki had left Yachiru with Ikeku, Rin, and Yuruaki to play with while he was here on business to deal with the Snake Sunin, knowing that if she was here she would have become a target for the man to prey upon. The second figure was also scowling as well, with a dark crimson cloak swaying in what appeared to be an unnatural wind. The figure's name was Zanjutsu. "You've cheated death long enough, Orochimaru. It's time you pay for your sins and go to hell like Sarutobi-san aim intended," said Zanjutsu, his eyes glowing red and his fangs now revealed to the Sunin, who now knew just who, or rather what, Zanjutsu was. He was the nine-tailed fox. Kuwabai, said Kabuto, looking at the demon lord in fear, knowing that the fox's power could destroy him and Orochimaru without breaking a sweat. Impossible. You were sealed up by the Yondaime all those years ago. It's not possible for you to be out like this unless your vessel was dead, said Orochimaru before he went through some hand signs and summoned the boss snake Manda to the battlefield. Orochimaru, why have you summoned me? Where are my sacrifices? Said the boss snake, looking rather pissed off at the moment with the man on his head. These are your sacrifices, Manda. Though few in number, they are strong warriors only for you to devour, said Orochimaru, playing to his summon's vanity, which seemed at the moment his only edge in controlling the giant snake. You must have run out of weak people to give me for offerings. How disappointing of you. For now I will fight for you, but the next time you summon me I want 5x as many sacrifices as this, said Manda, looking down at his prey, ready to devour them all whole if need be to fill his stomach. I'll take him. Kimimaro will go after Kabuto while Zanjutsu kills Orochimaru, said a calm yet now smiling Kanpeka, drawing his sword before going through quite a few one-handed hand signs for a demonic jutsu. So the insect thinks he is the predator now? Who do you think you are? Bellowed Manda, striking out at Kanpeka, who had just completed the last hand sign. Me? If I let you live through this I may tell you, but considering how arrogant you are I think it's best if I just turn you into snake stew. Demonic art, anti-summoning chains jutsu, said Kanpeka, sending chains of both his and demonic chakra onto Manda that seemed to burn into his skin, making him let out a scream of pain before each line of the chains of chakra seemingly fading away, leaving burning like tattoo marks seconds later. You bastard! What did you do to me? Screamed an irate Manda, feeling as if his very flesh beyond his skin was burning up and that his body was hard to move, like it was covered by an invisible weight. Both Orochimaru and Kabuto were also just as confused as well as worried. As the name of the demonic jutsu implies, it creates a series of chains sewed on a ninja summons depending on the size of the actual summons. The jutsu requires a good supply of my chakra that comes from within me, that is both my own as well as the demonic stuff I get from Zanjutsu-sama. What it does is prevent any summons covered in those chains from returning from where they were summoned and prevents them from moving around in battle, said Kanpeka, bringing his sword to his tongue and licking it sadistically at the giant snake, who felt fear crawling around his already pained body. If the snake had a spine it would be shivering right about now. This can't be happening, thought a frightened Orochimaru, who turned in time to see a now wounded in the ribs Kabuto fighting against a seemingly not even trying Kimimaro, who seemed to have become much stronger than he had been mere months ago. Before the Sunin could react further, he felt the side of his face being kicked by the ever-powerful Zanjutsu, who was now delivering his own kicks and punches to the man. For his part, Orochimaru attacked back, trying to repel the demon fox and even using quite a few of his jutsus involving water, fire, and earth at his disposal. Zanjutsu dodged them all and kicked Orochimaru right off Manda and leapt after him, fully intent on finishing the fight on the ground, with the sound for waiting for them to prevent the slimy snake from running away like the coward he was. I believe it will soon be time for me to get into this fray, said Kanpeka quietly, almost a whisper to himself, as he saw Kimimaro summon tonfas made from his own bones due to his bloodline limit dead bone pulse, with the tips at the end razor sharp so they could cut into or through limbs or other parts of a person's body. Kabuto, with his chakra scalpels ready, engaged Kimimaro despite his lethal injuries he had sustained at the hands of the albino, and charged again, trying to beat this foe before him. I don't know how you got this strong, Kimimaro, but don't think for a fact that it puts you at my level. I'm on par with Hatake Kakashi himself, and the likes of you are nothing but mere insects compared to me and Orochimaru-sama, said Kabuto, trying to hit a limb or cause some form of injury that will hurt the enemy before him. Kimimaro didn't bat an eyelash at the remark about being compared to Orochimaru, as it had little significance to his life, but he had been told about the dark history between his master Zaraki Kanpeki and his former sensei Hatake Kakashi, who had betrayed him at the end. That had infuriated the albino bloodline user to no end, as Kimimaro now had pictured Kabuto's form being overshadowed by that of Hatake Kakashi. In that moment, Kimimaro's eyes raged with nearly unmatched fury and attacked with devastating blows to Kabuto, who upon seeing the eyes of the albino knew that this fight would be his last. Kagaya secret art, dance of blood bone, said Kimimaro, lacing his tonfas with his chakra sliced through Kabuto's tendons in his arms, legs, and his heart after putting his two tonfas in a X shape over the man's chest before unleashing the killing blow, which turned the man into bloody chunks. Nicely done, Kimimaro, said Kenpeka, smiling at the man's battle skills when it comes to killing others around him. Thank you, Kenpeka-sama. I am glad you approve, said Kimimaro, who simply bowed before leaping off of Manda and joined the others on the ground with Zanjutsu, who now was a bloody, armless, and practically defeated Orochimaru on his knees with the lower part of his jaw missing. Now Manda, I think it's time that I deal with you, said Kenpeka, licking his lips while he let out a sinister chuckle that made Manda struggle even more. Wait. Wait. Don't kill me. I'll serve you if you spare me, said Manda, hoping that by some miracle that the warrior before him would accept his offer. Kenpeka shook his head, giving an affirmative no. No, Manda, for you have caused nothing but pain and suffering on those who did not deserve such hardships, and what's more is that you disgrace the title of summoning just by demanding sacrifices of all things. And for what? To show everyone you are the best of the legendary three summons. Such arrogance like yours is pathetic and deserves only the most appropriate of punishments for such crimes. Which is why I can't think of any other punishment better than the way of death, said Kenpeka, leaping onto Manda and slicing as he went, moving from place to place along the boss summon's tail, making Manda scream in pain. Finally, after cutting Manda down to literally half his original size, Kenpeka decided to end the snake boss's pain in a very gory fashion. Leaping into the air, he crashed down onto Manda before many lightning-fast slices killed the boss summons, creating a very bloody aftermath all over Sound Village. However, for Uzumaki Kenpeka it was as if he got the gift he always wanted, lots and lots of blood. Smiling at his handiwork, Kenpeka turned to face a near-lifeless Orochimaru being held by the throat in a death grip by Zanjutsu, who had made the Sunin's eyelids forced and held back with several senbon needles supplied generously by Teiwaya. That girl along with the other Sound Force spent a great deal of time in limbo, not just healing, but training as well. Each one of his new members of his soon-to-be hidden village had spent all the time focusing on their weaknesses so they could be twice as powerful as before. Can we kill this pedophile now? Please, Kenpeka-sama, said Teiwaya in a sweet tone that would have made people not knowing her think she was an adorable girl. Both dangerous and swearing, but adorable nonetheless. How can I refuse a growing woman such a request? Zanjutsu-sama, I believe, would like the honor of it, since Orokai team has been nothing but a pain in the ass to the two of us. Anyone here want to object? Said Kenpeka, looking at the other 5, 6 if you counted Yakan, ninjas before him, with each one shaking their heads, knowing that Zanjutsu was the infamously feared nine-tailed demon fox and therefore outranked them all. This can't be happening, thought Orochimaru before he felt the vice grip that was on his throat tighten even more before lifting him up like he was nothing. Say hello to all my buddies in hell for Orochimaru. Demonic art, demon bane, said Zanjutsu, channeling a great deal of demonic chakra into Orochimaru's body, causing the figure to slowly melt like wax under a large heat lamp. Damn, I've seen people dying in different manners before, but that was some crazy shit, said Teiwaya, hoping she never had to die in such a way that looked extremely painful. Get used to it, since when we fight Leaf it's going to be hell on earth, and this time we are going to win. You all know why, said Kenpeka, grinning behind his mask, waiting for them to answer. Because we're stronger than we were before, said Seikon, wondering if his answer was correct. Because we're more skilled in the shinobi arts, said Yakan, appearing behind his brother curiously to give his opinion. Because we can kick a lot of ass, said Teiwaya, grinning a grin that meant trouble to all that crossed her path. Because we are smarter than before, said Kidomaru, scratching his head with his top right arm, all the while wondering about the question in general. Because we're survivors, said Jirobo, remembering how each and every one of them had come close to death. Because we are loyal to you and only to you, Kenpeka-sama, said Kimimaro, not stating it as a question, but as a fact that he knew could not be disputed before picking up the only thing within Orochimaru worth retrieving, his Kusanagi sword of the heavens. The answer is superior attitude and a superior state of mind. Though in actuality all 5 of you are indeed correct with your choice of an answer, said Kenpei, knowing that his response was both correct and appreciative for them to hear. With Orochimaru they would have been punished in getting such a question wrong. With Uzumaki Kenpei they were right regardless of the response they just gave. Above them sky turned blood red and the sun was eclipsed with the face of the Shinigami himself etched into darkness. It was the signal that Zanjutsu had created for all those they had gathered during the time he and Kimimaro traveled together would recognize. It was the sign for all of them they contacted to gather at this one spot where the scary-looking face of the Shinigami shined down on them at its brightest, and right now this was the spot that was now bathed in the eerie light. The hidden sound village and the sound shadow were now dead or no more. Long live the hidden Shinigami village and the death shadow. Omake. Uzumaki Residence Day 2 of the destruction of Sound Village. I'm bored and hungry. Can we eat something? Or we can play a game, said Yachiru hopefully, sitting on top of the dinner table, her feet dangling off of it, swaying back and forth. Okay, let's play. Yachiru eats the moldy stuff on the pipe under the sink, said Ikeku with his head down on the said dinner since he was completely tired from playing with the girl already. Ew. Baldy-chan, you know some weird games, said Yachiru, pouted at the prospect of playing such a game. Will you stop calling me that, yelled Ikeku, who wanted nothing more than to strangle the girl for calling him that, while the 2 women residents of this place, who were in the next room, laughed at his unfortunate expense. It was bad enough to call him bald, but fruity as well as bald was just low. I guess I could, but only if you play one of my games, said Yachiru with her eyes glinting and a somewhat evil if not fox-like look within them making Ikeku somewhat nervous. What game is that? Said Ikeku, not noticing the 2 women watching with interest at what game Yachiru thought of. Keep Yachiru off your lollipop-shaped head, said Yachiru, licking her lips before she started grinning, showing her fox-like teeth, making Ikeku pale and try to run, only to be caught 5 seconds later with the girl's jaws of death biting into his skill. Ah! Get her off! Get her off! Bad Yachiru! Bad! Ow! 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 Yelled Ikeku, running around in circles trying to pry the girl off of him, to no avail as she was on him like stink on a monkey. It didn't help him when she was holding onto the back of head while biting down on it hard and repeatedly like it was candy. Should we help him? Said Yujito, looking at Rin as they watched the 2 interact and seeing Ikeku find a filled water bottle with sprayer attached that was used to water the house plants. No need, since Ikeku figured out how to get Yachiru off of him, said Rin, nearly falling over with later after seeing Ikeku spray Yachiru in the face with water, making the girl leap onto the dinner table and hiss viciously at the man before laughing at his misfortune while he patted his bald, slightly bleeding head, wincing upon touching all the sore spots. Come here, you little brat. You want to play games? Fine. Here is one for ya. Chase Yachiru around so when Ikeku captures her he can turn her into our dinner for tonight, yelled Ikeku, chasing after Yachiru in a circle while the girl laughed at his expense before making a sharp turn right faster than the man could see. The end result crashed Ikeku into the wall, leaving his imprint on it as clear as day. That's not a good game, Ball-chan. Looks like I get to call you Ball-chan for just a little while longer. Bye Ball-chan, I'm going to go draw, said Yachiru, skipping up the stairs to her and Kenpeika's shared room. He may have figured out one thing, began Rin while shaking her head and sighing at Madame Ikeku's stupidity. But he has yet to fully understand Yachiru's methods, ended Yujito, shaking her head as well as sighing at how this currently twitching body of a ninja could be outsmarted so badly by that fox girl. Sadly though, the 2 could not be ones to talk about something so embarrassing as this, as they each, much to their shame, had similar imprints of themselves on different walls and floors of the houses. Yachiru may be a naive half-demon fox, but she was a damn good trickster nonetheless. She mentally winced thinking of Naruto with his mask on and how it had hidden his pain for so long. Kami, she missed him. Reluctantly putting the thoughts of her little brother in the back of her mind once more, she approached with Jiraiya and several umbu to the lead druid, who made no movement whatsoever other than to continue with the chorus. "You are the leader of this group," said Tsunade, trying to vocally overpower the druid's singing before she decided to lose her temper. The leader of the group tilted his head to the side before setting it straight and nodding a barely noticeable nod while continuing his singing, not missing a beat with the others behind him. "If that is the case, then are you from the new hidden village that built over sound?" said Jiraiya, looking at the druid carefully, trying to measure the druid's chakra signature only to find it was masked perfectly against even him. If possible, the chorus from the druids got even louder, thus making Tsunade's temper get shorter at both her and Jiraiya being ignored/disrespected. "Listen. If you don't tell me who you are and what is in those bleeding boxes behind you, I'm going to beat the crap out of you," said Tsunade, nearly yelling as the chanting had not stopped once, making everyone watching feel uneasy that two Sunin with a cage were intimidating the uninvited guests. Hayashi himself had tried using his Byakugan on them only to shut it off before the veins on the side of his eyes even appeared as he shock froze him to the bone. What the clan head had seen in that very moment was not something he wanted to relieve again, as he saw beyond the robes was absolutely nothing. No life. No chakra network. No churka period. Only death locked away behind flimsy black robes. Slowly the lead druid raised his gloved hand, making the people around him hold their breaths and the shinobi discreetly getting ready to attack should the druid try something. However, surprising nothing happened as the hand was raised to the right of his head and the druids behind him slowly stopped their chorus in a smooth fashion. "If you want to know what lays in the coffins, all you have to do is open them," said the silent whispery voice of the lead druid before turning to the side to let them pass. For a guy who can sing loudly, he sure has a whispery voice, thought Jiraiya, wanting to sweat drop at, but decided against it due to the seriousness of the situation. "This better not be a trick," said Tsunade, walking over to the two black rectangle-shaped boxes supported by the unnaturally raised earth that represented death, and hesitated, now being closer to the blood that laid on and around the coffins. Jiraiya was instantly next to her, putting a hand on her shoulder, knowing of the woman's fear of blood, reminding the slug Sunin of her dead lover and brother. The Toad Sunin also suspected that his teammate feared that one of these coffins held a bleeding and dead Naruto holding the cursed necklace that belonged to the first Hokage. The Toad Sunin suspected it because he feared the same thing too. Now in front of one of the coffins that was on the right, the two druids opened the casket, revealing the remains of a cut, sliced, and ultimately dead Kabuto. The man had a look of pure horror in his eyes, as if his soul was now literally in hell and his eyes on his face were somehow connected to it. Scary thought Tsunade and Jiraiya at the same time before heading to the next coffin in question, and when they opened it they saw the liquid remains along with bones of their former teammate/Sunin. "Holy hell," yelled Jiraiya, leaping back along with Tsunade, who like him was now scared at the sight of what they saw. Whatever happened to these two former sound ninja? They had suffered dearly for their past crimes, and had they had any empathy they would have pitted the two. Fortunately, since those past crimes involved the two Sunin, there was no pity to be had. "Shikage-sama expects full payment for both Orochimaru of the Sunin along with the amount for his right-hand man Kabuto as well," said the lead druid, looking at the two remaining Sunin, who currently were pale as snow in the face at the moment, though it was more from seeing the two bodies than the fact that the overall payment would strain Konoha even more. The majority of the council of course would have none of that. "Sorry, but you can only receive a bounty that belongs to Kabuto for both him and his master," said Danzo, while silently fuming inside that his silent partner in crime to his plans went up in smoke. "If I recall correctly from what I was told, when it comes to all hidden villages, if you have more than one bounty you get the amount for each confirmed kill you present to the village in question," said the lead druid, looking at Danzo's direction, while the said man felt nervous under the druid's stare, or rather the unseen one. "We make the rules here in Konoha, you lowly druid, and we say you only get the amount for Kabuto to cover him along with Orochimaru," said Kakashi, trying to determine just how much of a threat they were and who was their Shikage-sama. "Was it? Very well then. If you will not meet the required demands, we will take them elsewhere and receive the necessary payment from another hidden village these two have wronged." I'm sure Suna will be more than willing to pay the necessary amount for these two due to the sand/sound invasion. In the meantime, I would expect you to receive a very angry letter from the Fire Daimyo after Shikage-sama informs him of your shrewd and highly dishonest policies, said the lead druid before he made a motion with his hand again to the others behind him as they proceeded to close the coffin and began to sing in chorus again. No, wait. We will pay the amount, said Tsunade quickly, knowing that whatever killed them was not human and needed to be investigated under her watchful medical eyes. Tsunade. Have you lost your mind? We can't pay them that amount, it will cost the Leaf Village dearly, said Mito Kato Homura, not wanting to give anyone from outside the Leaf their precious money, especially when it was needed to help train Uchiha Sasuke for the Chuunin exams and eventually when the boy became their 6th Hokage. Shut up, Homura. I am Hokage here, and right now this is a military matter that falls right under my jurisdiction, not you or the other council members for that matter. These two will need to be examined by me to determine the cause of their death, and while I make a complete medical report I will have my assistant Shizun give you your money for the Shikage, said Tsunade, knowing that if the village officially refused it would be another smear on it and her own grandfather's legacy when both he and her great-uncle founded Konoha. Tsunade-sama, we object to this, said Danzo, becoming infuriated at the woman. That's Hokage-sama to you, Danzo, and don't you forget it, said Tsunade, glaring at the one-eyed and one-armed former leader of Root. We will deliver the two coffins to the necessary rooms. Please do lead the way, Hokage-sama, said the lead druid, who, if Tsunade didn't know any better, had a hint of humor in his voice. Jiraiya thought the same thing too and made a mental note to have his spy network focus more attention to the new hidden village that now replaced sound. Of course such thoughts were discontinued as the druids all began singing their chorus as they closed the coffins and followed the slug Sunin/Hokage to the hospital, ignoring the looks from the populace. Hidden Mist Village at the moment. So are you in? Said Rin, looking at Ikeku, who looked at them in shock at hearing the plan on taking over Mist and Water Country in order to heal the deep wounds that had been delivered to it via the bloodline civil war. Ikeku was in conflict with himself at the moment as he struggled between his loyalty to the Mist and to the man the people he just started working with. In all honesty, Ikeku wanted to stay with the Mist since he had been born, raised, and trained in its arts as a shinobi. However, the state that it was currently in, plus the information Rin and all the others had given him, questioned such loyalties to the Mizukage and Water Daimyo. The bald-headed man remembered when he was a boy and took up the sword as an apprentice to a former 7 swordsman of the Mist that it was for a cause he would always fight for and he could believe in as long as what he believed in was noble. Right now Mist wasn't so noble anymore, and the fact that his sensei had just set up a new hidden village where sound used to be was another factor. From what Rin had told her of the ploy, Kenpeki had to stay in Water Country for a little while longer to make sure that Konoha would discover that Shinigami no Sato was founded by him. That was the main reason why Zanjutsu would take up the position as temporary Shikage. Then when Rin and Yujito took over Water Country and Mist, Ikeku would be given the option to move back into the ranks of Mist if he so chooses to, or move into Shinigami to serve the official Shikage that would Kenpeki. My whole life I spent in this place, living my life struggling to survive until I became old enough to enter the ranks of the Mist and become the shinobi I am now. On every single mission I took I have fought hard, learned, and killed from my enemies to make myself stronger. Now I find that I cannot do that here because of how things are run, and my only shame in the matter is I chose to ignore the problems around me, hoping they would go away if I fought hard enough. I need to follow and support Kenpeki-sama wherever he goes and fight whoever he fights, because I know that he is not blinded by his new title and power like other people have become in his position. So to that end, no matter what happens, I pledge my undying loyalty, my very sword, and life to Kenpeki-sama, said Ikeku as he envisioned the path leading to his fate appear before him and how to walk the line as it grew before his eyes. Good to hear, Ikeku-san. Now we just have to find some of the remaining apprentices to the 7 swordsmen and everything will be perfect, said Yujito, knowing that by now the rumors of Shinigami no Sato was spreading like wildfire. That will be easier said than done. I know of another apprentice like me, but the thing is that he's a bit fruity in my opinion, but I think I can convince him when I see him. Then there is another, who was originally born in the slums of Mist and grew up there as a kid. He was found by one of the much older members of the Seven Swordsmen, and like me, the guy was heavily trained in the arts of the Mist Shinobi. The only difference is that he was trained on the mainland of the elemental countries more than he was here. If I know him like I think I do, he's in a bar somewhere getting hammered deep in jungle country, said Ikeku, though in his mind why the place was named it despite the land being well populated with an equal amount of people as there was vegetation was beyond him. The land of jungle country was in itself, as its name said, it was a land of jungles with plants and animals of many different species looming around every corner. However, the real meaning behind the country's name was that it was an actual jungle in terms of both the civilization and that of the actual wilderness surrounding its people. The said people that founded the cities in the country built high steel walls around them to prevent the more predatorily bred beasts in the jungles outside of the walls from entering, though that happened on random occasions nonetheless. It also explained to the other countries why the guards that protected its people had such great health, medical, and life insurance plans all rolled up in one. Well then, at least we know where to look for them, said Uzumaki Kenpei, walking into the room wearing similar dark crimson trench coat as Zanjutsu did, but with his hair normal without having the bells in his hair and not super spiky to hold them. The eye patch and Yachiro still clinging to one of his shoulders stayed the same. How is the hidden Shinigami village progressing, said Yujito, wanting to know like the rest of them how everything is going in the new village. Pretty good. Zanjutsu-sama is the temporary Shikage until our business here in Mist is officially over, and Kimimaro is working with the Shinigami 4 to help regulate all the necessary parts of the village. I was actually quite surprised at how they were able to get so many people to join up all at once, though I asked Kimimaro to run a background check on all of them thoroughly to ensure we don't have any spies from any unwanted villages. As much as I respected Old Man Sandaime, he let too many spies infiltrate his village, and through that it cost Konoha much during the sand/sound invasion, said Kenpei, sitting down on the comfy sofa with Yachiro jumping from her perch on his shoulder to his lap. Not like it matters, Ken-chan. You're going to crush them all anyway for the bad things they did you when you were younger. Take no prisoners, said Yachiro, who laughed as if what she just said was a joke. For the most part, yeah. However, I'm going to have those, who were good to me, still be saved from my Shinigami ninja, said Kenpei, knowing from what his spies hiding in the shadows of Konoha learned that there were still people in it that supported him. I still can't believe Zanjutsu gave you demonic druids to work with. Aren't the people in the village afraid of them, said Ikeku, looking at his superior officer and teacher and wondered how he got himself into this. Oh yeah, now I remember. I got my ass kicked, thought Ikeku, while his inner Ikeku was crying tears of sorrow at being beaten by someone younger than him. That and being bald, but that's nothing new. Not really. The druids don't hurt anyone and rarely ever interact with the people in the village, if not at all, so the fear of such things happening are unfounded, said Kenpei, stroking the fox ears of his daughter, who snuggled into his chest purring in content with the feel of her fox-like ears being massaged. Ikeku, for the most part, when he learned about Yachiro, took the news and the true form of the half-demon fox girl rather well. He had screamed like a little girl before fainting, but other than that he didn't belittle the girl or call her mean names like half-breed or demon spawn like many other untrustworthy people would in his place. Ikeku for the most part had no problem with Yachiro being a half-demon and had stated that clearly to Kenpei when he had awoken from his fainting. Granted, Kenpei had his sword to less than an Ikeku's eye when asked, but it was the truth. I'm just glad that Orochimaru and Kabuto are gone. I have heard too many stories about those two for a lifetime, said Rin, remembering the Sunin when she was still a genin and heard how Kabuto backstabbed the Leaf during the Chuunin exams. From the amount given for the bounty on them both being dead, it will go a long way in funding Shinigami and no doubt attract the attention of several high-priced clients, said Ikeku after reading the latest information from Bingo Book. That and more, Ikeku, since Orochimaru and Kabuto were only the beginning of many, since it's quite clear by now to Akatsuki, if they haven't already figured it out, that they've lost two more members of the organization. They know that I'm not the chump they all thought I was, and for the first time since the hunt for all nine-tailed demons started they have become afraid of me. They know I will go on the offensive soon, and when I decide to I'm going to enjoy hearing them scream as they beg for mercy. It will be music to my ears right before I rip out their lungs along with their throat, said Kenpeki, releasing a teeth-showing grin like that of a fox as he laughed at the prospect. Unknown location. So it's been confirmed. Haiden and Kakuzu are both death, said Pain, getting a nod from the remaining members hearing the information and considerably shocked by the news. It's also been confirmed Orochimaru and Kabuto are dead as well. Those two were both killed apparently by the new Shikage, who founded his new hidden village right over the remains of Sound itself, said Itachi, not liking this one bit, though he was relieved that the Uchiha bloodline was now safe from the hands of Orochimaru and his foolish ambitions. At least he's out of the way, yeah? We can focus on more important things now with the Sunin dead, yeah, said Deidara, happy with the fact that the Sunin was dead since he had ample knowledge of what was going on in the organization. True, but this could hinder us later on. We tried sending a few spies in already, and every time they entered the village only for them to be killed shortly after interrogation, making them more aware of us. The person that tests them is said to be a human lie detector, who can tell if a person is lying just by looking into their eyes, said Sasori, not liking this one bit since there was no hidden village yet that could prevent them from spying on. Do we even know who the Shikage is, said Konan, looking at all of them hoping that at least one of them had done their jobs right. It's hard to get a description of him since our spies get caught and any message they try to send could possibly be intercepted by another ninja from the village. From what we were able to get from the bits and pieces that got out before we lost contact with our spies, they said the Shikage always wears a thick dark robe with a hood so big you cannot see his face. Only the darkness that consumed it, said Itachi, who had his curiosity about this Shikage grow upon hearing more about it. How troublesome, said Toby, sighing, knowing this was going to be a pain in the ass, while the Uchiha Mandara in him planned for the future events that would soon unfold. Konoha 30 minutes later. The 5 druids that delivered the 2 coffins were walking and heading out of Konoha with the lead druid out in front having been paid. The people around them moved children away, telling them to stay away from them while giving the robed figure glares. Some of the adults were silently muttering curses at them, calling them weirdos, freaks, and of course demon worshippers on account that they appeared to be anything but human to associate with the darkness. Regardless if they were all walking in a bipedal state or not, the people living in the Leaf Village were still considered them unwelcome in Konoha. As for the druids themselves, they were soon intercepted in the space between the doors leading to their exit of the Leaf Village by Umburut squads with a total number of 16 ninjas in full battle-ready gear. They were under the command of the council, and Danzo ordered them to retrieve the money back they were taking back to the Shikage. Druids of the Shikage, hand us the money given to you or you will be placed under arrest for stealing from Konoha, said the Umburut captain while he and the rest of his men drew their weapons should there be a fight. You are making a big mistake, Umbu captain, for if you prolong our delay back to our cage any longer he will consider this an act of war. Something I doubt your Hokage will approve of your actions, said the lead druid once more, as still as a statue along with the others behind him. We are under orders to take back what you have stolen from the Hokage by her fellow council members, so we are going to assume that she wishes this as well, said the Umburut captain, though it was obviously a lie on his part about the Hokage wishing for them to take back the money. We will not give back what was rightfully given to us by your Hokage, and if you try you will regret it, said the lead druid, sensing the growing crowd watching, wondering how this would play out in the end. Kill them and salvage anything useful from the corpses, said the Umburut captain, readying his sword at the 5 druids, who stood perfectly still as if they had nothing to be afraid of. And they didn't. Just as the Umburut team charged at the druids, a heavy round black object linked with a chain creating a crater 5 feet wide and 4 feet deep, making the ninjas scatter. Honestly now, did you really think Shikage-sama would send 5 druids without making sure they were all protected by the ninja that serve his village, said a figure on top of a nearby roof wearing all black except for a tan-colored trench coat while wielding what appeared to be a very menacing sword, looking down on the ninja team as a larger figure next to him retracted the large ball into his hand. What the hell? Who are you, said one of the Umbu members wearing a wolf mask and readying himself for a fight. Considering your level of skill as a ninja, you are unworthy to know any of our names except that you will address our squad leader with respect. As for who we are but one of many groups of the loyal ninja of the Shikage himself, and behind me are some of the best warriors at his command, said a warrior wearing mostly blue, with his arms bearing the colors of orange mixed with black in stripe form, and he was wearing a demon mask. You better let those druids pass or there will be some hell to pay if you don't from us, said the smallest of the group with a needle-like nose, who was on top of the biggest and arguably the fattest member of the group. It's not like we're asking you to kill yourselves, though if you want we'll gladly give you to opportunity by fighting us, said the long red curly-haired man, who threw the ball with chain at the root ninja only to throw the ball into the air slightly several times to dare the Umbu to try. Captain, what do? We have our orders, but we have to protect all the villagers as well or the council and the Hokage will have our heads, said an Umbu with a cat mask on. The said captain looked on between the group of fighters, the people, and the eerily quiet druids before coming to the all-knowing conclusion that while they outnumbered them, it would be hard to defeat an enemy whose skills were unknown. Especially when there is the possibility of innocent civilians being captured, harmed, or killed in the process. Let them pass. We have no choice, but to let them return to the Shikage. We can't risk a potential massacre in Konoha against unknown foes, said the Umbu captain as he sheathed his blade, which the others ninjas did with their weapons. It seems Leaf made a very wise choice, which I find very rare for ones as so stupid to hurt the former hero of the Leaf as the late Yondaime wanted him to be called, said the one called the leader of the group of ninja before nodding to the druids to start leaving. When the druids were out of sight, the Umbu ninjas turned to face the strange and mysterious Shikage ninjas only to find they had vanished as well. Danzo-sama and the council aren't going to like this, said the Umbu captain before they all went poof to see their superiors and report in their failure. Shinigami village several days later. How did it go? Said Zanjitsu sitting behind the desk as the druids handed him the large bag of money from the combined payments from the bounty on Orochimaru and Kabuto. Not too much trouble, Zanjitsu-sama, though Konoha Leaf ninjas tried to stop us under the command of the council and a man named Danzo, said the lead druid before giving his full report on the issue. It was a good thing I had Aishi and his team watch over you. I think that when the next Chuunin exams rolls around in Konoha we'll have our teams enroll and show the Leaf just who we are, said Zanjitsu, dismissing the druids to the darkness they came from. Zanjitsu-sama, I have received word from Tajuna from Wave Country and the people fully support the trade agreement we set up between them and our village. They were most anxious to begin trade talks when told, who founded the Shinigami village, said Kimimaro appearing from the shadows behind Zanjitsu while wearing a fox mask quite similar to Kenpeika's own. Good. Set up a meeting with the Kazekage next and have him come here for the meeting, as to make the Leaf worry about what is happening around them, said Zanjitsu, knowing that Garo would have no problem signing an alliance treaty. At once, Zanjitsu-sama, said Kimimaro, bowing his head before re-entering the shadows and heading to Suna. With that settled, Zanjitsu now turned to his greatest nemesis that even he himself found was becoming impossible to defeat, paperwork. Kenpeika better take care of Miss soon, because I am not going to do this for him when he officially becomes the Shikage, thought Zanjitsu, hating this horrible amount of work already, and it was only the late morning and he still had 5 more stacks to go. Konoha Council meeting room 2 hours later. You idiots, yelled Tsunade, slamming her fists on the meeting table, which thanks to a seal designed by Jiraiya absorbed the power behind the blow, preventing the table from breaking into splintered sawdust. Her yell, however, was heard throughout Konoha and possibly reached the windows of the Fire Daimyo himself. That doesn't sound good, said the Fire Daimyo before returning back to reading his morning paper and drank his late morning tea. How could you even think of sending Umbu, much less root Umbu, after druids that belong to the Shikage? And for what, I ask you? For the money that they rightfully, mind you, earned in killing Orochimaru, Kabuto, and Sound Village all in one single moment. You are lucky that the letter attached to the messenger bird the Shikage sent us stated that our ninja made a mistake and hoped we didn't make it twice. Also he pointed out that if we don't be more courteous to his people in the future, or if we prevent them from joining our next Chuunin exams, they will report this to the Fire Daimyo and offer to replace us as his main form of ninja protection, effectively cutting off all funding to us and thus ending the village my grandfather founded, said Tsunade, scowling at all the council members, who had been trying to undermine her since she first arrived in Konoha as the Hokage. But Hokage-sama, you don't realize that amount of money could go to training more Umbu or the Uchiha prodigy, or, said Kakashi, only to be silenced by Tsunade's ever-terrifying death glare. You are lucky I don't smash you to pieces myself right now, Kakashi, since you are still needed in the Uchiha's development, not to mention working on the teamwork needed between him, Kiba, and Sakura, which from what I've read in your report is average at best, said Tsunade, having read the newly formed team's report along with the others. Naturally, the council protested in not promoting Sasuke before and long after the two Chuunin examiners made their recommendations. Even more was that Inuyasukitsum and Yashihara protested on the fact their children didn't advance either, but were silenced when Tsunade pointed out that neither child made it past the preliminaries. Guy wanted to take Leon as his personal protege, no surprise there, after Niji received his Chuunin rank along with Shikamaru, but was denied due to the need to reform the genin teams to use in the next Chuunin exams. As it stood, Shino would have to retake the Chuunin exams again due to not facing anyone during the finals, along with Koji, Tenten, Ino, Lee, and Hinata in making new genin teams under the same, or different, sensei. The new Team 7 would be Sasuke, Sakura, and Kiba under Kakashi. The new Team 8 would be Hinata, Shino, and Lee under Kurane, with Guy still being Lee's personal taijutsu trainer. The new Team 9 was Ino, Tenten, and Koji under Asuma, who after some threats from Tsunade decided to work harder than he did with the original Ino Shikacho. Sasuke hates working with others, while Kiba only trusts Akamaru, with that starting to be strained due to the dislike of Kiba's new smug behavior in having Hinata as his soon-to-be bride, and Sakura just won't do any type of training without Sasuke. Though I'm sure coming right down to it that they will all work well together and make it to the third part of the exam, said Kakashi, giving his patented U-shaped eye of a smile. They better, Kakashi, and if you make any of your students late again, I will have he, she, or Kami help you all three of them disqualified on the spot when their designated battle starts. Unlike the third Hokage, I am not going to try and amuse the stadium-size mob of traitor-loving Uchiha fans of this village, so help me Kami, said Tsunade, sending some killer intent at the Jounin Cyclops, making the man shudder slightly after the woman stormed out of the room. Not like it matters. Whether they win or lose, we'll still make them all Chuunin before that day is out and produce a much better clan within the week, said Danzo, seeing as how the power was now officially under the council's direct control after some very clever political maneuvering after the recommendations. That meant every decision that was made in regard to promoting Chuunin were now under his direct control regardless of the Hokage's protests. Hokage's office moments later. Can you believe those fools, Shizuan? They think they can just weasel out of everything because of their position and where they live. They can't see just how big a target they place on themselves, and by the time they see that, it will be too late, and they will be all dead, said Tsunade, sitting in her chair and slumping in it before letting out a heavy sigh from all the frustration she was facing. Tsunade-sama, please calm down. I know it seems hopeless, but we just have to try and press forward or else all will be lost, said Shizen, with the spoiled pig Taunton letting out several encouraging oinks to state her opinion in the matter. I know, Shizen, it's just becoming too difficult at times to hold this place together, and every time I want to leave I see my family staring at me with a frown, said Tsunade, as she looked out the window and looked at the Hokage heads that came before her, all the while wondering what they would have done in her place. Both biological and surrogate correct, said Shizen, looking at the woman wondering if she included Naruto into that family as well. You know what I'm talking about, Shizen. If only I could find some way to locate and communicate with him somehow, said Tsunade, knowing that her summons were pissed off at the village, though the Slug Queen herself knew that Tsunade had no power over such things, so allowed the Sunin to still be her summoner. Jiraiya was not so fortunate. Apparently Gamabunta was livid at the fact that Jiraiya knew just who Naruto's father was and still treated the kid like he was nothing. Taking the kid's money when finding Tsunade, not bothering to help in Naruto's training on the Raise-Non, and telling him to do said training on his own instead, being more interactive with the blonde youth. Jiraiya also soon discovered that when push came to shove of a pissed off summons that depending on the summons can appear in the human world for a short time. In that short time Gamabunta pounded the Sunin into the ground before literally throwing him into the Leaf Hospital, where he was treated for broken bones, fractured skull, concussion, a broken nose, and hair loss from being what seemed to be scalped off by a sharp blade. On a lighter note, the hot springs on the female section was safe to use for several months without the feel of someone peeping on the other side. Kumo Village Raikage Tower 2 months later. The Yondaime Raikage was livid hearing that his informants had failed him yet again in finding out who was behind the assault on his outpost near Wave Country. Ever since his informants revealed that Mist along with all of Water Country had gone under a dramatic change in government, things had been going downhill. With the death of the late Water Daimyo and his brother that was the Mizukage, the warring factions had stopped trying to kill each other. Rumor had it that they stopped once information from both the Mizukage and Water Daimyo's own personal journals were revealed that they had planned this from the start. Such information immediate got everyone's attention in and outside of Water Country, as it meant that given time the hidden Mist Village would once more rise to its former glory that it had been infamous for. It didn't help that both Mizu and Kumo had been at each other's throats prior to the Bloodline Civil War on the account that Kumo refused to follow a simple trade agreement before the late Sandaime Raikage took office. What made the Yondaime Raikage even angrier was that he soon learned that the new and apparently improved Mizukage was none other than Kumo's own demon vessel Nii Yujito. She was supposed to be his weapon, his pet, and his slave for as long as he had wished it to be so. If and when she became boring or had defied him too many times for his liking, he intended to sell her off to the Akatsuki organization for a substantial profit. Now that Nii Yujito was the new Mizukage of Mist, he found her to be at the moment to be untouchable due to the woman's newfound loyalty in her people, who along with few anonymous figures, freed the people from the harsh life of old, and brought them new ones. If he were to attack her now, it would be total disaster on his end, for he would need approval from his own daimyo to begin such a thing. Not only that, but the new Water Daimyo was a female also, who seemed to have small thing for dogs and even signing an apparent contract with a dog tracking team as well. Upon her identity being revealed as Inyazukarin, it became apparent as to why such the woman had such close ties to dogs due to her bloodline limit. It was almost humorous as well as ironic to see both cat and dog work together rather than tear each other apart like nature intended. Also, more reports came in about the new Shinigami Gakure no Sato than he would have liked, since they were the new village and already their Shikage, as he was called, was a major player in the shinobi world not seen since the Yondaime Hokage first took office in Konoha. There were rumors flying all over about the man, woman, or what the figure was, seeing as how some said the cage wasn't human at all. The report stated that the Shikage took on missions himself to not become weakened by sitting in a desk filled with paperwork, and had actually found a way to conquer it. Not beat it, not win against it, but actually conquer the damn thing. There were some reports in front of him about the mysterious ninja, though mostly being rumors or whispers that had been heard from the dead or dying shinobi from various villages, missing ninja, or those categorized simply into other column. The entity that was the first death shadow of the village hidden in the Shinigami in just a few months' time had taken on all comers, who thought they could knock him and his hidden village down a peg. The village hidden in the rain despite the civil war they were having was the first to try and the first to find out the hard way what it was like taking on the unknown. The retaliation of the Shikage quickly made any other village think twice in trying to pick a fight or mess with the Shikage and his village. Within 3 days, a Megakure no Sato was almost burned entirely down to nothing, with all its jutsus and knowledge in all things shinobi taken for the use of the hidden Shinigami village. There were survivors, but only those hiding in shelters that belonged to the side that the Shikage seemed to favor were worthy of being spared, that coincidentally the very people losing the civil war. It was said that the Shikage himself did it all without breaking a sweat, and that the only real witness to his path of destruction was one broken, bleeding, and dying rain ninja, who when questioned before his delayed death spoke nonsense for a good 15 minutes. Then when the man was only mere minutes from dying, he spoke clear in whispery little sentences when telling what exactly happened, so only those around him could hear his dying words. The demon of Shinigami, the demon of Shinigami. The monster came at us with an unholy rage-filled power that killed all, but me. When he looked down upon me, it was like staring into the eye of a dragon preparing to pass judgment on my soul. Knowing that I am the dying survivor to my village's destruction is not mercy, it's torture, for even now he makes me see the dead around me that I will become. Beware of the demon of Shinigami, reading the echoing words that seemed to speak into the Raikage's own skull before reading the rest of the report on how the man was soon dead from sudden convulsions, but not before he began speaking again, only in more randomly tongue and muttering apologies to what seemed to be an invisible force to the now dead man. Maybe he wasn't seeing things. Maybe he actually saw someone that the doctors could not write before he died. Could he have seen the Shikage himself right in the hospital? Impossible. Then again, one cannot understand the unknown when you have never faced such a very imposing being before, thought the Yondaime Raikage, wondering if he should double the guard at the gates to be extra sure the Shikage didn't decide to pay him a visit. Konoha 3 days later, nightfall. The cold air that was running through the village at this particular night was ungodly, as even the hot springs seemed to be less steamy than usual, if anyone bothered to look, that is. The Umbu guarding the walls and gate that night were freezing while trying to stay warm while staying hidden from potential enemies that might find their hidden position. The people that would stay awake to enjoy the nightlife stayed inside for once and went to bed early, not wanting to be awake on an unnaturally cold night. How right they were, about the unnatural cold part. Just as the night became unnaturally cold, there was an unnatural fog-like mist flowing into the streets in the north gate that, if followed heading straight, would take you directly to Rice Country. The guards at the gate knew something was up and got ready to fight, only to feel sleepy and fall asleep at their posts, effectively preventing any of them from alerting anyone of the coming presence that would soon pass through Konoha's walls. Walking through the empty streets, past the closed buildings, and under the cover of darkness to their desired target. The Hokage graveyard. Contrary to what people would think, the Hokages of years past were never incinerated to protect their secrets, but rather were buried with them. Their bodies perfectly intact, with a preserve seal placed on them in secret to honor the fallen fire shadows along with their spouses. The said spouses were to be cremated and then be placed in an urn so they could be buried along with the one they loved. Yondaime and his wife Uzumaki Kushina were examples of such traditions. However, if one were to prey on such knowledge from living in the Leaf Village, it could prove to be a possible risk to the village later on. A said example was the ever vile Orochimaru, who was able to get the necessary DNA samples from knowing of the location to use in future failed experiments in making several human beings with the Shadaime bloodline. It never occurred to anyone that the late Sandaime, before he died, had repeated history once more by showing the graveyard to one other outside potential Hokage candidates. It was when the person he showed the graveyard to was just a 5-year-old boy, just several years before the Uchiha massacre started. That boy was, at the time, named Uzumaki Naruto. The Hokage had taken his time out for that one day to take Naruto on a special visit to the graveyard, knowing that in the day the place ironically blossomed with life. It was almost as if the Shodaime's bloodline was actually working, even with its body long being dead for many years. On that day, the Sandaime had taken Naruto to pay his respects to the late Yondaime in his own way, explaining to the boy that given time all would be explained on why he was being shown such a sacred place. Unfortunately, such a day never came, as Orochimaru had killed the old Sandaime in the sand/sound invasion with a sword to the old man's chest. However, it had been widely believed by many in the ninja ranks, had Orochimaru not summoned the other two late fire shadows to weaken the old Hokage, the man's most gifted student turned son-in, turned traitor, would have lost the battle, and his life. Now here in this graveyard of fire shadows stood a large formation of druids, with half of them carrying shovels, with the other with long torches to see where they were headed, and where to begin digging when reaching the correct spot. Once they got into the correct spots where they needed to be, they started digging. Uzumaki Naruto, now having renamed himself Uzumaki Kenpeki and current Shodaime Shikage, had decided that the 4 graves that held the previous Fire Shadow's remains were being dishonored by the villagers themselves. It became clear to Kenpeki that all the Hokages that came before Tsunade and all they taught while living in a village had been forgotten, as their years as ninja warriors seemed to be only recalled in one of the many boring little history lessons Irika gave at the Ninja Academy. As if that in itself wasn't bad enough. Be careful where your shovels strike in the earth's soil. Shikage-sama was very explicit on there being very little damage to the coffins as possible, said Kimimaro, wearing his Umbu uniform, along with a druid cloak, and fox skull mask given to him by Kenpeki himself. Kimimaro swore he would treasure and honor it by going on the most worthy of missions given to him by Kenpeki when his services were required. As such, this was one of those times. "Do you think anyone will notice what we are doing?" said Seijin Komamura, who was now the owner of the sword that had once belonged to the late Sunin Orochimaru. The much larger mask-shaped entity appeared alongside Kimimaro, who was watching like the sword owner as the druids were digging 6 spots in the earth. All the while Seijin looked through his mask around the area every so often for any possible interruptions that may have arisen during this time of removing the coffins from the earth. Seijin, like Yachiru, was a half-demon fox, though unlike Yachiru had the animalistic face of a fox down to the whiskers, rather than that of a human-looking one. His face made the people, who saw him, called him monster, demon, and various other things before he had been captured several months prior to Orochimaru's demise. He was attacked by the said Sunin after he had been heavily poisoned by the sound Umbu and was used to help the Sunin to further achieve immortality. Had it not been for the fact that the demon side and blood inside of Seijin had rejected Orochimaru's cruel attempts at possessing him via immortality jutsu, the half-demon fox more than suspected that he would have been the next vessel of the late Snake Sunin. When Kenpeki, Zanjutsu, and Kimimaro entered the row of prison cells used to house failure from various experiments, they had found the large fox man heavily chained with countless chakra-draining seals all over his body. When Kenpeki ripped the prison cell door off its hinges, he fried the chakra seals from the half-demon's body by overloading their powers with his own. Upon looking at the 3, Seijin had immediately bowed his head to the left in shame, trying to hide his face deeper into the darkness of his prison cell, expecting his rescuers to look upon him with disgust before turning around to leave him in the room to rot. Much was Seijin's surprise when Kenpeki sliced through the chains holding him down with his sword before he, Kimimaro, and Zanjutsu lift him up to carry him out of the room. When Seijin was better rested, Kenpeki paid him a visit without the spiky bell at the tips like hair, but a more passive version of the man, though the eye patch remained on the right eye. He also saw a half-demon fox girl on his right shoulder looking at him with interest, as if she had never seen anyone like him before. After much talking later, Seijin pledged his entire life to Kenpeki, though the latter told him it was unnecessary as he did it for a fellow outcast like himself. That he too knew what it was like to be called such harsh names when no one around you had any right to judge you without even getting to know you. If anything, that little part of the conversation brought Seijin's loyalty practically up to the equivalent level of Kimimiro's own loyalty. It was almost scary. Still, such scars from the past do not fade easily, and as such Seijin wished to hide his fox-like facial appearance from the world via wooden-shaped mask that surrounded his entire face. Kenpeki agreed on the terms that one day, he would remove the mask and would stop wearing it afterwards. A term that Seijin reluctantly, but willingly agreed upon, since there was always a chance that the mask could be destroyed in battle. The mask itself was designed by Seijin himself so he could see out of it with small thin-like lines in the front, and due to his keen fox-like eyes, anyone thinking that half-demon fox was at a disadvantage was very mistaken. Not until tomorrow morning or a few days after, I imagine. Very few know of this place, let alone wish to guard it due to the secrecy of where the graveyard is. However, should I be wrong, I know I can count on you to help me vanquish any and all obstacles that stand in our way, said Kimimaro, who knew the Seijin was like him and loyal to the Shikage and followed the eye patch wearing Death Shadow without question. Moments later one of the smaller groups of the druids digging stopped having reached his target. He then moved his shovel away before brushing away the dirt, picked up the wooden box containing the desired item inside, and then with black-gloved hands gently picked the box that they had been digging for that was under the Yondame's tombstone. Carefully the druid walked over to Kimimaro, kneeling on one knee, opened the box lid, and presented the large golden object to the right-hand man of Kenpeki, who took it just as carefully as the druid had the protective wooden casing. It was the urn of Uzumaki Kusina. "Can you hear her sorrow? She crying," said Seijin, who received a single nod from Kimimaro, who tucked the urn away for safekeeping. "What did you expect? She is crying over what this village has done to her son since her death in bringing him into this world. However, that will stop once she is carefully in her new resting place especially made for her by Shikage-sama," said Kimimaro, hearing the cries of the woman's soul on how they could hurt her precious little boy like that. "Yes. Her along with the others," said Seijin, looking at the druids digging deeper for the coffins that contain the 4 late Hokage's remains. "1 of 5 down with 4 holes to dig left. You do know it is against the law of any place, city or ninja village to rob a grave, much less that of a late Kage, right?" said Hatake Kakashi, a nearby tree above them, reading his perverted book casually as if the people below him were nothing to him. He wasn't alone either, as 20 Umbu ninja were all around the group below with weapons drawn ready to slay the intruders for their trespassing. "It seems we have been discovered," said Kimimaro, looking up at Kakashi, recognizing him from the bingo book, seeing the man had not worn an Umbu mask like the others. "Yes. How do you wish to proceed?" said Seijin, glaring at Kakashi and letting out his killer intent at the man, who felt the tremendous killer intent making him put his book away, getting serious. "I can tell by your killing intent you're not normal," said Kakashi, raising his headband to reveal his Sharingan eye that he was infamous for to help him see the truth. "That eye won't reveal anything to you, Hatake, nor will be telling you anything or what knowledge we may possess. If captured, we are prepared to end our lives taking whatever secret we hold with us to protect the one we serve," said Seijin with such conviction that Kakashi believed the taller figure would indeed end his life. Also, was the Leaf Jounin imagining things, or did the same person seem to hate him for some reason? "Well, if that's the case, then can we at least talk with some civility before we start to go at it? Like, for example, I ask you a question, and if you want to, either of you can answer the question or not, depending on what it is." "How's that?" said Kakashi, almost feeling the itch to read his book again, since he felt he could calm them down enough to prevent an all-out fight here. "Speak your first question, Hatake team, before we decide to slaughter you along with the rest of these weaklings," said Kimimaro, letting loose his own killer intent, making all the Umbu on edge at feeling such hate towards their very being. "Well, if you want to get right into it, who am I to stop you? All right then, question number 1 is this: who is the man, who that has taken the title of Shikage?" said Kakashi, focusing his Sharingan eye on the two, hoping the two would crack under its hypnotic gaze. They didn't even blink and they didn't answer. At the moment the druids from one of the spots finished and proceeded to lift up the gold-colored coffin from the earth, holding it steady in their hands. The druids then proceeded in move away from the rectangular and empty grave before stopping once more near the graveyard entrance/exit. 2 down with 3 remaining. "Okay, question number 2 is, what are you planning to do with the 4 coffins that hold our ever so sacred Hokages?" said Kakashi, though his tone was more serious given the one of the coffins held his sensei. "If you must know, we are relocating them to a more sacred and secure spot away from this tainted shinobi village they once proudly called home. You dishonor them, so our leader has decided that we take them someplace where they will be treated with respect," said Seijin, taking a hard step forward, shaking the ground slightly beneath him, Kimimaro, and the druids. Needless to say, it got Kakashi's and the other Leaf Ninjas' attention. That was a lot of force placed under that single step, and from the looks of it the tall guy wasn't even trying very hard, thought Kakashi, narrowing his eyes at the masked giant, who retaliated by letting loose an even larger amount of killing intent to snuff out the Leaf Jounin's piercing look. 3 down with 2 to go as the druids lift yet another coffin. Question number 3, are you a threat to Konoha? Said Kakashi, noticing that the Umbu behind were becoming tenser and wondering why the Sharingan user didn't order them to stop the druids. I'll answer your question with one of my own. Do you mean the village in general or the overall populace? Said Kimimaro, channeling some chakra into his mask, making the eye holes flash red to intimidate the Jounin and his team. Both actually, said Kakashi, hearing the shoveling in the background being the only real noise in the night, along with the barely heard fire from the torches that some of the other druids held. 4 down with 1 left to dig up. Yes, and some would know depending on who were out to kill Hatake, said Seijin, leering at He-Man while letting out a small yet still dark laugh into the night. Kakashi didn't need either of the two in order to get the hint. Due to the bloodlust from the tall helmet, one was more than enough for him. Take them alive, but don't hesitate to kill if restraining them proves a fruitless endeavor to achieve, said Kakashi, drawing his kunai from his pouch ready to fight. Final coffin removed from grave, mission objective completed. It would appear that the time has come to show these fools what it means to fight against the forces of Shikage-sama, said Seijin, drawing out his sword while Kimimaro just walked over to the gates near the other druids before drawing out his bone tonfas that he had been secretly making during the conversation. You know what to do, Seijin-san, just don't create too much noise, said Kimimaro, as he knew that Seijin would rather kill himself than willingly fail Kanpeki in any mission. Such arrogance in thinking one person could take on the son of the White Fang and his small army of Leaf Umbu beside him, said Kakashi, smirking at them, thinking this was going to be easier than he thought and may not even need his Sharingan. The arrogance is yours, Hatake Kakashi, for thinking that name alone gives you the power to best me, knowing that is all you are to your late father. His worthless runt and poor excuse of a son that he didn't kill before taking his own life to remove his shame, not of failing a mission, but knowing he helped conceive you, said as Seijin drew his sword, revealing to them it was the Kusanagi sword that was responsible for the late Sandame's death. How dare you wield such a tainted sword against us, you freak of nature, said one of the Umbu, only back away several steps, feeling the killer intent from Seijin increase threefold. Shut up and fight, you fool leaf ninja. Roar Tenkan, said Seijin, as chakra came out of his sword, creating a giant version of his arm, holding his sword in his hand above him before brining it down upon the shocked ninjas. Kakashi was glad he could move as fast as he did, otherwise he may have been crushed by the sheer brute force of the usual power that the giant man had displayed. Another thing that bothered Kakashi was that the man he had come to identify from his partner as Seijin did not call the Kusanagi its original name, but rather he called it Tenkan. For Kakashi it made no sense, since that was the sword that had slain the third and nearly killed the Tsunade when Jiraiya was sent to find her to become the 5th Hokage of Konoha. Lethal force authorized. Kill him, said Kakashi before making the hand signs for Rakuri and charged Seijin, who used his power to take out a quarter of the forces opposing him. Kakashi's attack would have succeeded had a spiked wall of bones shot up in front of him several feet in between him and Seijin, while a few shorter ones were able to stab Kakashi in the feet or ankles, making him lose his Chidori in the process. As much as I would like you to deliver some much needed punishment on them, Seijin-san, we must be going. Shikage-sama does not like tardiness when it comes to completing missions that are important to him, said Kimimaro, rising to his full height, slamming his hand down onto the ground, using his bloodline to create a new clan technique, though it was strictly defensive one. Right behind you, Kimimaro-san, said Seijin, who followed the group and made their escape from the graveyard. Kimimaro? Orochimaru's bodyguard is alive, thought Kakashi, closing his headband over his Sharingan eye, biting back the urge to scream, and at the moment he really wanted to scream. Call for reinforcements and summon Tsunade-sama to the hospital so we can help the wounded, said an Umbu ninja wearing a ferret mask before he and several others took off after the grave robbers. Little did they know this was 2 missions in one. Hiwaga compound. Moments later. It didn't take long for the village alarm to sound and the Hiwaga clan's giant home went under immediate lockdown, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. As for Hinata herself, she was awakened by the running around that could be heard outside of her door. The possibility that her sister Hanabi heard the commotion through her door as well, since they were right next to each other, with Niji's room being across from them, being their personal protector and relative. Hinata shivered slightly as she remembered the latest Hyuga clan elders meeting her father had attended just a few days ago concerning her sister. Due to Hinata's special marriage, Hanabi was too soon to be given title of heiress to the Hyuga clan. Hayashi was livid that they wanted to put Niji and Hanabi together when his youngest of two daughters became of age, since they wanted strong Hyuga to run the clan. Hayashi had immediately denounced such a union since it was not possible genetically and it was wrong morally, though the elders said keeping with tradition was a must. Hayashi though had further explained that while Niji was indeed his nephew, which caused any form of union to not be possible due to the genetic similarities between Hayashi and Hisashi. Being the clan head's twin made it to be as if Niji was Hayashi's own illegitimate son along with Hinata and Hanabi's half-brother. The Hyuga clan elders were less than pleased and planned to go another route when the right time presented itself. After all, it was to ensure that Hanabi would one day be married to a strong individual of their choice they could trust to produce a strong Hyuga offspring. Now Hinata had to comfort herself with her little fox plushie her father through unknown sources was able to get her in secret, since it reminded her of Kanpeka when he was still Naruto. He'll stop this marriage from happening. He won't let it happen to me, I know he won't, thought Hinata, holding the plushie tighter, wishing beyond all things that it was her foxy hero. There was a knock at her room door, bring her further back to the living world away from which she barely lingered, wanting to re-enter the dream world. Hinata-sama, I need you to come to the door, said a deep unknown voice from behind rice papered the door, making Hinata frown as her door was not locked and could have been opened by the voice behind it. This could mean he was a servant she had yet to meet in the large house, or the unknown being was an enemy that had infiltrated her home like before, only this time is was to trick her and possibly assassinate her at her room door. Who is it? Said Hinata in a tired sleepy voice, and whispered even in a more serious and lower one to activate her Byakugan to see beyond her room. A messenger, though my orders were to wait by the door to receive the message from the one whose soul belongs to you, said the kneeling figure that from what Hinata could see with her eyes was not from her clan or Konoha in general. The demon mask was but one dead giveaway. Then the man's words pierced through her head and her heart swelled, knowing just who the figure was talking about, as only one person could think of such words to say to her. She got up from her bed and went over to the door, pushing it open only to stop after 2 inches by the person on the opposite side. Please tell me what the message that Kanpeka is, said Hinata, being as polite as she could be at the ungodly hour. I cannot speak his words, for they would be tainted by me. However, I am to deliver this letter from him to you that say his words, said the demon masked wearing ninja, handing her envelope with a black ink-colored seal in the shape of the Shinigami's head. Thank you, Onai-sama, said Hinata, taking the envelope, feeling the smoothness and the weight of the parchment inside of it. Please, you honor me enough as it is by speaking to me. If anything, call me Hanaya if and when we meet again at a later date. For now, I must go before your cousin or sister spot me here near your room, said Hanaya before seemingly teleported from her sight as she shut her door and locked it to prevent anyone else from entering. Carefully Hinata opened the envelope and unfolded the letter, reading its contents slowly to savoir in every word written on it. Dearest Haim of all Haims. If you are reading this, then Hanaya had delivered the letter successfully to you, and for that I am grateful to no end. Now I know that you can once more know how much I love you with every ounce of my soul, which I give to you without hesitation. Know that I am with you always and will protect you from the shadows, as I cannot be there in person. I am fully aware that you are put into unusual arranged marriage with Kiba team and Sasuke team, which as you can imagine pisses me off to no end. Make no mistake, my Haim, I am not mad at you since you had no say in the matter. I'm more pissed off at the bastards, who set the whole thing up while I was away and unable to do something. Ever since when Team 7's first mission in Wave Country, when we were all ambushed by the Demon Brothers, I have never been as powerless since then as I am now. However, I am not without ways of making sure you are safe from harm or from those two teams' pervert, mainly Kibas, like ways. Even now I have special agents assigned specifically to monitor and protect you from harm. You already met one of them, so you can focus on the Chuyunin exams. I'm having my teams participate in that as well, though between you, me, and this letter they are more than qualified for having the rank. I will be there to see you again, though how I won't say until you see me on the day my teams arrive to compete in the exams. Make sure you and your team, as long as Sasuke team and Kiba team aren't with you, makes it to the third part of the Chuunin exams. I know you can do it because I believe in you without hesitation and know you are strong no matter what anyone else says. Love. Uzumaki Kanpeki, the Shodaime Shikage of Shinigami Gakure no Sato. P.S. Here's a picture of what I look like. With that last word read, Hinata looked down at the photograph attached to the letter of her love before her eyes went wide as dinner plates. Hinata then used the last ounce of mental strength to carefully refold the letter, walk over to her bed, tuck the letter with photograph away in her diary, sit on her bed, then proceeded to faint with steam coming out of her ears due to the letter, and a nosebleed caused from the photograph. Kanpeki-kun is such a sexy fox, thought Hinata before re-entering her dreams that were with her and Kanpeki doing all sorts of things that would have made Jiraiya envious and want to make a supersized novel of Ika Ika Paradise. On a hill outside the gates of Konoha 10 minutes later. Do you think they will get to the safe zone in time, said Hitsugaya Toshiro, watching with interest with his ever beautiful, possibly too beautiful, and taller wife Hitsugaya Matsumoto Rangiku, or Ran as she liked to be called, standing beside him. The young man had come from water country several years before the bloodline civil war started with his mother and father, who despite the growing tensions back home at the time loved each other dearly. His aunt from his mother's side of the family stayed in Mist and chose to keep her bloodline limit hidden in case things became worse for those like her with special abilities. And things did get worse, but not before Toshiro's aunt met this wonderful, at least she thought, man, who helped give her a child. A child that like her had the power to change the way water could be manipulated into ice via her bloodline limit passed down as all genetic traits do from parent to child. That child's name was Haku. When Kanpeki heard of Toshiro's abilities, he instantly knew just who the man had been related to, sending Kimimaro and Zanjutsu to search high and low for the man. After all, it was only right to inform the man of his cousin, how they encountered each other, and to regretfully inform the man Haku's untimely demise at the hands of Hatake Kakashi. When Toshiro found out, he was devastated by the news, but when he learned that Haku died nobly in battle to protect his precious person, the ice user knew it was a good death worthy of his family heritage. In light of this news, the now last member, as far as Toshiro now knew, of his clan, pledged his loyalty to Kanpeki in order to continue honoring the short, but powerful friendship that had happened between the fox vessel and Haku. For Rangiku, it was simply follow her husband's lead, knowing that once the man made up his mind in such a matter, not even she could change his mind unless he did it voluntarily. Of course they will, Shiro-chan. You should know better than to not have better faith in those two, said Rangiku, leaning down and hugging her husband and consuming his head into her quite large female assets, making the man blush while fighting the soon-to-be nosebleed that was to come if she didn't stop. How the short man hated being called that embarrassing nickname. Fortunately, the shorter of the two was saved from embarrassment when static came into their earpieces, meaning someone was about to talk to one or both of them. It meant it was of the utmost importance. Toshiro-san, what is the status of current situation in Konoha concerning the mission, said the voice of Kanpeki over the headset in the frosty white-haired man's ear that had made all fooling around from his wife be put on hold. The pout on her face proved she wasn't happy about it either. Everything is going according to plan, sir. Honnai reported in not long ago and told me he gave Hyuga Hinata your letter. He also stated to me that he is going to continue his spying on Konoha while protecting Hinata until a month before the Chuunin exams start, said Toshiro, putting two fingers to his earpiece and relaying what was going on. Good. Can you see my retrieval team at all, Rangiku-san, said Kanpeki, wondering just how far his team had gotten getting what he asked for. Kimimaro, Seijin, and the large group of druids are heading their way along with what seems to be what you asked them to retrieve, Shikage-sama. However, I now see that there are some Umbu chasing after them, sir, and closing fast, said Rangiku, frowning at this new situation as the small group of ninjas were closing in and going directly for her comrades, while the village alert system that had kicked in not long ago was still wailing like a banshee. When the team I sent is safe, freeze their pursuers to a standstill and smoke the life out of them, said Kenpei with malice and hate for the Umbu, who he knew had deliberately failed to protect him despite the orders given to them by the late Sandaime. Yes, Shikage-sama, said Rangiku and Toshiro, knowing that the sound behind the man's words meant to cause as much pain as humanly possible. And that also doing it as inhumanly possible wasn't a bad thing either. Sit upon the frosted heavens higher in Meru, said Toshiro, drawing his sword, sending his chakra through the tip of the blade, creating a large ice dragon came down upon Konoha, creating an ice barrier that cut off the Umbu team's pursuit. My turn, growl Hanko, said Rangiku, unleashing her own sword's power and sending her blade turn to ash upon the Umbu forces, attacking them in the shape of a large cat, mauling them all in the process. About 10 minutes after these attacks struck, the retrieval team of Kimimaro, Seijin, and the druids carrying the coffins met up with the two waiting. It would seem our mission was a success and it's time to go home to report to Shikage-sama, said Kimimaro, looking to his right, seeing the sudden appearance of Zanjutsu from a newly opened portal. You all did extremely well. Now let's go before the leaf reinforcements arrive to delay us further, said Zanjutsu before letting them all pass into the portal and then himself letting it close just as Jiraiya along with several Jounin arrived on the scene. Damn, they got away, said Jiraiya, knowing from the description of the last person he saw was the one who had led the recruitment of various missing ninja, among others, to join the Shinigami Gakure no Sato that had sprung up over the ashes of sound. What do we do, Jiraiya-sama, said a Jounin with a scar along his chin area. Nothing, except tell Hokage-sama that her family and predecessors have all been taken from her, yet again, said Jiraiya, knowing she was going to super pissed at what had just happened right under and the village's own nose, meaning the super pervert was going to sent to the hospital, yet again. Good thing he was a fast healer.